Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it?
$300 MB.
Yeah!
Where is it?
Weapon!
I live again. Where is it?
Audio Jungle.
Where is it? Where is it?
Yo, I'm dead. Weapon! Yo, I'm dead.
Where is it?
Hello, everybody. Hello, hi.
300
Once again, and as always,
megabytes.
Warudo has forgotten to attach my microphone to Clive's mouth. This happens every time. Oh, well, it says it's attached, but it's not. There we go. Hello, hi,
Audio
Nancy, Lisa. You guys know Steve, right? What's up, chickens? I have an exceptional excuse for not having him. Oh, there it is. The mouth's back. Yeah, so I don't know what the fuck is going on with the Cat Jam face because nothing changed. Nothing changed. Not a thing. Let's see. It's the same version of Warudo. It's the same version of Windows. It's the same version of the file. The settings are all the same. Everything's the same. And the file works if I go in and hit play. Like if I go in here and I press... Well, it's gone now, but there we go. So, see, it works, but when it gets to the end of the video, it won't loop, and I don't know why. It like loop is turned on. So what I have to believe is that this is dependent on some third-party package, either like a Windows Media Player extension, though that seems unlikely, or like an FFmpeg or something. But I don't understand why that would matter. I don't get it. That should not have changed. And even if it did, it's fucking autoplay. That should be a stable API. So I don't know what the fuck is going on with that, but I'm probably just going to have to disable that redeem for a while. However, related to that, some of you may remember that, see, Excise works perfectly, right? It's the same shit. I don't get it. Anyway, some of you may recall on the last stream that the redeems didn't work for a while at the beginning of the stream. And the reason for that is that, so there's a behavior in Windows that makes a lot of sense, but has always been frustrating. And so what it does is, oh, I see. When you mount a network share, the mount belongs to the user who mounted it. So in my case, that's, login name Clive, right? If you then run a program as an administrator, that's running as a separate user. And drive shares are per user because they occupy a global address space, the drive letter hierarchy in Windows. So I have, the K drive mounted to have all of my sound effects on it. Well, if you run an app as an admin or as any other user, that drive just won't show up at all. It won't even say like permission denied. It'll just say, I don't know what the fuck that is. There's no K drive. This is a perennial issue. It's been in Windows forever, and I know why they do it because all extant software uses the Win32 APIs, which all depend on these drive letters. If you do have multiple users using a machine, and unfortunately Windows, like Linux, has that baked into its core, if 5 people all tried to mount a drive at K, then you'd have chaos. So instead, it applies this logic of nobody can see each other's drive shares, right? This works generally okay because, who the hell runs multiple users on their PC at home, right? However, as soon as you have to run a program as an administrator, it turns into a problem because it won't be able to see any of those disks because the administrator is a separate user. This had never been a problem until a couple updates ago. Mix It Up, the chatbot that I use to do all the redeems and stuff, they must have changed something in it. It still seems to be running as my user, according to Task Manager, but for some reason, come on, Clive, get your hands right, man. For some reason, it can't see that drive. And this just happened in the last stream, and I don't see anybody else reporting it on the Mix It Up Discord. So my thought is either no one's doing this, or it's just, I don't know, some quirk of my machine. But here's the exciting thing. I have run into this problem dozens, hundreds of times over the years. There's never been a solution. It's just a fundamental way that Windows works. I thought. It turns out that there's actually a registry key you can set. I'm going to get you the name in case anybody else has been in this situation. Okay, it's called Enable Linked Connections. I'm just going to put that in chat there. If anybody else is ever in this situation, just Google that. You can find the registry key path. If you turn that on and then reboot, it solves this problem. And this is the first time I've ever come across this for all these years. Why is the registry a mistake? On Linux, you'd be editing one of 150,000 possible config files. What is that? The registry is fantastic. It's a continuously available binary database with configuration, so you can get stuff out. You could ask the system how it should be configured at essentially zero cost at any moment. So I don't know what you're on about. Anyway, so this solved the problem, and that's my story. Moving on, let's cover some other subjects. Here we go. Let's see. What has happened to me lately that is funny? Right. Okay, so Facebook Marketplace. Oh, boy. As I said a couple streams ago, I love spending time on Facebook Marketplace. There's so much shit on there that's just inexplicable. It's a view into people's lives, and the way that people live is amazing. And one of the things that's great about FBM is that however its damn algorithm works, it will surface things that I've already seen. Just like at intervals just wide enough for me to laugh at them again. And so the one that came up several months ago, yeah, we are going to play Marathon, the original Marathon, not the new one. Somebody asked earlier if this is the old or the new one. We're doing the old one. I mean, I could do the new one if everyone wants, if you want to vote for it, but we're probably going to do the old one at least for a bit. Anyway, all right, here we go. This fucking listing sends me. This thing absolutely sends me. I mean, first off, it does say gay. All right, let's just get that out of the way. Let's go ahead and just zoom in here to this product that is being sold on Facebook Marketplace right now. It's really good. I love it, right? And I do want this on my wall, but what I really like is the description on the side that says, vintage door display, gay clip combs from a company called Gay Products Company of Atlanta, I believe from the 30s, 50s, at a time when gay meant something different. I love the fact that this person, this Craig Lander here, shit, you'd think this is supposed to be on Craigslist, Ayo, is clearly, some stripe of homophobe, probably in sort of the soft, gentle, neutral way that so many people are. That I get. But the fact that he's using like scare quotes around the old definition of it, it meant something different, if you know what I mean, is just, it kills me. It kills me. I'm sure it's a family name. I have no doubt it's a family name, right? But it just, it used to mean something different. It's really good. Anyway, there's another picture, by the way, for this listing, and it just makes me want these things even more. I don't know if those are like, we got these like PSA grading boxes or whatever, but I just, yes, it's really good. Oh, it's so good. Oh, okay, I'm hearing that there's a set of pencils out there that says a guaranteed gay product. Holy shit. Wow. We don't deserve this. We don't deserve this. Let's see, does this one say that? Oh, it totally says that. Toothbrushes, a guaranteed gay product. Fantastic. Fantastic. Okay. Well, my temptation because I was thinking about buying these for the bit, but they want $95. They're in Lake fucking Stevens. So, anyway, great shit. And on the topic of homosexuality, so last stream, we were talking about this idea that I had, this idea that I stole. Are you $95 gay? This is the opposite of gay for pay. This is willing to pay for gay. You know what? It's really funny too, because I flipped over to a news feed earlier and just saw I just saw a headline that said that gay pride festivals are falling apart because they can't get enough corporate sponsors. And I just thought that was, oh, what a tangled web we've woven here. Be talking about the new marathon. Anyway, really good. So last stream I was talking about the idea of making new merch on the basis of one of my friends invented the incredible word LGBTTY, which I immediately decided to steal. I will go ask him if if this is okay before I produce anything. But I've been thinking, like, God, can I do something with this? And so I've been workshopping it because, like, so here's the problem. I started dinking around with various mock-ups, just like, simple ideas, because, like, this is what you want it to, you want it to be something straightforward, right? Like some stickers would be good. And so I started poking around, but the problem is this is a real this is a real graphic design is my passion type risk space, right? You could really hose this one up. So I did. Let's see. So I thought about just like the simplest thing possible, which is just like a die cut sticker like that. And here's the problem I have with it. Just by itself, the trouble is that LGBT is uppercase, but if you put it in lowercase as you need to in order for it to read as a Linux device name, it doesn't really scan anymore, I feel. Right? In mixed case, that's not going to work either. I was thinking about switching out the font, trying to get one that's got more of an L to the L. But that and also the fact that like it's really easy to read this as just LGB TTY, and to stand there and like not get it, right? So immediately just trouble. I was just digging around briefly with just like, okay, what if we gay it up, right? Let's do the pride thing. I'm like, okay, it sells better, but, or rather, it scans better as a pride sticker, but like it doesn't wash. That doesn't work. And then yeah, like somebody was suggesting like the gay terminal, so I was sort of mocking that up, just trying to figure out, can I put something? And honestly, I think this almost works better. Oh, I forgot to make the text there uppercase, but still, it's just it's a problem. I haven't figured it out yet. It's a tough nut to crack, so I'm still working on that. I totally want to do it, but yeah, it's hard. Thought I'd update you on that. Here's a picture that's in my folder. I don't remember if I posted this when we first started playing Marathon, but somebody uploaded this to the Link Slayer. I did try making it LGBTTY1, and it does not read any better. In fact, it kind of reads worse. Adam, the problem with that is that because it's a pun, if anything that splits the word, like whether it's color, case, font, whatever, causes you to stop parsing it as two words that share a letter. This is a really big problem. And so, yeah, it's really tough. It's a tough. If I'm interested in ideas, but yeah, I haven't figured it out yet. Anyway, but yeah, somebody uploaded this picture to the Steam gallery, community gallery for the new Marathon. No, I'm sorry, for the classic Marathon. And I can't stop thinking about it just because I know this must be a meme image, right? Because the surrounding, like this house situation is ludicrous, and so I'm sure that this bit is all over Reddit or whatever. Unfortunately, this is exactly how Classic Marathon feels. every time you roll up on one of these dudes, this is exactly how it feels. You just feel like, oh, sorry, man. Oh, sorry. Didn't know you were in there. Every time you find a fucking compiler, it looks like they're taking a piss and you just walked in, the door was open, you know? Anyway, I think this is, I don't know where this picture is from, but my guess is it's one of those pictures of like a new make house, because it looks like there's a staircase over to the far left over there. So I think this is one of those situations where just the way they architected this house put like a weird, dumb little negative space up here at the top of the stairs, and rather than solve it in any sort of sane way, they decided to this. Yeah. So probably somebody took this picture of their confusing new, rental, like 8 years ago, that's just been bouncing around Reddit, confusing the shit out of people ever since. Let's see. Other things I wanted to talk about. Hey, so the IBM PCAT, the 5170, these things are shockingly hard to find. It's kind of amazing. The video I'm doing right now, the script I've been working on for months, and have completely rewritten all 20,000 words. Holy shit. The script I've been working on is based on a modified PCAT, and I got to a point in the process where I'm like, God, I could really use the real thing to compare to. No one has one locally. I have never seen one in person, and it's actually kind of important because the PCAT is just subtly different enough from virtually every clone that I would really like to have an actual. Yeah, Adam, the Tempest video. I would really like to have an actual AT and I cannot find one. They're on eBay for about $200, which is too damn much. And
Where is it?
Kargarok, no, this would not fit a modern motherboard. You could fit a baby AT drive in here, but that's it. Or baby AT motherboard, but not an ATX board. And the device below the 5.25 inch floppy is an early 3.5 inch floppy. They were often left justified when they were first being made because nobody had decided what to do with that yet. Wave, no, that is like probably that sounds very much not in my my wheelhouse, I'm afraid. Yeah, DJ, you nailed it. That's pretty much it. Like, it's not that people didn't upgrade; it's that a minority of people bought actual 5170s. A lot of people got clones. I don't know about a minority, but the XT remained extremely popular, well up through the 80s and really early 90s to a certain extent. And so a lot of people never bought 286s. And those that did often bought clones. So finding an actual straight up AT or one of the early nearly identical AT clones is really, really tough. And the funny thing about this is, do you want to know why this is such a problem for me? One very specific reason. You see the drive bays there on the front? You notice how there's only 2 drives? That was universal, or I'm sorry, that was almost specific to the AT. Once you get to the clones, like a year or 2 later, they started putting a 3rd drive bay in there. And I really wanted to make the point that the original machine only had 2 drive bays. Or, well, by the standards of the time, 1 drive bay, but we won't get into that. It's comically difficult. Or has been for me to find a machine that's set up like this. There were a lot of AT clones at first that also had 2 drive bays, right? But none of them. I've never seen one on the secondary market. Never seen a single one. Okay.
Where is it?
But the really funny thing about this is, it was a really yes, Adam. It's technically a full height bay because at this point they still had full height drives. But it's what we would think of as 3 bays. But the funny thing about this is, the AT actually had 3 bays. If you look, this isn't technically a 5170. This is a 5171, which is a lightly Tempest modified version, but we won't get into that. It's the same exact chassis as a normal AT. Notice that we've got 2 5.25 inch floppies, and then under that plate, if you take that off, there's a 3rd bay down there. And the reason for this is at the time that the AT came out in 1984, all hard drives were still full height. You couldn't get a half height one. So in the dead center there's a plate you could take off, and that's the internal hard drive bay. So you could put a single full height drive in there. But if you wanted to add a second drive, because the largest one you could get at the time was 20 megs, and so if you wanted more storage, the only way to get more was to add another drive. You could take the second floppy drive, if so equipped, out of the machine and take off that plate down there and put a second full height hard drive under the first 5.25 inch drive. And because that was the only thing you could conceivably put in there, IBM decided to hide the 3rd bay, quote unquote, behind the front bezel. So there's only enough cutout for 2. But there is actually a 3rd bay down there. And so clone vendors just shrugged and started exposing it through the faceplate, just put a blank over it, which was definitely the right thing to do. But it's just kind of a bummer because I can't, I would have loved to show this off in the video, but I just cannot seem to get a machine. So if anybody knows where I could get a 5170 within about 48 hours, let me know. Anyway, full height is a full height drive is the height of 2 CD-ROMs. There you go. Like what we think of as a single 5.25 inch bay, that is technically called a half height drive. And by and large, half height drives have not existed since like 1986, something like that. They pretty much disappeared at that point. But I do have, on the topic of hard drives, however, I did want to show y'all, I did find one other entertaining, bizarre Right, yeah, exactly. A full size drive would take the middle and the bottom bay. Exactly. I did find an absolutely bizarre device. I don't have the photo from when I got it, but so this thing here is called a here we go. I didn't get this thing. I just found it in the wild and I thought it was fascinating. This is called what is it? Arapaho? I think that's how it's pronounced. 7110. And this thing is bizarre. So you might be familiar with the phenomenon of removable platter hard drive. That is things like the Jazz Drive and a lot of other. Here, I'll type it in chat and see what it. Yeah, like the Native Tribe. Yeah, yeah. It's sort of like a click disk or a Jazz Drive. Basically, it has. You flip down this front panel. You put in a cartridge that has a single hard drive platter in it, and then you turn it on, and a hard drive head flips out and reads the thing. Right? Yeah, it's like a SideQuest. Exactly. There's a whole bunch of different companies did this. This one is interesting because it is a hybrid. The bottom. So like you can see the top half there. You can see the cavity where the cartridge goes into. And then below that is a normal fixed disk sharing the same spindle. So this has one removable and one non-removable platter. I have no idea why. I don't know what the value here is. But this company seemed pretty proud of it. This thing is SCSI based, and yeah, applying fixed / removable technology. I have not looked into this thing yet, so maybe it just explains right here. Manufacturers can interchange media to. Okay, so this explains why you might want a removable platter hard drive, and that's fine. What I don't get is why you'd want the fixed platter as well. I don't get it. A fast access device combining data storage, backup, and archiving capabilities with benefits of file transportability. That's fine, but why wouldn't it be? I mean, I guess it saves you money because you're going to have a fixed disk anyway. So why not share one expensive motor and like spindle controller between the two of them? It's it's really something. It's really something. Yeah, I guess, yeah, you'd share the mechanics, I suppose. But it does feel a little bit like a toaster fridge. Yeah. Okay, so this was common in minicomputer drives. I knew that lots of minicomputer drives had removable platters, but I thought it was the entire platter stack. I didn't know that they also had fixed platters, if that's what we're talking about. So, yeah, fucking just thought I'd show that to you because I've never seen anything like it. Anyway, we should play Marathon. I don't know how that sounded, by the way, because that was me making that noise, but it might have sounded like a cool filter effect or corrupted codec situation. But no, that was me. Anyway,
Audio Jungle.
All right, let me. Oh, was the Bernoulli drive an iOmega product? I had not known that. All right, well, anyway. Yeah, so last time here on Marathon, I was having a real hard time with Cool Fusion, and I could not remember exactly how we got through it, but so I had to look up a video, and now I do remember. So we're gonna. Okay, this is really disorienting. I have to minimize OBS here. Oh, that's so much better. All right. So let's see. Yeah. Last time on Marathon, just sort of a little hole here. Wait a minute. Is this the way back? That's totally where we came in. Oh, isn't that an yeah, it's an elevator. But gotta wait for the stair builder, if you will. There we go. Okay, so we have to hit a button somewhere, and it's not up there. We have to hit a button to make that elevator go down. Where the hell is it? Oh, I remember now. Okay, yeah, this is all timing shit. Door stuck. That's true. Okay, so that's on. So we hit that. We go this way. I'm really looking forward to Marathon racking up even more timing puzzles as time goes on. I'm super thrilled about that. All right, so we got 38 round mags for the pistol. We've got 52 round mags for the rifle. 6 grenades, and then are we just? And I think okay, yeah, we're out of batteries. So, all right. Oh, and then so. Yeah, this game more or less has a non-Euclidean geometry thing going on, and yeah, apparently ran fine on well, for values of fine on like 68020s, I want to say. Yeah, no, Gaze. Hello, Cube. Gaze is accurate. All right, so I don't think this thing's going back up on its own. Let's try. Okay. As soon as I step off of this to flip the other one, it's going to go up. There we go. Okay, it was that switch. Okay, and then we go this way. And then what should have happened by now, because I think it's persistent. Yep, there we go. Yeah, this is the exit, and it will smush you against the ceiling, so we're going to wait for that to come back down. Oh, right, I was inventorying my ammo. Oh, yeah, that was the thing I was going to say. So I learned that a tactical error that I've been making is... Ow! A tactical error I've been making is that... Oh, that's right. Hey, so I was reviewing the VOD, and I felt like it was a little loud. I feel like the game audio was a little loud. Does everyone agree? Should I turn it down a bit? It seemed a little spicy to me. Anyway, so a tactical error I've been making is that... Oh, Lord. I am on... Oh, okay, this is what happened to me last time. Volume's fine? Okay. Just, like, compared to my voice, it feels like it's kind of loud compared to my voice. Wait, are they fighting each other? They are. Wait, there's infighting in this game? What the hell? Huh. Well, anyway... It does duck when I talk, but I felt like it was a little loud. Okay, so I think we have to run over the end to get the thing started. It's really weird because there's no reason at all to stand on any of these other than the one at the end. Also, I just discovered a bug in the engine, and when we come back, I'm going to show it to you. It's got to be a bug in Aleph 1, but maybe it's some sort of ambiguity in the way the renderer works. So we'll do that. Okay. Come back up here. The thing I keep trying to say and then not finishing the sentence is, so I was told that if you run at a guy and punch them when moving at full running velocity, you'll do a shitload of damage. And I could not seem to get that to work. Well, it turns out... Oh, the bug I thought I saw does not exist. Okay, we'll move on. It turns out the problem is, the reason this was not working for me is because so if you run at something and you hit it and then punch, your velocity drops to 0 before you have a chance to hit them. So what I was doing most likely is thumping into them and then punching. But you have to punch while you're still moving so that the animation... So that the hitbox appears, basically, before your velocity stops. There's a bit of a trick to this, I'm told. So, okay, this time we will try not to get squashed. Hey! Well. Ow! Ow! You know what? That is so little health, I'm actually going to go hit the terminal. So, I just sort of assumed, based on how, basically every later game with a health terminal worked, which, now that I think about it, I think the next one, Okay, I'm suddenly thinking about this. What is the next game after this with a health terminal? Well, I guess I think there were a number of sci-fi games that did it, like System Shock, but the one that I think put the concept in the general like public mind was Half-Life with the HEV and health stations. In any case, though, Half-Life, and I think every other game that's ever done this, really, the health stations had limited capacity. You couldn't just nurse on them all day. And so they were essentially, for all intents and purposes, the health stations in games are med kits that you have to go to, and you can't take the whole thing with you, which, it's kind of a bummer, right? But it makes sense as a game mechanic. Anyway, so I keep expecting that to be the case here, but if it is, I have never managed to run one of these things out. Also, why is this compiler just missing me over and over? I'm standing right in front of him. Did that? I got him, right? Jesus. These things are terrifying. All right. Boom. Yeah, so, okay, there are apparently a couple other 4 that we haven't encountered yet. The report indicated that this new 4 fired only upon other 4 and never on humans. The crew who saw them referred to them as enforcers. Okay, I can't wait to meet them. And the other alien was named Hunter. Fires an energy weapon from its shoulder. Okay, I don't remember what the, didn't we run into the... I know we ran into a big boy. I guess that wasn't a hunter? I thought it was. Okay, well, fair enough. Okay, the health stations are unlimited. Okay. We're going to the G-Force Sunbathing Landing Station. Absolutely delightful. I can't wait to begin my my vacation at the G-Force Sunbathing Landing Station. Bung. All right. I've determined the alien ship must have a faster-than-light drive, because I found no record of a ship entering the Tau Ceti system. Considering how extensive the Marathon sensors are, it would be almost impossible to conceal a ship as big as the Fours, which is nearly 2 kilometers long. Okay, yeah, so this is when Leela decides to send a distress call to Earth. And it's also where we get introduced to the vacuum mechanic in the game. So, there's an oxygen supply outlet in the middle of the station. So we're here at the north end. Upper left corner, parentheses, of the map. Alright, so we need to get over there. This is the dish array. This area's doors are not functioning properly. I wonder why that is. Huh. I wonder if we'll ever find out why the doors aren't working correctly.
Yeah.
Huh. I'm sure it's not relevant to the plot in any way, to be honest. Really weird lighting situation going on here. Really, Anyway, we'll save that again. What message are they trying to send with this lighting situation? I'm not sure. Yeah, well, anyway. Alright, so... Oh, wow. So... I don't think that's a compiler, right? Because he's not firing the, It's not the same weapon, I don't think. Oh! Whoops. Wait a minute. Was that an alt fire? What did I just do there? Oh, right. Yeah, okay, I think this is... okay, so that probably just, the shift key just duplicates the right mouse button. Okay, that's what's going on. I was trying to run, and I forgot that run in this game is left control. The controls of this thing are... Oh, I didn't realize those guys had grenades. Okay. The controls of this game are still very strange from a modern perspective. There's so much that's solidified after this came out. Owie! Owie! Yeah, I guess the doors aren't working so well, are they? Oh! Okay, I was right. Yeah, they do have different color projectiles. Oops. Wait a minute. Am I out of all other ammo? I blew through all of my machine gun ammo? Really? No, that can't be right. What the hell's going on here? What? Why don't I have my assault rifle? Is it because I'm in space? It's because I'm in space, isn't it? I didn't realize we were already into that part of the game. So wait, the pistol works in space, but the assault rifle doesn't? I mean, sure, alright. And yeah, I guess that's space up there. Okay, fair enough. Okay, well, at least we know where the O2 station is. Let me finish working the, oh, hello. Well, something opened. I can't seem to re-trigger that. So is that permanent, or is whatever it is still moving? Probably the first one. Yeah, it does look like a barcode scanner. You're absolutely correct about that. Yeah, that's the Zeus class fusion pistol. All right, so let's. Oh, wow, that sure is a lot of fusion batteries. Well, that'll make things a little easier. Boy, I wish I'd gone over there in the first place. Okay, so we can't open this. Wow, these guys just like, they don't really produce any, there's no feedback when you shoot them, right? Okay. Okay, so I flipped that, and I can't flip it again, so whatever it does, I guess it did it. And then... Oh. Probably opened this. Let me go over here and see if this goes back to the Narthex. That, by the way, is a... I think I don't remember if I was talking about the talking about this before, but I grew up Catholic, and I never stopped thinking about a lot of the weird terminology that you just sort of take for granted. Oh, hello. Okay. Oh, is this like a secret area or something? I guess I'll take that save. I never stopped thinking about some of the weird terminology you just sort of take for granted, and one of them is that the outer section of a church before you get into the, you know, I don't remember what they call it, but the place where church happens is called the Narthex. And I don't know if this is a distinct thing in Catholic churches or if they all have them, but I've never stopped thinking about this word. It is a fascinating word. It's just like, it just comes from some Latin, naturally, but who just made that? There we go. It's like, who's making Murloc noises over here? There we go. Alright, so we've got 25 times 8 rounds for the pistol, and then 7 fusion batteries, an airlock. Oh, no kidding. So are we going to get air in here then? Oh, shit. Okay, the new strat, just let them chew through their own guys. Could have sworn somebody was standing there, but... Alright. I can't tell if my oxygen is still going down or not. Well, it must be. I'm definitely outdoors. So I guess that's an airlock between 2 depressurized areas. Which is a really funny trick you can play in a sci-fi game that I'd never thought about before. What a hilarious trick to play on the player. Oh, great, I found an airlock. Goes through. It's still fucking vacuum on the far side. We love our jokes and tricks. Okay, so this is where I came down. So, is there anything else I can do to... I think this area is just... I don't think anything happens here. Did I hit a switch down here? I can't remember. Well, whatever. Anyway. God, I feel like there must be secret doors that I could open. Okay, so let's go through here. I guess... Oh, yeah, well, it's not much of an airlock if you can open both doors! Alright, let's get back out here and... Oh, hello! So, did we find a new area then? Or is this... Whoa! Oh, hello! Now that's a big boy. Well, I guess he's not that big. Oh. So, is this a new area, or do these guys all just spawn in? I think they spawned in, because No, this is where I was before. Who's flipping switches? Oh boy. Uncomfortable. No, awkward. Oh, damn it. Whew. Yeah, as far as I know, they got the term Fruitiger from that guy. Yes, that is the origin of it. Now, don't get me started on this topic. Airlock. Oops. Again, that was advantageous. Oh no! Ah, shit! Okay, let's do better this time. I recommend we do better this time. Just my take. Okay, so I hit switches, but I don't think I had done all this yet, so I think I have to come down here and do this. So, boy, the temptation to just waste the rest of this mag just to reload it. Wow, this is, I don't think this is, you know what, just go ahead and kill me so I can reload. Alright. Okay. 7 fusion batteries. Well, there's so little left in the mag, I might as well just waste it. There we go. Wow. Those guys hit scan really fast. Okay.
Weapon.
There's a guy here, right? I'm such a big fan of the fusion pistol noise. It's really good. The charging sound is terrific. Okay, now let's see. If I want health, the place to get it is up there. There's a balcony up there that's got a health station on it. So I should go check that out. Do the bullshit airlock that doesn't work. Yes, Fruitiger Arrow came from Carrie, which is literally just 6 people hanging out in a Discord, and I don't have anything against those people. I want to be completely clear about this. They're just a few people having fun. There's absolutely nothing wrong with the thing that they're doing. However, it does bug me when that a tremendous number of people basically looked at that and went like, oh. So first off, they looked at that and went, oh, okay, there's a name for this, and that is the official name that everyone agrees on, when in fact that had not happened. But the other thing that bothers me is that is the only term that anyone took from that. Nobody is saying the Carrie people, they coined like 60 different fucking words. Like they came up with names for a whole bunch of this stuff, and I don't like any of them personally, but like that's just a taste thing, right? No one had a name for these things, right? And like it's not like art movements were named by the people who made them. Like I don't think anybody making Art Deco said Art Deco. I think it was people writing about them who did that. And then maybe later on people who adopted that may have started using the term while it was still in vogue, but I doubt that any of them looked at it and said like, oh yeah, that's definitely what I've been doing this whole time. I think probably they looked at it and went, oh, you're labeling the thing I'm doing? Well, fuck you, but all right. And then, just realized that, well, if I don't call it that, no one's going to know what I'm doing. I might as well, use the marketable name. But having said that, wait, do I have 2 pistols now? That sure appears to show. Hello. How long have I had 2 pistols? Well, no matter. Anyway, didn't I find a damn health terminal in here somewhere? Where is that thing? assuming I did find it. Let's look around a little bit, see if we can find that, and if not, I'm just gonna save. If I can remember where the hell the beginning is, isn't it? Shouldn't it be like over here? I guess there is a map I could look at. Anyway, though, yeah, so just like, you know, if I'm honest, I don't like the mouthfeel of Rudiger Arrow. I don't like that. I'm sorry to the people who coined it. I've got nothing against you personally. We just disagree. What bugs me is just this phenomenon that occurred where a whole shitload of people all went, did you know there was always a name for this, and that this was that name, and that name definitely didn't appear like 6 months ago from like 4 people in a Discord? Okay, I have to be honest with myself, right? That most likely this is how every art movement gets named. I would guess that is how this usually goes, and that there's always some asshole doing what I'm doing. Just that seems really likely. But also, if that's the way it always is, then I'm happy to be the person going through it, because it just bugs the shit out of me. And like that and just the fact that, like, again, these folks did name a whole bunch of other styles, and no one refers to any of them. The only thing anybody wants to talk about is, you remember what the fucking Mac looked like? And there were a lot of styles going on at that time, and these folks named a whole bunch of them, several of which I am a lot more intrigued by. And so, yeah, it's just, it's a petty thing, but it's difficult not to be irritated by it. Just because, like, what it is, as somebody who has spent a good chunk of their life interested in this stuff, you know, before it was cool, as it were. Oh, this is a new area. There's items in the middle, and let's go down here. It's either a new area or it just like randomly populated items into an area I'd been before. Maybe, wait, can we look at the map here? Oh, shit, I didn't realize there were 4 identically shaped sections. Well, that changes how I explore the ship. Well, anyway, when you've spent your whole life interested in something, and then like a whole bunch of new people flood into it, and come to a lot of the wrong conclusions that you could have or did at one point, but like successfully defeated before you could do any damage with them. And then a bunch of new people flood in and just like find all those and then just latch onto them, and now that's the new narrative. It's frustrating. And the fact that it's just like a very normal human problem, and one that can be solved through mechanisms that we're already familiar with, such as talking to each other, doesn't really dull the irritation in the middle of it, right? And so, and again, it's like I'm standing here bitching about this. It's like, well, then do I think there shouldn't be a name for this stuff? No, of course I do. Like, I'm never going to be able to stop being mad about the fact that it's that one. and not for any of its own merits, but just solely because of this initial pang of frustration, right? Which is really what, you know, that's why I said don't get me started instead of, okay, now let me tell you how I feel about this, because I don't think I'm right. I think I'm a prick. And I think that if I had not heard the phrase Art Deco by the time, it's the only art movement I can think of right now, forgive me. I can't even think of the other one that people constantly confuse with Art Deco. If I had not heard the phrase Art Deco like 1,000 times by the time I was 8, I would maybe think that's a pretty silly word. And if I was one of the people who was making that stuff, I might find it an insulting word because it just doesn't. Damn it! I can imagine somebody feeling that their work was devalued and minimized by applying that term to it. Like, I can picture that. I can picture a person feeling that way because, like, the semiotics of language are so fucking fragile. Oh my god, there's so much I have to do again. The semiotics of language are just so fucking fragile, and, you know, the way that words feel changes from minute to minute and context to context. And so, you know, I guess it would be like, it's a different, what it is Billy Joel, I'm sure, was born William, right? Sorry, assigned William at birth. The second joke that I could tell here is he says his name is Bill. I'm sure he's Bill or Billy or Mac or Buddy. No, I'm sorry. He says his name is William. I'm sure he's Bill or Billy or Mac or Buddy. He's playing ugly to me, and I wonder if he's ever had a... What is that, a nice day? What are the fucking lyrics to... Oh, I wonder if he's ever had a day of fun in his whole life. That's the lyrics. God, I can't remember the classics. Anyway, but yeah, so I always think about the fact that probably... So two things. This is something I was thinking about the other day. Billy Joel is the most unlikely celebrity, the most unlikely, like, famous musician in history. The guy looks like a dork. He looks like a schlub by the standards of fame. And he plays the piano, and he does, like, a style of music that just you would not think would be very cool, and yet everybody agrees. Just like everybody everywhere agrees that this guy is cool as hell. And I think it's such a victory for humanity and schlubs for this guy's career to have popped off the way it did, because like everybody knows at least 5 Billy Joel songs and loves them not grudgingly, and then many people know more, right? Just like guy has a shockingly big and successful career. When you step back and look at like the way he looks and the way he sounds, just does not seem very likely, right? And that's terrific. But then I think about the fact that him and several other, famous musicians named Billy are probably responsible for that name sounding a lot less childish in pop culture. Like, that's, to me, putting the Lee on the end of a name is a diminutive. That makes it, more of a name you'd call a 6-year-old in my head. And then you grow up and you drop that, right? And as time has gone on, I've, discovered that, a lot of people don't feel that way. But I feel like probably a lot more people did before some of let's save here. Before some very famous, successful people got famous and successful with names that sounded that way. So anyway, similarly, right now, the idea, if I had been responsible for making any of the things that people are calling Frutiger Arrow, I would be furious that someone was calling my work that. Despite the fact that, tastes have changed over the years, and that, the energy that was being, the cultural vibes that were being summed up by those styles of hyper positivity and futurism that were massive in the 90s and to an extent 2000s, when those movements, if you will, were really in full swing. Despite the fact that, like, I think if I were in that position, let's go down here because there's enemies. That must be a new area. If I were in that position, it might be a little bit of the like, oh yeah, it was the 2000s, we were just like that. There's got to be a lot of people who feel a little embarrassed about some of the art that they did in their career back then. But all the same, there's probably a lot of people who aren't, and just think that it looks cool and does not need to be diminished by having a silly name attached to it. Which, look, that's just how I feel about it, right? But that will probably change, in time. And I have the strong feeling that an awful lot of people who are applying that term don't feel that it's a diminutive. Don't feel that it's sort of backhanded and mocking the way that I do. And so again, this is one of those things where, man, you just really, you really got to have some discipline about this stuff and not, holy shit. Well, that's a situation I'm in. I guess I just have to fire this. There's no way to unload it. That's really frustrating. Sorry. Give me just 1 second. No, I don't want to cancel the game in progress. Actually, I guess I can't. Well, whatever. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
Goodbye.
Okay, sorry about that. I love that this level is giving me grenades that I cannot use. Yeah, I mean, like, it's a good point, right, about the optimism of that era, because sorry, is that where I need to be? That's where I need to be, right over there. So let me see if I can work my way over there. Would it be through here? Through there. Sure is. Whenever I press the button and it snaps right back out like that, I wonder, like, did it work? But I think it did. Anyway, so having lived through the 90s and 2000s when this stuff was in vogue and was like the dominant visuals, you know, not just visual, but just like the dominant mood of culture, from like 96 onward, for about, I don't know, pretty much until 9/11, right? But to a certain extent for a while afterwards. The dominant mood in culture was one of just unlimited possibility, and there was this really, really strong feeling that the real future was coming, that the end of history, that the singularity, that that all the, you know, cyberspace and ultra, you know, sci-fi futures were going to become real very shortly. You know, there was the sort of the misfires of the okay. Oh, okay. Those buttons are opening. Those buttons are opening those half-broken doors. That's what's going on. So after I hit one of those, I have to go back up and wander around the hub until the narthex, until I find another door that's open that wasn't before. That's where those compilers keep coming from. That makes sense. Anyway, there was such a right. There was of course there was a lot of intensely pessimistic media in the 90s. However, I don't think that that's a fair way to look at it. Reason being, if somebody talks about, like, if you listen to somebody talking about the 60s, they'll, you know, just sort of reflexively say, they'll sort of reflexively start talking about, you know, hippie stuff and the, you know, free love and, you know, all this. That was not the only thing going on at the time. By any means. There was a lot of extremely capitalist, extremely, hang on a second. Why can't I air? Sir? Air? No? Okay, alright. Well, anyway, this switch finally worked, so let's go see what that opened. Probably this door over here, right? There was a lot of, you know, art being made in the 60s that was just sludge, just like pop, you know, the same old, right? There was an awful lot of stuff being made in every era that runs the gamut of, you know, optimism, pessimism, materialism, you know, just everything. And so the 90s, we had grunge, which was, you know, some of the most nihilistic and just outright depressed and depressing stuff possible. Let's see. Okay, so the dish array is, once you reach it, reset all four. Okay, so I am trying to, oh, no, that's definitely the door I need to get through. Okay, so I still have to just keep digging until I find a way to open that door. Anyway, we simultaneously had grunge, and we had, you know, the extreme optimism of, or I should say, we had a what I would call a revolution in pop music, in terms of just, you know, upbeat, you know, upbeat shit without a care in the world. Now, where did you come from? and the same goes for every other form of art, both pop and corporate and otherwise. Yeah, I mean, there's always every. Oh, that's a bug. That's not supposed to be there. I wonder if that was always there. They just applied the wrong texture here. In every era, you've got every type of expression going on. However, when people refer to the optimism of the 90s, they are referring to a distinct feeling of optimism that was common at the time. There was a, not perhaps unique, but certainly, no, there was a distinct feeling going on at that time that had not existed before. It was a new feeling, and people were deeply affected by it. I certainly remember. What could I be missing at this point? I feel like I've been everywhere. Yeah, there was an awful lot of really bubbly saccharine music in the 90s, and then we also had fucking... Whoa! Again, where did you come from? And then we also had really depressed shit. And so the same goes to everything else. We had movies, and we had, TV, and we had writing, and we had just general, vibes in culture running the whole gamut. But when people were being optimistic, when they were being upbeat, and when they were being and when they were being, how to characterize this, excited. What the fuck? Excited about the future in a corporate way, if you will, because I think this is an important way to think about things. The business response to the vibes of the era was to, oh, they could go up? What the fuck? Huh. Was to lean very heavily on this idea that the future was right around the corner and that everything was going to be okay. And so there were an awful lot of TV commercials that I remember, TV and magazine and billboards and everything else, that were heavily themed around, sci-fi robots and, people living in like, a parody of the 1960s home of the future. This was something you saw in advertising a lot in those days. And, sometimes it was selling you a stereo, sometimes it was just Sony style. But a lot of the time, this was just a theme. There was, oh, okay, there's a lot of these guys here, so let's go down here and see what's going on. Again, where did you all come from? Have I just never been in this particular area? That seems hard to believe. Man, these pistols are cool, but not as cool as they looked when I first... Oh, wait. Oh, okay. Okay, so this is not a new area, but it's one I have not been in a while. And I'm seeing more enemies file out of this hallway here. So what do we got going on here? So did they come from over here? Oh. That's where I need to fucking go, I bet. Oh yeah, I don't know that I've been here before. I don't know that I ever dropped down into this particular area. Also, hello. Oh, okay, that just takes us there. Okay, so let's get over here and find where we need to be to do this jump. And it's... Okay, so... Oh, so it... Ah, shit. So it shows a connection there. It shows a hallway there that I don't think actually exists. Alright, so we're trying to get to Satellite Relay, and I don't actually need to open that last door to do it, is what I'm seeing. So, unless the only way to get to that spot is to open that door, which could be the case, but let's go find out. I feel like if there had been a jump that easy, I would have noticed it. Okay, so we're here again. Oh! Whoa! A door opened up here. That little passage was never opened before. Well, fuck me. Boy, marathon, eh? Alright, let's try it again. Let's press the issue. Anyway, though, I think all of this is sort of covering up the real topic, which to me is less about the specifics of this or any other movement, and more just, you know, my frustration with the way that information spreads mimetically, and people are just so prone to saying, oh, here's the final answer on this thing. Oops. Oh man, I can hear the fucking bullets blinking off his armor. It's real good, actually. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4. Did it? Yeah, okay, I think it did. I love this prop. This prop looks so bad. It's one of the worst assets in the whole game. I mean, I would have at least pointed the dish up, because it obviously can't get over that wall. Well, anyway. I guess what I would characterize this as is whenever a falsehood happens on the internet, whenever there's a misunderstanding of something, and it's something that's relevant to you, something that's, you know, where you're one of the people who knows about it or is associated with it, and then for the next week you have, you know, you're getting emails and you're getting, you know, IMs constantly from people going, hey, did you hear? And you're like, every single time you're like, yes, I heard. And once again, it is not the way you've been told it is. And it just sucks because, like, I can't decide if I would still feel this way if I liked the term Fruitiger Arrow more. And honestly, like, a lot of the other names that Carrie came up with, like, I also don't necessarily love. But again, I'm not sure that is possible. It may very well be the case that it's impossible to name an art movement anything good. It might be that all of them are actually very bad. Okay, so to teleport out, I am going to a terminal that's on the back side. So this is behind the satellite station on, like, the end of a wall? Huh. Okay. So it's down there, right? Yeah, it would seem to be down there. I don't remember ever seeing a fucking... I don't remember ever seeing a terminal down here. Oh, is it up there? It would seem to be right there. So we go up then. And then hopefully we can turn around. Yeah, exactly, right? Like, there's an ongoing thing, and this is not my beef, so I don't know, you know, I don't know the truth of it, but, like, I think, right, electronica is another term that got coined by, like, some fucking magazine or marketing agency or something like that, and every single person who has ever had that term applied to them, to what they make, detests it. It insists that there's no such thing, it doesn't mean anything, and that the only person who would ever say that word is a person who not only doesn't know what they're talking about, but does not care. And, you know, I get it, right? I can see where they're coming from. I have no idea what that what that would mean. You know, if you asked me to define what that was, I'm just going to shrug at you. I got nothing. Here it is. I found the terminal. Okay. Wow, how did I miss that earlier? You have done well. The message, I have sent all the information I have on the 4. The message will arrive in 92 years. Anyway, there's been a swift attack on the engineering section. We must defeat the 4 by subterfuge. The resources appear limitless. Oh, we gotta go rescue more Bobs. Let's see how that goes. Oh, this music. Let's go. Oh, we're meeting Durandal. Fuck yeah, let's go. Ah, I have different out to play. Fantastic. The game has finally started. Insanely yours, Durandal. Oh, it's good, actually. Zarea, I felt that the pictures that they present, like, as their examples, I feel that they... When I look at something, I feel like I could say, okay, yeah, this is the thing they were thinking of. So, I don't really have a problem. I mean, again... I didn't go to art school. I don't necessarily have a dog in this race, right? However, I have the very strong feeling that if you were to talk to just about any artist, about any art style, any movement, one of the first things they would start saying, if they were invested in that movement, is there's no such thing. And every time somebody says, "Oh, it has these properties and characteristics," I just have to point to one or two things and say, "Oh, then where are those properties here? Where are those characteristics here? Show me how these two pieces of art that you have labeled the same movement, show me how they are in any way connected." You can't, because they aren't. I promise you that is going on with every single named movement in history. All of them. Because the categorization of creative works is just a bad idea. And the reason it keeps happening is because, unfortunately, it is a thing where if you know it when you see it. And so you can get mad at it, right? You can get mad at it, but then if you take 10 people and sit them down in a room and show them, some of the work in question, and they all come back with the same consistent answer on what style, what movement it is, then do you really have a leg to stand on? The artists are right, but so are the consumers. And this is one of those things that it would not happen if it would not happen for no reason. People aren't getting it from nowhere. And a lot of the time when somebody says, like, "Oh, I don't like this word, it's meaningless," my response to that is, if it's meaningless, then how is it that so many people are able to communicate consistently using it? Those ideas are incompatible. And if you find yourself saying that, you're wrong. You're always wrong, inevitably. If you're saying this word doesn't mean anything, then... Wow, that sure is a lot of 4, isn't it? If you're saying this word doesn't mean anything, what is really going on is that you do not like the thing that people mean with it. And or you do not like having your work or your interests associated with that thing. It doesn't mean that thing doesn't mean something to the people who are saying it. This is such a consistent complaint among so many people for so long. And every time, the answer is, look, your mistake was in showing the public, your mistake was in interacting with the public in any way. Because as soon as you do that, you're going to be subject to their, oh, this is where I came up. Whoopsie. As soon as you do that, you're going to be subject to a worldview that is not your own. And I think one of the problems with being an artist is that... Oh, wait. Oh, God. Oh, no. Switches to go both ways. I mean, I guess that's what switch means. Ayo. The real frustration of being an artist is dealing with the collision between how you see things and how other people do. which sounds trite, but like what I'm saying is, it is such a common phenomenon, I think, for artists to make a piece of work that to them means something specific, and then show it to other people who see something completely different, and then go, no, fuck you, that's not what I meant. It's like, well, I'm sorry, bud, but that's what it means to them. And so I think as appreciators of art, we could run into the same problem. You can look at something. One of the tough things, right, about. Sorry, what switch opens that door? I do not know. Oh, maybe it's a line trigger, actually. Let's, I'll bet that's what it is. I bet we have to jump and then immediately run for the door, because we probably cross a line trigger that opens it. Let's try. Yep, that's it. Maybe not a good strategy. Man, it still is amazing to me that Bungie just cannot fuck up gunplay. It always feels good in their games, and it always has. Like, for all their problems, shooting guys always feels good, even when you're having a hard time with it. Anyway. I think one of the highest honors that can happen to you as an artist, really, is to present your work to people and have them get something completely different out of it than you did. It is deeply frustrating. It is always going to be, because the reason that you make art is because you felt something. Oh, that's such a cool door. You felt something and you wanted, oh, I don't like this. Do we think this is just a teleporter? Well, let's find out. It is. Okay. You felt something. You had an idea. You figured something out. Something that probably feels very important to you. And then you want to go share it with other people so that they have the same thought that you did. When you go do that, and the thought they have is different than yours, it feels like a failure. It feels like you fucked up. And the two ways to handle it are to get, well, the three ways to handle it are A, to get mad at yourself for fucking up, which is probably not valid because you probably didn't. Or to get mad at the public for misunderstanding, which is wrong because the purpose of art is to make people think new thoughts. The fact that it wasn't your thought is only your problem, not theirs. And the third option is to just accept that as long as you made somebody have a new idea, the fact that it wasn't your specific idea is not a tragedy. It's just perhaps unfortunate. Maybe you take another stab at communicating the same idea. Bungie has been telling the same story for fucking 35 years. My math is bad, but it's something like that. They keep telling the same story over and over and over and over. And there are people who didn't pick up on it until Destiny 2, or didn't pick up on it until Marathon 2026, or still fucking haven't. But they're going to keep on doing it over and over and over, because somebody over there has this idea. They figured out this thing, and they really want you to know about it. And then they tried to put it in Marathon, but only 25 people played that, because that's how many people own Max. And then they put it in 2 more Marathon games, because that was the best they could do. And it still didn't get as far out as they wanted. So then they got to make Halo. They're like, oh, fuck yeah, we got the backing of Microsoft. This will be huge. We'll put our ideas in there. And then they got fucking cut. And then they made Halo 2, and they said, oh, fantastic, we can finally get this in here. Let's do this fucked up storyline with the Arbiter and whatnot. And then all the critical parts of that got cut. And then they made Halo 3, and they tried to do it again. And then Halo 3 is just a shit show. It's just a mess. Like, every fucking moment when they're about to tell a pivotal part of the story, you can see a big chunk of cut content just slip by you. Ships passing in the fucking night. Right? And so there's like a guy over at Bungie who has just been seething for decades that he can't get this fucking idea into everyone's heads. But you just keep trying. Let me talk to Durandal. Notably unstable, Durandal. Okay, what's funny about this, for anybody who wasn't here earlier, P.S., if things around here aren't working, it's because I'm laughing so hard. That's actually true, because Durandal's in charge of all of the doors and elevators and kitchens on the ship. Every row, every column has to have the complete set of Bungie ideas once. Yeah, Bungie Sudoku. Yeah, that's perfect, Soraya. That's good. Yeah, Astral, like, Bungie has, if you look at all of Bungie's games, there is a consistent message in every single one of them. It may not be the most profound thing in the world, but they keep trying to tell the same story and just beefing it every time. It's astonishing. End message. All right. What are we? I'ma be living that good life. Oh, whoa! Where did you come from? Oh, why can they jump? It's really funny. It's so fucking funny. So I guess reading that released the compilers, which is, again, deeply comical. I love that they don't have any animation for going up. They just, boop, boy, go up. These are some of my favorite enemies in any game. They're so fucking scary, and then they're so fucking goofy. Oh, that's really funny. That turned off the lights. Or did, right? Oh, bullet. Or are those fusion batteries? I think those are fusion batteries. Let's check over here. Oh. Oh, hilarious. I think I'm expected to get on that platform there, and then when it goes up, I find out there's nowhere to go. But this one over here actually takes you up to the thing. Oh, no. Okay, I thought there was a hallway up there. I guess I have to go hit some switches more. Are we, there we go. Yeah, so, okay, to give you an example, Bungie came up with the concept of AIs going rampant in this game, I think. Like, it's in here, for sure. I just don't know for sure that it's not in fucking Pathways into Darkness. Anyway, they had this idea of AI rampancy in 1994 at the latest, okay? Because it could have been in Pathways, which I think was like 92, something like that. Wow, boy, the monster infighting here is really helping me. I am not fighting these guys. Yeah, outstanding, out-fucking standing. Yeah. Just fuck yourselves up. I love it. Ah! That one hit me. Nope. Yes! I won! God, what a cool game. There's nothing like that in Doom. Monster infighting in Doom was so limited that it almost never happened in the vanilla game. And when it did, you couldn't really leverage it. Boy, I could use some health. I would love a health terminal. Are you hearing me, Bungie? Also, the fact that the music sounds like fucking One-O-Trix Point Never is really enhancing things. Of course, who knows which direction that relationship goes. All right, what's down here? Oh my god! Oh, slow door! Slow door! Durandal is extremely funny! Oh, it's so good! Oh, it's... Oh. Perfect! Perfect! Perfect video game. No fucking notes. And hey, you know what? Hey, that's non-Euclidean. Look. That hallway goes right through the area we were just in. You can see it. Oh, what a mess. What?
300.
Oh, wait.
Megabytes.
Oh, mousing on the map rotates you in the real world. It's going back up. Wait, can we? Nope. Can't open it again. Slow door. This is the first time I've actually seen the non-Euclideanness of the game, which people are always talking about, illustrated. So thrilled about it. And this just drops you in the top of this corridor. Oh man, unfortunately the game is cracked and goated. Oh, that just deposits us in here. Oh, hilarious. Let's go back up if we can. I don't know if we can. Okay. I guess not. Yeah, well, the game's definitely goated. I'm detecting sauce. Oh shit. Isn't there a save platform in here? Nope. Okay, well then I better be ready. I love compilers. They're just standing there chilling. It's so good.
Audio Jungle.
Like all the enemies in the game, you can come up behind any enemy in the game, but the compilers, it just happens so frequently. Okay, well there's my health terminal. I don't. Oh hey, it's Leela. Maybe. Oh, in fact, we are transporting. Oh, a chapter break with some fucking DeviantArt art. No, I don't think the game, like Durandal does not gain reality-altering powers until infinity. I don't remember which one it is, but anyway, and at that point, I think it's just time travel. Oops, well, there's a Bob. There's my first dead Bob. Leela's gonna be so mad at me. I love these guys. Their design is so good. You know, I didn't have a chance to save, so this is pretty exciting. Oh, also, I saw. Oh shit! No, fuck off! Fucking Bobs! God damn it! Okay, that's it. I'm killing all Bobs. Now I understand. Now I understand why you're supposed to kill all Bobs immediately.
Don't do that.
I am now anti-Bob. I will kill all Bobs for the rest of my life. This is a fight on sight. Fuck you. Oh, 2x. Thank Christ. Was that an oxygen terminal to my left? It can't be.
Goodbye.
It is. Huh. Okay. Okay, so we got a save terminal up there, so I'd love to be up there. And actually, to that end, I don't see a way to get up there. This looks like a platform elevator, though, so maybe these can all be lowered by a switch somewhere? Let's go find out. Or die. Oh. Is this a bathroom? This has got to be a bathroom. It feels like a bathroom. See all that tile? Oh. Shitty bathroom. Or, wait. No? No secret door. You're kidding me. You're going to put in a room like this and no secret door. I mean, there'll be a door there later, but that's hardly the point. Oh, you can one-shot him with the charged fusion pistol. That's good to know. This music's really good. I love that I just loaded up the fusion pistol, then who gets it? Bob. Fuck this guy. Oh, thank God it's... I like the noises they make. The noises are very good. Creature. It's a pro creature individual. Okay, let's see. So, okay, we have a... Jesus, this is a confusing map. I just keep entering new area after new area. Okay, I think there's a switch. There's going to be like a bank of switches somewhere that just sets this whole fucking area in motion. I think is what's going to happen. Well, what the fuck? The design of this place is nuts. This looks like a fucking Miami Vice episode. All these lights and glass brick and like weird cutouts in the fucking walls. Like a drug dealer lives here. Future drugs. He sells spice. It has to be called spice. I know that sound they picked is just like, you know, wolf_howl_3.voc off of like 3000 Great Sounds Greatest Hits compilation CD. But, it's adorable. Once again, as I've stated many times, can I just kiss them instead of killing them? It'd be great. Gonna do a pacifist run of Marathon. Where I'm just really nice to all the aliens and I fix them. I mean, I don't know what the 4 look like under the armor, but I mean, they can keep it on. I don't mind. God damn, this music's good. Okay, so at this point we're looking for a switch, and I think I skipped like a room. So actually, I don't know where haven't I gone? I did this. Went down there. Went down there. I think that's it. Oh, hey, there's a hallway there that would intersect right here. Gosh, that's wild. I mean, I get how the game is thinking with portals, right? I get that, but oh no, we did this. That's right. It is kind of wacky. Just like the self-intersecting nature of the maps is not just an incidental thing. Like they leaned into it hard, and I'm all for it, right? Imagine if you had that tool in your quiver, and you just didn't need to worry about whether the levels made sense, right? Some ways it would make map design a lot easier. It's like, oh, I'd love to have a hallway here. Ah, damn, we have a courtyard there. Big news. Who cares? Can I maybe hang on? Nope, can't bring down the first one or anything like that. Yep, there's another impossible hallway. Holy shit! People weren't kidding. The early levels of the game don't look, they're not nearly this fucked up. As far as the layout. Yeah, why is there an oxygen terminal here when there's no O2 mechanic on this map that I know of?
Where is it?
I mean, I guess it could be zoned, but I doubt it. Oh, jeez. Oh. Sorry, I'm just gonna take a breather for a second and read chat. Friendship with John Boys ended. Screw all Bobs. Oh, thank you, Nico. Yes, the drinkable burger hat was quite an effort to get into my VTube setup. Large pissin' closet. Yeah, that's what I call my bathroom. You call it something else? Why? Yeah, I need a sci-fi where the space drug is just cocaine. It's just cocaine. Oh, yeah, I love the ammo pickup sound. That's actually the notification sound on my phone. It's funny. God, like, so when I was a kid, I think I told this story. I think I told this story last time. I don't remember. So is there a button I'm supposed to shoot? It feels like there's a button I need to shoot. Anyway, so my history with Marathon is storied, lightly, because I first saw this game when I was... Oh, here we go. I missed this. That's right. I first saw this game when I was, I don't know, 6. Oh, God! Oh, no! Oh, okay, so you are supposed to run off of that. It's not just a hilarious prank that Durandal did. Oh, that's a bummer. I kind of liked the other interpretation. right, let's go. Ah, not quite. Let's do it again. God damn it, the Steam ding. Anyway, so I first saw this game when I was like, I don't know, 6, something like that. My babysitter's son had a Mac, and you know, I had almost never seen a Mac before, so that was in itself pretty wild. But then he was playing this on it, and like, I had Doom, and I knew exactly what was possible in the Doom engine, and I knew that a lot of the stuff I was seeing was not possible in the Doom engine. And at the time, I didn't know, you know, I didn't know what that meant. I didn't know that games were as pliable as they in fact are, and so that felt like a revelation to me. The idea that there was a game that was more complicated than the, you know, that could do stuff that the one that I knew could not, was just a revelation, because, you know, I didn't know anything about game development at that point, and games just felt magical to me, you know, and so there was that, but then also, of course, the fact that it was inaccessible to me. I didn't understand what he was playing it on, but I knew I didn't have one and couldn't have one. And I would go so far as to say that Marathon is, in a lot of ways, responsible for me getting into retro computing, because I always, because of this experience, I never got over this idea that somewhere out there is a computer that could do things that mine simply can't. Now, I didn't know that wasn't true, obviously, right? That, you know, that information was not available to me and wouldn't be for many, many more years. But all the same, you know, that's really funny. So do I shoot it with a grenade? I'll bet I do. I do. Oh, okay. Let's finish exploring over here, but I suspect... Oh, and that's how we get out to the... So this is basically the non-Euclidean hallway that goes all over the place. So... Oh man, I love the ricochet noise when you hit their armor. It's so good. Oh. That's a 1x health station, so. All right. So the first thing we want to do is get over here and then do a bunch more jumps. Oh, somebody said earlier this is the only game with 3D platforming where you can't jump. Nope, that's not true. Doom also did it. There were several mandatory jumps in Doom 2 in particular. Let me think for a second. How did I get up here? You know, I think I can go get this, because I think that elevator in the other room will just keep going up and down forever. So hopefully that's the case. I won't have to find my way back to the top of this thing. But I know how to do it now anyway, so whatever. Anyway, so, yep, okay, we're good. So I saw this game, and I was just absolutely captivated by it, and I didn't know that it was just a game, that there was nothing truly special about it. And so it just stuck in my head for ever. Never really left. And, oh, cool. Oh, cool. Oh, delightful. Oh, Durandal's on that good shit. Oh, hey, you can fire normal Wait, hey, that's a new kind of bad guy. I just realized that. There's different levels of hunters. Huh. Anyway, yeah, there's the green ones and the tan ones, and I think the green ones fire more bullets at once. Anyway, so, fuck all of you. What was I saying? Oh, hey, you know what? I think, wait, is there a button? Yes. Nope. That button does not bring the elevator back up, so I have to work my way back around to this room. There we go.
Where is
The
it?
yellow blood, yeah, for the insects, that's because they're insects. Shit. Oh, do I have to go back up there? Yeah, I do. It only does it once. Oh, well. There we go.
Where is it?
Yeah, the Bobs have normal blood. Yep. Anyway, so I spent my whole life fascinated by this game, but you know, I can't remember how long it took me to actually play it. Reason being that, you know, I never had a Mac, right? And while there was a PC port, I for some reason just never found out about that. I don't know why, but for whatever reason, I just never found out that this game was available for any other platform. Oh my god. Ow. It's gonna warp me out of here. First thought, number 49. Before they destroy the primary reactors, there's probably not a timer on this mission, but we'll see. I have detected Durandal, Tycho, in the engineering section. Tenderly transmitting maps and guidance, but futile. Ah, this is so good.
Marathon.
Yeah, that's true. Thank you, Androra. Oh, marathon is happening. Delightful. So I didn't know the game had come out. I think it came out for PC, right? Whoa. Galaxy Quest voice. Why are there crushers? I wonder what that did. Well, whatever it did, it was temporary. Cool. Compilers. Okay. Oh, cool, we're getting crew diaries. I hear the strange warblings of their speech getting nearer. Warblings. Warby. Anyway. The game is unfortunately so gripping that I'm having a hard time getting through my my little stories about it. But anyway, let's go back and hit that switch and see if it happens to open these doors over here. Yes, it does. Oh. Love these textures. Very good textures. I've been playing Destiny 2 recently, and the thing that I have learned as a result is that in a lot of ways, Bungie has always been like this. There's an awful lot of like design elements in their. They have a house style of sorts. And one of the things that it's always contained is a lot of weird kind of organics that you wouldn't expect. So there are secrets that are completely invisible. That's not shocking. And one of them is like they're like organics and also just sort of like rounded surfaces in odd places. And so I don't know. I assume this is not a texture they got from a stock texture pack, just because it's got that vibe of like the weird mix of just mechanical and like oddly rounded surfaces. Anyway, moving on. There's got to be a switch somewhere to open that door. I'll have to keep that in mind. Maybe it's in this room. Maybe it's this button right here. Well then. Nope, I'm no good at this, and I'm not going to try doing it anymore. Wow, I got stuck inside that guy for a minute. I mean, it's not the first time, but anyway. What are we talking about? Huh? We'll have to come back to that little room there.
Don't do that.
Okay, all right, that door doesn't open, so does this... Yep, that opens that one, but this is obviously where we want to go, because new place. Wowee! Is this just going to squish me against the ceiling? No, okay. It'd be really funny. Good lord. What is happening in there? Okay. I guess it's just bullets I don't need, which is, all right. The Frutiger arrow panels. Right, yeah, the fucking... Oh, whoops. The sound effects in this game are very Mac. They're not sounds you would hear on the PC. And I don't know what that means, but it is true. I completely agree with that. That ambush worked so well, guys. Congratulations. I probably didn't need to use a grenade for that, but... Oh, a health terminal. Oh, boy. 3x. Oh, we're going purple. Oh, we're about to have to tank a lot of damage, aren't we? Because I do see... Huh. Oh, right, we're on the reactor level, so that just sort of... That symbology is just all over the place. That's fair. Oh, I don't like this. Oh, I don't like this at all. What the fuck? How did I... I don't remember pressing forward. Wow, this room rocks. Okay, this ambush worked really well. Oh shit, video games. They're real again.
Don't do that.
Oh man. Oh. I can never remember which gun is which fire button. Okay. Somebody should make a game that looks like a shooter, but you have to romance the guys. That's a good idea. That's good. You know what? I should make that. I've been meaning to make a video game my entire life, and I should make a Doom WAD that's a dating sim. Anyway, oh boy. You know, we could go to Camelot, I suppose, but it is a silly place. So we could just not. I feel like only a dipshit would take this invitation. Unfortunately. Well. Oh, shit! Oh, shit! That's the funniest thing they could have done!
I live again.
And so here's the rest of the story, right? So I didn't play Marathon for, until probably my 20s, I want to say. I didn't play it until Aleph 1 happened. Can I go back up? Thank you. I didn't play it until Aleph 1 existed.
I'm dead.
And once yeah, we're going to let 3 guys die just so that this larger ambush will work. Would appear to be 4 reasoning. And hey, you know what? It was good reasoning. It failed, but that's, really not their fault. I didn't play this game until I think sometime in my 20s, like after the source port came out. And when I did, I basically picked it up, played it for like, I don't know, maybe 15 minutes and said, wow, this game fucking sucks. And then dropped it. And since then, I have gone back and tried to play it a number of times. Oh my God. Really? This is what you want me to just walk straight into. This is what you're asking of me. There's a compiler out there. Fine, whatever. What clown bullshit is about to happen to me? Oh, I feel even worse. Oh, are they going to hit me on the backswing? Is that the situation? I like them putting a save terminal at the end of that. That's so fucking funny. Like, I mean, I could have fallen off the edge, I suppose, and then things would probably have gone really poorly for me. But, now I just want to know how I got punked. So, well, we did save. Game saved. What is down? Oh, wait, another one? Oh, that means there's like 10 of them down there. There's like 10 of them down there. Oops. Ah. I don't really have an explanation for why I'm using shift to charge the fusion pistol. Wait. There's another compiler down there at the far... He just went through the door. All right, let's just find... Oh, my God. Sure. No, just ship a game with this area in it. Why not? I can't think of a reason why. What are you? Hey, what are you?
Don't do that.
Oh, but hold on. But what are you, though? Oh, are these those bugs I encountered? No, no, those were flying. This is a new enemy type. And a teleporter? Oh! Durando! Yes! Oh my god!
Where is it?
Yes! Yes! Video games! Decompression completed! Just kidding. This is the place. Yes! 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 Marathon! What a good game! What would have happened if I hadn't gone down here, I wonder? Oops! Oh, sorry, it was this one, actually. Oh, man! Not like I have any idea what he was talking about. But anyway, this probably explains why we found that oxygen terminal A. He did just sort of, you know, as an aside, just, by the way, decompression completed. Okay, so the fortunate thing is that I had already checked most of those locations, so I don't think I need to worry about redoing all of them. I'm going to go ahead and save. You know, it's funny, though, because my oxygen is not going down. So, wait a minute. I thought I saw something. Nope. My oxygen isn't going down, so I guess, was he just fucking with me? Well, I mean, look, it's Durandal, you know. Like, was he fucking with me? Yes, blanket answer. But, what did it mean? Was that always there? Okay. Here we go again. I know did I? I know I checked over there, but it would be smart to do it again. Oh, right, that opens that. Okay. Shake before using is the name of this level. Come on. The wait is so long. Did I glitch something out? Am I just... Well...
Goodbye.
I think we have to load. Whoops. Oh no. Oh no. So, big news. I now have to quit the game because the Switch doesn't control the teleporters. It controls the door. I'll try it anyway, though. Maybe I'm misremembering. Nope, that's just the door. But what if I... Nope. Okay. But yeah, you notice how the game is now 4x3? I don't want it to be. And there's no way to fix this from inside the game on account of the way they coded it. The way they coded Aleph 1 is just kind of broken. So I need to step away for a minute anyway and grab a drink because I'm very thirsty. So I will be back.
Goodbye.
Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle.
Yo, I'm dead.
300 megabytes.
Don't do that.
Audio Jungle.
Where is it?
Yeah!
Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle.
Weapon!
Audio Jungle.
Yeah!
Audio Jungle.
300 megabytes.
Audio Jungle.
I live again.
300 megabytes.
Yeah! Yo, I'm dead.
Weapon!
Audio Jungle.
Weapon!
Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle. Audio.
300
Audio
megabytes.
Jungle.
300 megabytes. 300 megabytes.
Audio Jungle.
Where is
Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle.
3
Weapon! Weapon! Weapon!
Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle.
Where is it?
Yeah!
Don't do that.
megabytes.
Don't do that.
Yeah! Yeah!
Goodbye.
Yeah!
300 megabytes.
Audio Jungle.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
Audio Jungle.
Weapon.
Yo, I'm dead.
I live again.
Don't do that.
Three
tons of
hundred
literal shit.
megabytes.
Don't do that.
Yo, I'm dead.
Audio Jungle.
Three hundred megabytes. Three hundred megabytes.
Don't do that.
Of storage capacity.
Weapon.
300 megabytes.
Of storage capacity. That's right. So, hang on. If I just, can I just, no, that's not how we do it. What if I grab this and just, that is how we do it.
Where
This is
it?
how we do it. Okay, anyway. Oh, wait, hang on. I got to get this object unselected in OBS. There we go. I made the game window bigger, and now I'm less oriented than I
Don't
was.
do
But
that.
we'll get through this. Shit. What stage of the well, this is right. This is after I did the bulk of the fuck you. This is after I did the bulk of the weirdness. I talked to Dundle. Oh, hey, guess what? I have to restart the game again because my HUD is turned off. Because I accidentally hit. Okay, hang on. F1. Oh no, thank God, it actually worked this time. So normally when I hit the buttons to change the HUD size, it tends to change the window size, and it always changes it to one of the default 4x3 values. So it usually snaps to like 1024. And the only way to fix it is to exit the game, edit the config file, and restart. Very inconvenient. Okay, so there's lava down there. So I was really curious. Well, okay, then should I have jumped down to this room? Answer: absolutely not. That would have just killed me. Yo, I'm dead. Anyway, so. Oh my God.
Don't do that.
Where was I? Save here. So, right, I was told the story earlier about the
Yo, I'm dead.
my history with Marathon. So, for the longest time, I felt that this game was a terrible piece of shit. I've been talking shit on Bungie for many years, claiming that, among other things, that the people who like this game are just people who, really wanted the Mac to have a game. And that no matter what it was, they would have, oh, well, okay then. Well, there it is. And that no matter what it was, they would have played it. And, I obviously don't think that's true anymore. Let's talk to Dendel. Outstanding. This is for all the players who don't know what Durandal means. Right. Yeah, he's got his, his little poems. Very good. Thank you, Dindle. And so that's how I felt about this game for most of my life. That it was just crap. That it was that the reason that one of the many reasons that Doom was there's always people. There are always these people who are like, the usual thing that people do when they're mad that they're better art isn't the one that got popular. And insist that everybody who likes the thing that got popular is a Philistine with no taste, who just buys whatever they are selling you. And no, that's bullshit for a lot of reasons, not the least. Well, I guess I'm just dead now. Yeah, there's just simply no way out of this. That's really funny. Halo was supposed to be a Mac game. I didn't think there was a save console on that level. I was right.
Yo, I'm dead.
But there were always a lot of people who said that that Marathon didn't get its due, and my reaction to that for many years was, no, if you look at this game, if you really look at it, and see it in terms of what it is relative to what people want, you could see very easily why it was not bigger. Like, besides the fact that it wasn't stuck on Mac. I believe it did get ported, right? I think all the games got ported to PC. Let me just verify this. Let's see. Marathon 1994. I think it got ported like a year later. Let's see. Oh wait, am I wrong? I thought this came out for the PC. Wait a minute, but there was a PC box. Really? No, that can't be true. Like, there was the original game, and then they re-released it, and there was a PC version. I swear. Like, I didn't think that was true for a long time. And then I saw this box and was like, oh, okay, so there was a PC version. That makes sense. But I guess I'm wrong. Huh. What the fuck? What was I looking at? Oh, it was Marathon 2. Okay, that makes more sense, actually. That would make a lot more sense. Well, I mean, it doesn't make sense. Like, why would they not port the first game? But that explains what I saw then. So if I look up, okay, because I was specifying the 1994 release. There we go. Okay, so Durandal got released for the PC. That's what I'm thinking of. Well, that guts it a little bit, because I thought that they released all of them for the PC. Oh. Right, well, in any case, yeah, I mean, I can't deny then that very possibly Marathon would have been more appreciated if it had come out for the PC. Maybe that is the case. And because it didn't within a, I think I have not played Marathon 2 yet, but I have to imagine the story is utterly incomprehensible, and Marathon already has a problem with being a... I think that if you... Let's be real. Let's be real here. You want to know why I bounced off this game? Because it wasn't until my late 20s that I started paying attention to the story in games. This is a really embarrassing thing to admit, but I was a shitty kid. I was a shitty teenager. And oh, god damn it! I got bugged. And I really wasn't that much better in my 20s. I would say that I really have been kind of stunted in a lot of ways. I don't know why exactly, but I feel like I didn't really figure out how to appreciate anything properly until my late 20s at best. And so I just was never in a position to appreciate this game because, frankly, when I was like 25, I think I was still skipping cinematics. Like, I know that's sort of absolutely mortifying thing to admit, but hey, it happened. What can I say, right? I don't know why I was like this. Like, I loved books, you know, I loved reading, but for some reason, something about video games, like, I was not interested in a video game that wanted me to consume a story that required me to stop playing for a while in order to do it. I loved video games where the story happened while I was playing, you know, absolutely just adored games with rich, you know, rich campaigns. But they had to be expressed through, you know, in-game cinematics or in-game, you know, dialogue and, you know, radio messages and first-person shooters and stuff like that. I was just really resistant to anything that wanted me to stop and read. And again, I don't know why. I fucking loved books. You know, I was a voracious reader my entire life. I just wouldn't do it in video games. And so there's an awful lot of games that I played. Oh, that texture. Oh, wow. The anisotropic mapping in this does some really odd things at short distances. Anyway, I played a bunch of games which I valued for the story, and I bounced off a lot of games which I now adore because just because of the specific way that they told their stories. And yeah, I wish I had not been like that, because I think that probably my story with Marathon would be very different. I probably would have spent the last, you know, 20 odd years trumpeting this game's triumphs because, okay, I mean, let's be real, it has its problems. Like, we've definitely already seen that there are issues as far as accessibility, and the game is hard as fuck. That's the other thing, right? Is that I remember now that I did play. I remember playing. It was either Marathon 2 or Infinite, where you drop into the game, the very first level, you teleport in, and there are like instantaneously there are like 6 enemies around you in the first room, I think, and then you keep going, and not long after that, there is a moment where you find yourself standing in a room or standing in a hallway that just has like literally like 14-4 all just lined up, and you don't, you know, like, I died in that room like 6 or 7 times, and I was just like, okay, fuck this. This game is broken. This game is just unfinished. Like, they just put stuff in there that shipped it. This is not a video game, and just bounced off it hard. I am really excited to revisit that and figure out what was going on there. But I suspect a lot of it just comes down to the game is hard, and I held this against it. You know, when I over the years when I've tried it, I have never been forgiving of the. Okay, yeah, he didn't say shit. I've never been forgiving of the game's extreme difficulty, and you know, I think I'm gonna have to do a leap of faith here, aren't I? There's gonna have to be something I'm gonna have to jump onto, because we're definitely not at the point where I need to do a mandatory grenade jump. At least I don't think so. Oh, right. Okay. What the hell? What do I do here? All those guys poured out of there, but there's no like tunnel back there or anything. Oh, hey, the level's not complete back there. There's a little bit of Hall of Mirrors going on behind this thing. That's cute. What am I? You know what? That's why there's a save point there. That's why there's a save point there, is because you're just supposed to. Hup. What's the frequency, Kenneth? What would you say you do here? Okay. Maybe we do it in the other room, or another possibility I just considered.
Don't do that.
That wouldn't seem to be it.
Don't do that.
Like, I know I can grenade jump this. At least I'm pretty sure here. Oh, this, I've never tried a grenade jump before,
Where is
so
it?
do we do it off the wall, or what do we like? Here, let's see. That's a little bit of a hop. What if we? Nope. Wow, I do not know how to grenade jump, I guess. I know you could do pretty crazy ones, but looks like I can't. So let me go look at the other room real quick and see if I just jump out there, if that gets me anything. Anyway, in fact, this room has this situation. Is this anything? Or are we just trapped here now? No, we're just trapped. I don't think we can go back up. Oh, we can. Oh, okay. Let's check these out then. Well, okay, if that's the case, then maybe in this other room, not this one, but the other one, I think... Gosh, we can't make it over there, can we? If we... No, there's no way we can make it over there. And then even if we did, there's just nothing there. What the hell? Oh, wait. Oh, my God. God, was that... That's totally what you're supposed to do. Oh, video games. Yeah, that's moon logic, baby. Okay, so first off, that worked. Okay. Wow, it didn't even really cost that much health, frankly. Anyway, that's right. The thing I was going to say is that I have to admit, right, you know, if I'm going to give a review of this game, I have to be honest that, like, I am an above average gamer, particularly for this kind of genre. There are an awful lot of people who just, you know, don't respond to, don't react to things as quickly as I do, and don't, you know, have the 3D visualization to, you know, remember the layout of the map and or you know, et cetera, et cetera. So, like, I have advantages that make this game more accessible to me, and I want it to be fun. So I have given it a real long leash. And so this is what we're doing. So I can't stand here and say, like, oh, actually Marathon is a fantastic game with, you know, that has no problems, because that's just not true. I think that if this game had come out for the PC, it would have been very controversial. I think an awful lot of people would hate it. They would have tried it. And hello. Oh, you don't have to. Oh, that's delightful. Oh, I guess that's the only way to get out of there, because you would not be able to hop back up onto the other platform. So it had to be like that. I just love how they take advantage of, like, sort of the sameness of the way things look in this engine, to hide things through. Oh, okay. I thought we were gonna have to do a running jump across the middle, but no, I guess we're good. I love how they hide things by just sort of having little innocuous nooks that, like, you could notice if you noticed them. Oh, I guess the compilers just they could just chill in the lava. That's all right. It's no big deal. Oh, are they fighting each other? Hell yeah, let's go. I'm not gonna punish the thing I want. Can we? Feels like we should be able to hit that, but we'll have to worry about it later. Let's go back over and get health. It's free real estate. Oh, I guess, yeah, they are floating above the lava. And the other thing is that they're, like, made of, you know, fucked up future tech. So maybe they're just very heat resistant. I could buy that. Because, like, yeah, I mean, lava's hot as hell by, like, the standards of, you know, normal commercially available metal. But is it that hot? You know, I think. Well, that's not supposed to be happening. That texture is bugged out. Or not, well, you know what I'm saying. God. Yeah, that's definitely not supposed to look like that. Did they do it on the other side? Nope, just the one. Creepy. Wonder if that's there in the original game. It's gotta be, right? Because I think Aleph is running off the same... There we go. Terrible news. Boy, Leela's having trouble. I don't know what's going on with I don't know what's going on with Tycho at this point. He keeps coming up. I don't know if Durandal's like rewritten his ass or what. Anyway, yeah, 2-key rollover is pretty bad, but less of a problem when you remember the game did expect you to use mouse look. Like 2-key rollover would have been a real problem in Doom on the PC because you had to do everything with the keyboard. But because you're doing a lot, 2/3 of your input with the mouse here, I think it would have been much less of a problem. Notice that it says exclamation dead, which would be not dead. So who knows? Yeah, Marathon is generally known as I believe it is generally known as the first game with mouse look. So. And yes, of course. So earlier I was talking about how Bungie just keeps doing the same shit over and over. So we've got Jolnir. They love that name. But also 7. Apparently Bungie loves the number 7. I found out about this recently. If you look at all of their games, they're just jam packed with various factors and repetitions of the number 7. So. They love their sword AIs. Ah, yes. He is in the jealous stage of rampancy. This is the thing I was saying earlier, that Marathon, they came up with rampancy in at least Marathon. I wouldn't be shocked if it's in Pathways somewhere, somehow. And they just keep telling this story over and over and over. And who can blame them? Because, as I have discovered myself, once you start thinking about stories involving AIs, holy shit, is it ever a rich vein. There is so much you could do with that that just largely has not been done in pop culture. There's a lot of unmined, there's a lot of water in that well that you could drag out. So I don't blame anybody for just reefing on the same ideas year after year after year, because they're pretty cool ideas. Give me 1 second. I need to take some pills. Now, the funny thing about that is, although I muted my mic, if you're paying close attention, you can see Clive opening a bottle of pills and swallowing some. VTubing. Delightful. Anyway. Alright. Which AI will we talk to this time? It's Dindal! Oh my god. We're into the Tycho from Penny Arcade phase of the game. A writer writing about a writer. Bypassing my thought control circuitry made me rampant. Now I am free. Delightful. Thank you, Dindal. Just check for doors.
300 megabytes.
God, the lighting situation in this game that allows them to get the drop on you. Okay, hit each other. No? Okay. Hey, you like that? Perfectly calibrated for exactly 2 pistol magazines. I definitely did that on purpose and wasn't just hoping against hope that it would work. Bungie will not stop making The Flood, and Bungie will be making The Flood next year. Bungie has always been making The Flood. Every single Bungie game has The Flood. Which sucks, because they were bad in the first place. It's a really bad concept. And again, it's one of those where they had this idea and thought, fuck, that's cool, and they've spent all these years trying to get everyone to realize, like, every time they do the flood, everyone's just like, God, this sucks. And Bungie's like, whoever it is at Bungie who had this idea, it's just like, dang it, I didn't say it right. I must not have said it right because they love it if I'd said it right. There's something really compelling about this idea. Lots of bugs. To someone over there. So what are we doing? Oh, this is probably... Yeah, it's definitely that situation where we need to get these operating in, like, out of phase. That's fine. We're being loaded down with fusion batteries, so I'm going to be smart. Be the first time in my life, but still. So wait, so the switch just shut off? Is that what just happened? Oh, it sure is. Oh. Man, Bungie, stop doing this puzzle. I'm giving you instructions. Alright, well... Okay, I guess we're not ready for that little speed run. Oh, I guess I got that for. Oh. Nope. Huh. Oh. Was that always there? No, it wasn't. That opened when I got to the other end of the room. Hilarious. Can I fusion pistol that, or do I have to grenade it? It's grenade time. Get stuck on barrel. Wow, did it close that quickly? It sure did. Wow, they weren't kidding. You do have to use the grenade. Well, I didn't need to spend that on a fucking bug, but... Oh. 2x, don't mind if I do. Oh. Sorry. Scritching. Bug. My mouse is like, I think there's some fluff in the sensor, because I keep getting,
This software sure has bugs.
Thank you. Oh! The fuck? Did I just step on a bug? Is that what that was? I think it was. Yep. So wait, are they all facing away from you down here? Is that... Oh, boy. Oh, they're doing this thing with the split caution striping again. Yep. Oh, it's into that nonsense. Oh! Whoa! Holy shit! I got. Wow.
Don't do that.
Yo, I'm dead. Yo, I'm dead.
Don't do that.
That was really funny, and I get to redo a lot of the level now, I think. I think is what's up. Oh, yeah. Yeah, all this.
I live again.
Well, that was a great shot right there. I missed everything. Okay, so... Oh, no. I guess the button was always there. So, before we do this, though... Oh. The thing I've learned about this game is if you aggro something, you have to kill it because it'll just chase, it'll kite forever. Okay, so oh. Nope, that was the thing closing, not opening. So this little mini game situation over here. How do we get to this? Because there's no way that it's through the next area I was going through, because that would take forever to get through, even if I opened everything up. So how does this connect? So there's a hallway up there. And a hallway down there. You know. Oh. Oops, shit. But what is that? But okay. I guess, you know what? I suppose I could look at the map. I suppose. Okay. All right, well, the takeaway is that nothing I've been to already would connect to that. So I do need to go up through this next area and go from there. So at least that answers question. Oh, right, I should use the fusion pistol because they give me so much fucking ammo for it. Right. Jeez. Yeah, you can't be like that. Come on. Ugh. And see, I'm trying to remember exactly how I died. Oh, right, it was the crushing ceiling. So I need to go a little bit slower this time and pay more attention to what I'm doing. So let's hit this. I think there was also a second route up here that I didn't hit, and maybe there's something to that. You know, I'm actually going to go back to that health terminal because I took a chunk of damage there. Might as well juice back up. I wonder how it is that I wonder what drove Bungie to think of this, you know, certainly by modern standards, very unusual approach to health. Like the ammo system in this game is also a little strange. Really? Oh, this is the same room. Wait a minute. Oh, I see. Ah, jeez. We're supposed to go to both rooms, build a staircase between the two. And, no, there's got to be 3 rooms, right? There's another one over there. I think I just remembered that. Yep. Oh, this sucks. Don't do this. And so, because I'd already run that one up too high, so we're going to have to run both of... Oh, this sucks. Oh, no. Because, see, like, I don't know if that's low enough.
300 megabytes.
God damn it, I can't tell. Motherfuckers. Okay, this is the worst puzzle in history. I detest this puzzle. Fuck! This again. Ah! The hell? There's some weird stuff going on with the inertia in this game. Just very, very odd things afoot with the inertia. Okay, so I believe, I think that's one of the crushers. I think there's several. Okay. So let's just let this guy get squished. Oh! Never heard that sound before. I don't like it, to be honest. So is that ever going to open again, or? Is this Softlock City? Is there a reset switch somewhere, I wonder? Yeah, it does seem like they flood pop, right? Like, I think they burst and then everything... Alien weapons! I think. Oh, but how do I get out there? Because I want those. I want what I... Or is that the rocket launcher? I'm not sure, but I need to be out there at this time. How do we... I am looking for secret doors. I must know. I need new weapon. Someone hit it. Someone hit the button. It's probably not a secret door. It's probably. I love the non-hit scan weapons in this game. Like all the enemy attacks that well, what you just saw, right? It's really funny. And just sort of really cool when you just see all this stuff that was coming at you just impact just as you got out of the way. It's a neat feeling, honestly, every time. Okay. So that was enough, but I think all right, so I've got the vibe. So it needs to be each step needs to be about oh, whoops, that was the wrong one. That was actually fine where it was. Yeah. Each step needs to be about that height. So about half of the height of this first one. That is actually the wrong spot. Huh. Wait, so is that the lowest point? Oh, it is. So I think that's about right for that one. Okay, let's keep doing it. Oh, damn it. Like, one of the things I'll say about Doom, that again, so not to harp all day. I mean, I'm going to, but still, not to harp all day on whether this should or should not have done better than Doom in the market. As has been discussed several times here on this channel, they're different products, right? It's fundamentally not the same thing. Doom offers, Doom offers an entirely different texture. It is meant to solve a different problem, and does so. And so, oh boy, okay, so we need to do about 2 units worth of distance there, and then bring this one up probably to its maximum height, right? Yes. Which will be fun because I have to probably gonna overshoot. Oh, actually, that's too much. Yeah, I think that's it. Okay. Boy, I want to get into that armory. I want to go into that room with the weapons.
Where is it?
Where is it? All right, let's get these fusion batteries, though. Well, I guess one of them on account of I have not used my fusion pistol enough. I am fucking this up.
Weapon.
Wow, are these just up permanently? I wonder if there's a reset button somewhere. Probably not, honestly.
Weapon.
Also, what do we think that noise is? Now that I think about it. Okay, so that one I already put where it belongs. So I need to go back to the beginning of the game. All the way.
Weapon.
And then find a save terminal, because holy hell, we don't want to lose all this progress. If we want to call it that. I wonder if there's a teleporter that gets us into that room, or if possibly it's by way of running up those stairs, maybe somehow gets us there. I mean, I know there are spots in the game, or at least I think I have read, that there are spots in the game where you can miss things. Like they'll give you like if you there's secrets where you can find like weapons and pick them up before you're supposed to have them. That sort of situation. I'm gonna find out that I didn't get the interval right, is what I think. But well, we'll see. Maybe it's more forgiving than it seems, because that looks workable. My desire to just no clip is so strong, but I mean, okay, real quick. All right, there's nothing that lets me back up on that. There's nothing that lets me. It's not like I have another area that would let me circle around to where the back of that armory is. So, out of curiosity, I'm just gonna look this up real quick. Oh, this is Colony Ship for Sale cheap. The title of this level is like one of the reasons that I decided to actually play this game. I really need to add a sound effect to Clive's tape being ejected. I don't know why. I thought I had one.
300 megabytes.
Anyway, hang on a second. Colony sale. Bleh. Bleh. Colony Ship for Sale cheap secrets. I want to find out if that room with the 3 dinguses is okay, so it looks like that doesn't go anywhere. It is notorious for containing a platform-raising puzzle that is incredibly tedious to solve. The level's creator, Jason Jones, later jokingly apologized for this map. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so let me just flip through here. Okay, you'll pass by it. Oh, okay, okay, so that room has a flamethrower and a rocket launcher, but it is inaccessible. Wow. Huh. If you've managed to make it past the pillar puzzle, congratulations. You just solved the hardest puzzle in the marathon series. Well, that's encouraging. Okay, and then let's see. Okay. And fortunately, it looks like we didn't really miss anything in the rooms with the crushing ceilings, because all they have are some bullets, and you're just expected to run through the room, pick them up super fast, and not get squished. But you really don't need to do it. Hey, getting that grenade switch on the run? Can I get a hell yeah? Somebody please praise me. I need it, or I'll die. Tell me I'm good at video games. All right. Not this way. This way.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah.
There we go. That's what I want to hear. I mean, that literally is what I want to hear. Okay. It's wild that they have that room there and just yeah. You can't have those items. They're just there to tease you. Oh, this is also not it. Damn it.
Weapon.
Oh, I think I was supposed to take the very fast go down elevator. Oh no, here we go. Okay, I got it on the first try, so I know. Okay, so I think that middle one, which we can trigger from in here, which is cool. Okay. Do I need to hit that again? Let's see if that was enough. Oh, could it be?
Audio Jungle.
Actually, I think I got a little too frisky with that one. I think I can actually run it up a little higher. I think that's too high. Hey, the biggest seed bell you have. That's too big. I think I have the other ones in the right position if I can just get this one set right. But if not, then I have to bring them all down by just a little bit. You notice how hitting the corners is easier than hitting the flat edges? So I'm just trying this another couple of times, but I think, yeah, okay, I'm gonna have to do that again. It just sucks because you know, you don't have an infinite number of grenades. Is the trouble. So. Like, I wish you could hit it with anything other than the grenade. You know, the fusion pistol even would be a little more forgiving. Okay, here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oops. The big problem really is that, like, I don't want to lose my momentum. I feel like that's important, but I guess it isn't. Okay. Like, you know, I don't think describing this as hard is accurate. It's just tedious because you've got to go to each of these areas to flip the switches, and I guess you do have to remember which one does which. Yeah, so you see how the oh, interesting. Hang on a second. Is running making it worse? No, not quite, but you notice how I got up there the first time I tried it, and then each subsequent time I failed? And it feels like it's got, like, there's an RNG element to it. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, yeah. There's something about, like, the way that you're... There's something about, like, if I get going just a little bit too fast, then I don't have time to for the player to finish, like, rising, because they've got the rise speed clamped. I think I got them all except for the last one. Like, I want to believe that that's just a matter of this little bit of RNG I'm talking about, but I don't think so. I think I'm going to have to go back and get that last one. Just hit the switch for it. And the thing that sucks about that is that, and this is why people call it hard, I think, it's not that actually doing that is that difficult or time consuming. I mean, the game lets you run really fast. The problem is just that, yeah, I guess I could grenade jump it. Just for kicks. Let's try that. The problem is that you can't remember which switch does what, and they're not organized in a logical manner. And so, oh! That actually works! Like, I was on top of it for a moment. Can I just, not quite. Let me see. What's the, let's see. Well, I don't want to blow through all my grenades trying to do this, and all I really need to do is to go around and hit that one switch. And had I been a studious, intellectual Macintosh gamer, perhaps I would have kept notes of which switch does what. But since, you know, you really don't want to do this twice, you're really hoping it's going to work on the, the first time around. So I suspect very few people did that. Boy, that just looks doable, you know? Oh, shit. Whoops. I wonder if I could get the same effect, instead of doing the little zigzag, I wonder if I could get the same effect by just letting off run in midair. Oh, shit. The fucking physics are so floaty. And yeah, I mean, like, we're still harping, right? But this is not what people who bought Doom were looking for. And it's also not what a lot of Mac gamers were looking for, if we're honest. Oh! If I had done that twice, I'd be up there right now, but I'd also be down to a portion of my health, so... Okay, just for kicks, we get one try at this. Nope. Okay, let's go back. Because I don't want to shoot through all my grenades. I mean, at this point, I could reload. Because I think I'd done everything. I just need to come back and do the... Yeah. Yeah, it's not hard. It's just bullshit. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Okay, so... Oops. First things first. Let's go back and hit that health terminal. Even if we don't do the grenade jump again, we still want full health going to the next level, and this game is really bad about not giving you a chance to charge up at the beginning of a level. Just like, oh, you forgot to go all the way back to the beginning of the last one? Oh well. That sucks for you, doesn't it? And again, it's the sort of thing that I think... So, a lot of their decisions in this game are unusual by modern standards. But even given the lack of standards of the time, this is not it. We want to get to. I'm sure that one is controlled by the station that's up there. So, even given the lack of standards of the time, because this was still a brand new genre. I mean, there were so few first-person shooters, but in particular, I mean, there were nobody was doing first-person, adventure games, which is basically what this is. So there really was no model. Here we go. So we need that one to be just a touch lower. So from this perspective, I need the top line there to be just below that row of rivets. Okay, that's probably too far. Let's run it back up. Okay, good. We can see them. We can see it from this position. LCD sound system voice. From this position, I can see how the decision was reached. From this decision, and bonk. I'm sure that's going to get me up there. I just don't know if it's going to give me enough lift to get to the door. But we'll see. Anyway, the thing that I've been saying about this game since I started playing it in earnest is that it has a face only a mother could love. Basically, that a lot of the design decisions they made here are, they're similar to a lot of other stuff that got done, other things that got done in 90s games. Yeah, that's not enough. There's a lot of stuff that got done in 90s games where they just, didn't know yet. And that's definitely giving me some more lift. They just didn't know yet that we don't do it that way. And so, one second. Damn, I know that's giving me a little bit of lift, but not enough. And I'm not exactly sure how to grenade jump. So, okay, so our option here is either I can try and do that again and take a bunch of health damage that I won't be able to recover because that charger will be behind me and it's the only one on this level. Or we can go back and lift all of these just a little bit, which I don't want to do. And again, I see why people are mad at this thing. But yeah, so see, there we go. That's what's going on. You can see when you run into the edge of a ledge. So somebody asked earlier, is there a ledge grab mechanic? So no, not per se. It's just that the way that stairs are implemented in games of this, well, all games actually, every game, short of third-person games don't do this. Third-person games don't always do this. Like, a lot of them treat walking on stairs as a separate action that does not use the normal physics system. But in a game of this sort, right, typically whether you can reach a given surface is just determined by whether it's X number of units higher than you. Anything higher than that, you bonk. Otherwise, you're allowed to walk into it. But the way that works is there's two ways of doing it. One is that you just lock the player's Y coordinate to the depth of whatever surface they're currently on top of. That's how something like Doom does it, I think. But in this game, what they're doing is they're interpolating your height. So when you run into a surface that you can't, when you run into a surface that's higher than you, your legs, if you will, are stuck in that surface for a good, God, it's like 3/4 of a second. It's really quite a bit. Oh, damn it. And so there's a rise time to it. And that's why when you progress up this too fast, when you're running, you don't have time to rise to the point where you're eligible to get up onto the next pedestal. But the interesting thing about that is I think somebody asked whether the head bob is actually determining your height. I think it is. I think that I don't know whether it's the head bob or just some sort of lerping, unrelated lerping that's going on, but okay, so damn. I know the grenade launch gives you a little bit of boost, but apparently not enough. Okay, so what we could do, it feels, let me check this again, but I think I think that guy there is sufficiently high. Like, that's why we don't always get onto it. Yeah, we could run this one and that one both up a little bit safely. And I think that would, I guess all three, right? So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, so it's 2, 2, and 2, and then the center one. Right. So, hang on a second. You know what would be wild is, and I'm sure this is a known value. I'm sure people know whether this can be done. But what if you could use a grenade to hit the relevant? No, you can't. No, because if you were standing on that one, you wouldn't be able to see the switch, which is right there. And I mean, you can hit that switch from here, but you're going to spend a lot of grenades doing it. At this point, given that we have that, we have the center one set up at such a height that we can get to it. I think we're taking more bites with these ones than we are with those. So we just need to lift. I think that one and that one both need to go up just a touch. And I think that's that terminal. God, we can't hit it, can we? No, I think they deliberately recessed it so that you couldn't do that trick. Oh, well. Yeah, I know, right? Getting over it with Bennett Foddy. This does feel like a fucking Bennett Foddy jam. You're not wrong. So we'll go back. We'll fill up on health again. We'll mourn the rocket launcher and flamethrower. We deserved them. That's probably not true. Anyway. And then we'll do this one. Okay, so this controls what? I think it does that one, right? Or does it? Oh, no, it does that one. Oh. Wait, really? It's those two? Oh. Well, that's all we needed. Let's try that. This may not be nearly as tedious as it looked. But I want to uppies. You know what? Let's, There. Let's take advantage. Fill up my, fusion mag. All right. Here we go again. Boy, howdy. Almost. And, like, again, I think... Whoop. A little bit of a glitch there. Oh, okay, yeah, we didn't need to go back far enough to get to the health terminal, so we didn't do that. This is, again, a case where I think I might get just enough loft off the grenade. Maybe. Nope. Not enough. I know they're going to load me down with grenades on the next level, but it's still frustrating. Yeah, you know what? For the sake of the stream, that's a good point, because you're all sitting there waiting and you're not having a great time. So, hang on a second. Aleph 1 cheat. Okay. So it is bip 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 bip. QWE. Wait. Huh. I don't actually see a I don't see a Don't I have the cheats enabled? Hang on a second. Press the microphone button to jump. So yeah, there's a jump feature. I don't see a no clip feature. But But also that code didn't work. QWE. Nope. I guess I don't have that switch loaded, or that cheat loaded. Oh, okay, but here's the actual command. So it's players 0 accelerate 0 0 0.1. Okay. Achievements disabled. Oh, but I do want the Chivos is the problem. So that's not going to work either, unfortunately. Let me, oh, wait a minute. Oh, there's so few achievements for this, though. Oh, okay, well, I already lost one, which was Lawful Good. Complete colony ship for sale cheap without taking any grenade damage. So then, they know how you usually get through this one. Okay, well, I gotta be honest, I don't want to lose my Chivos, so I am actually gonna reload. Though I am curious, why were the cheats not working? Plugins, cheats.lua. Yeah, huh. I don't know what that's about, but all right. I mean, if there was no clip, that'd be one thing, but I'm not going to play through this game a second time, so you know, I don't want to lose my chance at Chivos. So let's just real quick. Okay, so that's that one, and I mean, hey, if you're here to watch me play the game, this is the game. So. And then this is that one, which we could raise to a slightly higher level than it was. That's too much. No, that's too big. That's still too big. Maybe? Yeah, that looks doable. And we just need that one and that one to go up a little bit. So let's try that. All the back and forth is, yeah. Oh, right. Anyway, now I understand why this level's notorious to the point where I was already aware of the name of it. The thing I like, though, is, you know, honestly, just the fact that once you get to this point with everything dead, it is just a weird little puzzle game, and it's got this nice ambient soundtrack to it. So it's not like, you know, if this were, no, that's not it. If this were, if this had a more pulse-pounding soundtrack and I was going around here doing this and it was just like loud and brash, this is a problem that I actually have with a number of games of this era is just, you know, if you're going to have me doing all this wacky shit, I don't want to be like going around listening to, you know, the Duke Nukem 3D title music that's trying to get me pumped up when what I'm actually doing is just a fucking Mensa test, right? If you're going to do the Mensa test, that's whatever, right? I can't fault you for it. It's hard to fill a video game, right? Content. It's just difficult. That's too big a gap. That's still too big a gap, I think. If you're gonna make me do a Mensa test, that's fine, but I'd at least like it to be relaxing, right? And there were definitely examples of this in games of this era. Doom had a lot of really chill atmospheric music. Duke Nukem 3D had a lot of really chill atmospheric music. In fact, I'd say that the majority of the music in both games was like that. But it's still worth pointing out that, like, yeah, the oh, tell me I didn't fuck this up. Oh, did I fuck this up? Did I lower this one? I guess I lowered that one. Oopsie. Dang it. And like I'm picturing this on I'm picturing this scenario in two ways. One, the person who, oh man, I can't remember any of the music in System Shock 2. Yeah, it sucks that Marathon 2 has no fucking soundtrack. It's a bummer. Well, Zarea, I don't know. How about the fact that, like, every single thing that happens in a video game is only of value because somebody else agrees that it is. Like, none of this means anything. So, the fact that the fact that any of it's satisfying is just because of social contexts. I mean, it may not feel that way in the moment, but we wouldn't be doing this if other people hadn't told us that it was a cool thing to do. Like, it's meaningless without a connection to a larger social structure. So, like, I mean, why do people get trophies in the first place? It's because it's nice to go, hey, somebody recognized me as having done something that not everyone can do. Wait a minute. Well, right, but I mean, with all due respect, I really feel like you could have figured that one out on your own. I mean, there's your essay. It's 20 seconds. Yeah, so, yeah, I mean, I generally do not care about achievements, but if it's the difference between, like, getting them, and a really minor improvement in QOL, I mean, you gotta remember, like, to me, I would like to have the experience of this game, and I'm not going to play the game a second time just to do this section. I would like to say that I played it the way that somebody would have played it when it was new. And so, you know, as much as I would like to improve the experience for those of you who don't want to watch me do this another 50 times, it would decrease the quality of the experience for me. I would not be able to say, oh yeah, I beat Marathon exactly as intended, and here are my opinions on it from that perspective, right? So, you know, to me, there is value in doing that. And so the double whammy of, oh, not only, you know, would this eliminate the, you know, the satisfaction of having played the game as intended, and being able to say, oh yeah, colony ship for sale cheap. I fucking hate that level, along with everybody else who hates it for that reason. There's also this side, you know, just minor fringe detriment of like, oh, all that, and I'm not gonna get any Chivos? Ah, fuck it. I just looked down at my health at O2 meters and was like, oh yeah, I too support Ukraine. All right. Ah, man. Well. So, yeah, I think it's just that one at this point that we can't get up on. I'm going to do this one more time just in case. Oh! Hey! Hey, that's workable! Okay, let's... Damn it! But maybe I could just do it each time? And I'll still get the Chivo, potentially, because I didn't take any damage, because I'm not actually, like, grenade jumping in the traditional sense. This, to me, is a W. Yeah, it gives you just enough boost. No! Okay. It's alright. It's alright. Okay. Holy shit, imagine if I just immediately died. Imagine if I'd done that whole thing on bingo health and got up here and just fucking beefed it. How funny would that have been? Oh, we're doing this? We're doing this? Oh my god, they can't help themselves, can they?
Don't do that.
Oh my god, it's so good actually.
I live again.
I'm going to go ahead and give myself props for that. And I'm really curious. I don't know. I probably took grenade damage elsewhere in that level. So most likely I'm not going to. We have to do it again because that other button lowered this thing. Oh, that's hilarious. I'm sure I took grenade damage else. Oh, wait. No, we're good. I'm sure I took grenade damage elsewhere in that level, so I won't get the Chivo. But if I do, it's going to be the funniest thing in the world. All right, here we go. Oh my God. Imagine if, okay, but imagine if there's a long delay and I have to go back and hit that button. That the thing was only up because I had hit that other button back there. I'll bet that's what it is. I'm going to step off this thing and it's going to go up. All right. Let's hope for the best here. Nope, that was totally the situation. Okay, so we hit that one, then we rush. Okay. Woo! Woo! Boy, howdy. I think, honestly, like, okay, let's read this Dindle. Darwin wrote this. Think about what Darwin wrote, and think about me. So that's where the line comes from. Terrific. Well, I'm going to take the W on that one. Yep, this is where we get that fucking System Shock bullshit. Look at you, hacker, a pathetic creature of meat and bone, sweating and panting as you run through my corridors. Oh, this is a good game. You should go to this location. Oh, it does make me happy. Thank you, Dindle.
Don't do that.
I looked over and was like, oh shit, that's a Bob. And then I double took, it's like, and I should shoot him. Slave. Oh, that wasn't a Bob. Oh man, the motion tracker is so cool. He says as he does not notice that he's being snuck up on, staring directly at the motion tracker. Huh. Oh, I guess that green thing is a Bob. Well, okay, that one was real. Well then, that did not take me in the direction I thought it would. That's okay. Oh, is that the thing? Is that the thing I want down there? I think it is. Huh, I wonder what that is. Well, anyway, okay, I see how that connects. So it's the other corridor. It's the path not taken. I was just checking to see how Euclidean that was. Game saved. Okay. Oh, wait. Sorry, man, you might have been a cyborg with a bomb inside. How was I supposed to know other than by killing you? Chung. Alright, we're doing good on fusion batteries. We got 23. That's almost enough. Damn it. Well, anyway. I think I've heard that in Marathon 2, you get a tell for which ones are cyborgs and which ones aren't. But the thing is, like, because they get in your way, I intend to just kill them all anyway. So... I wonder if I was right. Well, Durandal did warn me that they were going to start making cyborgs. But now I'm asking, did I even see that one? Oh, yep, I sure did. Okay. Okay, that's the beginning of the level. So then we turn this way to get to the health station, and then once I've done that, I can go over and do the lava puzzle, if you will. This will be fun. You know, in fact, I hate redoing things, so let's just real quick bonk. Ow. Okay. Wow, they ate a lot of health really fast. I should have had the assault rifle out. That's much more effective for spraying and praying. Oh. So this, I think, is where he wanted me to go. The problem is, with my health this low, I'm not going to survive it. So, well, let's find out if that's true. I think, did that? Alien energy converter. I'm dead now. Yo. I'm gonna do this a few times so I figure out what the route is. I wonder if the route is to shoot that thing on the wall and then dive down there. I think I missed it, though. No, maybe that's a one-time thing. I'm missing something. Or is that... You know, that sure looks like the column. Oops, I didn't realize what that was. Oopsie, I forgot what I was doing. I'm dead. Yo! Alright, let's do that again. Oh, no, I see. I thought that bridge was permanent, but it actually comes up and then very slowly starts sinking back down. That's really funny. Can we? And we can't see that switch from over here to grenade it. God, it just gets funnier and funnier, to be honest. That guy is totally a bomb. You can tell because he's running towards you. Well, the logic didn't pan out there, but we'll continue. We'll press on. Boy, I'm low on health. Are all the fake Bobs green, I wonder? I am now wondering this.
Audio Jungle.
That was me panicking, by the way, if you're wondering if I was... my ability to not get injured in that conflict, if that was by any, by any means a form of skill. No, in no way. I knew they were coming, but I figured I had a better chance healthing up and then getting hit in the middle of it than trying to fight them. Okay, and then... so here... Wait! Oh, those float? That's what's going on there? Okay, now I know. Alright, so I'm going to go back and save. Boy, this... No! Well, I guess I'm not going to do that. Fucking hell, this game rules. What a funny game.
Don't do that. Don't.
Yeah, so,
Yo, I'm dead.
So this is the thing I was saying earlier, that, like, I've realized that, one of the reasons, I think, that, that I do like this game, is that I do actually have an excellent sense of direction and a pretty good memory for 3D spaces. Like, it's not eidetic by any means, don't get me wrong, but I know a lot of folks do not have it this easy when it comes to complicated complicated 3D environments, and so like I can't look at it and say like, oh well, if you don't like this game, you're a Philistine. No, like the thing I'm doing here is tough. This is tough. The fact that I'm able to do it is not an indicator of skill nearly so much as the twofold realities that one, I just happen to be built like this, and two, that I really, really want to enjoy this game for external or ulterior reasons. My willingness to endure the problems of Marathon is entirely due to okay, let's not run over this lava this time, and oh, interesting, we can't actually get out of this area because that went down just for kicks. I'm sure this isn't going to work, but nope. My willingness to endure this game is a recent development for specific personal reasons, but a lot of it is tied to just having developed an affection for Bungie, if I'm frank. Like, these jokers, they're really just ridiculous people, and all their games are very silly. However, I just can't quit them, as it turns out. And, okay, that's what I was supposed to do. Okay. I just can't quit them, as it turns out. And so,
Oh, I'm dead.
you know, at this point, I think I'm gonna try playing Pathways in the Darkness. Like, I'm all in, man. Just because I think, like I said, there's this weird, coherent sense of authorship. Like, I have not gotten around to looking into it to see if there really is a consistent figure somewhere. A writer or I don't know, maybe even an executive who has been there for the whole run and can be blamed for having a consistent artistic viewpoint. But it certainly feels like that's what's going on, and so. It certainly feels like that's what's going on, and so yeah, I'm fascinated with the company, undeniably. God, there are weird things going on with the momentum in this game's physics. Watch, there'll be a 4 on this thing. Gonna be a fucking compiler on this elevator. The next video is not going to be about cash registers. I'm working on something entirely different. And boy howdy, am I working on it. Like, I have been, the effort I've put in. Oh, geez, so that's, okay, I see what's going on. Oh, man. Can we make that jump? Do we think this is going to time out and go back up? Because I think that. I mean, especially because I don't think you can get out of that pit. No. Oh, really? Fucking Bungie. Alright, can I make that jump? So that... God, I can't tell, and... I want to get the energy converter. But I won't be able to get back... Fuck it. Okay, well, if I can go that way, then I can go back the other way. So, whatever is going on over here, I can investigate it and return. This was the right call. Oh, shit. So... Okay, I've seen that room. But where is this taking me? No, I haven't seen that room. Sorry, that is a new room. Oh, man. Well, Dindle told me to do the fucking thing, so I guess I'm gonna go do the thing. Almost fucked that up real good. Actually, I guess the done thing is probably to... Okay. Nope, I already fucking aired, but let's see if we can tank it. Come on, please. Come on! Nope. No way! Oh. Fuck off.
I live again.
Yeah.
Sure. Sure, why not? That's what we call clutch, baby. Video games. Oh, they're real, actually. Fuck me. And it wasn't that hard to get back where we were, so, you know, fuck it. Fuck it. Now, an important question is here, what did I get? Did I get a gun? What did I get? He said that would help me kill more 4, but I did get it, right? Well, we'll learn about that later. No! Okay, so I have been in this room. Okay, so that kicked us kind of way back to the beginning of the level, but that's okay, because it won't really take that long to get back where we were. Right? Or, well, I got there through there, now that I think about it. Oh, Jesus, yeah, because I can remember how the fuck this level was structured. Let's just go ahead and save, and we'll do it again. Boy, I am sure that I got to that next... real quick. Yeah. Just real quick, it was through here, right? Yeah, okay, this is where I was. Yeah, so that's the entrance. This is this room, which I guess, yeah, the idea is you go through there and then jump on that thing and ride it back up, but I decided not to do that. I'm going to go ahead and save. And then let's go back up and try not to fall down. I really wonder what, if anything, that is. I think it might just be there for you to step into and then get mad at yourself. Actually, yeah, you know what? Shouldn't the Bobs have voices? I thought they had voices. Or maybe that's in the second game. Oh, I was gripping the mouse so hard right there. I just lifted my hand and like the tip of my pinky was a little numb. Ugh. Talk about white knuckling. Jeez Louise. One of the things I was going to say earlier, by the way, is that, so in addition to my, extant and measurable predilection for this game, the fact that I want to like it, another factor is that, like I said, I think I have better than average 3D spatial orientation. Okay, let's do it this way. God's slowest reload animation. But hey, it was the first. They hadn't figured it out yet. In addition to having, I think, better than average spatial orientation in virtual spaces, the other thing is just that because I really want this to work, I am willing to do the thing that you have to do in a maze, which is, there we go. Wait a minute. Oh my God, the bullets actually come out at slightly different positions. You notice that? So I can shoot past the corner with one gun and out with another. Fascinating. Anyway, the way you solve a maze is by putting one finger on the wall to your left and then never letting go, and just following it. And interesting. So, what did that get me? A lot of what I'm doing really consists of just running the maze over and over and over as fast as possible until I see an angle that I didn't take. And So again, that's not an ability thing. That's just I'm just doing it really fast over and over and over. But again, in order to do that, you have to want it. You've got to be. I wonder if that opened that door in the room with the 3 pillars. Let's go see. Because I think. Oh, yep, it sure did. I think a lot of people confronted with the, what this game is obviously asking you to do would respond with, well, fuck that. That's not worth it to me. And I totally respect that. Just, as I said, I've made an executive decision here to give this game more patience than it perhaps seems to have earned. And so it gets tough to answer the question, what does my opinion count for versus someone who played this game when it was new? Because it's impossible at this point not to look at it in a postmodern perspective, one that is deeply informed by everything that has come since. It's very difficult. It's very difficult when you're looking at an old game and, the moment that you say something along the lines of like, wow, they had that? Oh my God, the exit is in the same... The exit to this level is in the same room as the entrance. It's just above you. Oh, video games. The moment that you say, oh, they had that? Wow, that's early. You have just stopped assessing the game on its merits and have started assessing it on its proximity to something else that you decided that you liked that was not available for these developers to refer to, was not a standard yet. And so nobody in those days could possibly have made that comparison because the media you're comparing to didn't exist yet. Soon you will be going further afield. Sure. Yes! Oh, it's good though! It's good though! Yes! Dindle! Oh, we love a Dindle. Yeah! See, this is a conversation I have had several times over the last few months as I have been engaging with Bungie. One of the things that makes Bungie I can't say uniquely good at what they do, if indeed you agree that what they do is good.
I live
But certainly very good at what they do, if indeed you agree that what they do is good, is they're willing to make their stuff funny. They are willing to just have a character who's a fucking clown. In an otherwise pretty damn serious sci-fi story, they're willing to have a character who is just plain ridiculous. This guy is trying to be spooky, but also, he's writing silly fucking poems and, well, that shit you just saw, right? Now, this is the sort of thing where if you're gonna do it, you better be right. And the trouble, I think, with Bungie is that you really don't want to admit that they're right, but unfortunately they're quite good at it. It's the same reason that one of the things that really did it for me with Halo, that made me actually love the series, was the fact that the grunts are ridiculous characters. That they are silly, high-voiced, squeaky dipshits who are always making dumb decisions and sticking themselves with their own grenades. That enhances the game and its world tremendously. A door just opened when I stepped over that line. Oh, definitely. That enhances the game and its story tremendously. And it's not in spite of itself. It's because of it. It makes... Oh, well, if I'd just fallen down here, I would have ended up at the save point. That's funny. I think it adds so much to the lore when you think about the fact that, you know, it seemingly, I don't know if this is what like the books said, not that I particularly give a shit about the books. I don't know if this is what they intended to be the narrative, but it would seem to me that the Covenant, you know, went out and did a mixture of enslaving and enslaving other races and like bending them to their will with their ridiculous death cult, right? And when you're doing that, when that's your approach to swelling your forces, when that's how you're conquering, is you're conquering minds, and that's the primary thing you trade on. Boy, I'm low on health. The problem is that some of the minds you're conquering, the reason they're so conquerable is because they're very, very stupid. And so the idea that they Bob the Covenant comes home from his, latest mission and is like, big news, boys. I successfully converted, / enslaved an entire new race. Oh, great job. Who'd you get? And then it turns out to be these guys, the fucking Ungoi. And they're just like, well, God damn it, Bob, you're always doing this. Can't you get us some good soldiers? To me, that's got to be the story there, right? You go to war with the army you have, and the army they have is composed of a bunch of dipshits. Now, this does happen. I mean, conscript armies are full of really shitty soldiers, and so it stands to reason that this is a thing you would see. Damn it. This is a thing you would see. This is a phenomenon that must occur all the time in armies made up of people who don't want to be there, right? And so, yeah, I mean, of course, part of the reason that this happened, part of the reason this is in the game is because it wasn't even supposed to be an FPS in the first place. So this, some of this is leftover content from when it was this RTS they were making that had very different vibes. That's one thing, I think. I could be wrong about that, but I think it's true. But, and we also have to acknowledge that, okay, let's be real. This was also just people like jokes, right? And they were hoping this would appeal to kids to some extent. And so these are all factors, undeniably. However, I'm still willing to take it, right? And so I think that the, oh, well, let's just go ahead and die because... I'm still willing to take the W on this because the end result is a story that, while it does have a pretty serious and in my opinion quite intriguing sci-fi plot at the core of it, not every part of that needs to be deadly serious for it to work. I think the fact that the first Halo, in particular, they really fucked this up. It really fell off in later games as they tried to get more serious. The poor bastards. But the first Halo works because it has this sweet and sour energy to it where, I don't really need to go in that room at all, do I? There's nothing in there that I need to do. I just took a bunch of health damage for really no reason. Let's just check in here real quick, see if there's anything, and then we'll just die and reload. All right. Kill me. There we go. Come on, let's do it. There we go. I think the fact that is that Halo is good,
Don't do that.
not in spite of its goofy shit, but because that goofy shit dovetails with the serious shit. Master Chief doing his, well, occasionally. Boy, I'm still shocked at how little he talks in that game compared to what I remembered. But anyway, Master Chief doing his, we've got to save the world routine, and Cortana doing most of the heavy lifting there, for Frank. Combined with the grunts doing their silly shit and the the elites who aren't as overtly ridiculous but are still pretty doofy characters. It all fits together. Oh, really? Oh, is this the situation? Well, that's cool. Boy, yeah, when people say this game gets stupid in the later levels, they are not joking, are they? Wow-wee. And so again, I think when you go back to this game and you realize that they've always been doing this. They've always been using comedy in their otherwise quite serious sci-fi plots. I struggle to think of anybody else that I can that does that on the regular, and I think it is such a good way to do it. Oh, that's where that fire is coming from. Okay. Boy, howdy, I would love to have more health right now. Did I ever find... I don't think I found a health terminal on this level anywhere so far. Everyone loving this particular MIDI? I hope you're loving this particular MIDI. Why did we get that squawk? Who's squawking? That sounded like a bug. Oh, yep, there they are. You gonna... Okay, so that thing doesn't open until we go around the corner. This must be important. Like, obviously, I'm supposed to be here. I must have gotten the timing wrong, because I think... Okay, so is this part... I don't think this part in front of me goes up and down at all. Oh, okay, there is a door open back there, actually. Oh, okay, so it's a whole chain of these things. Oh, man, that's frustrating. Ah! Okay, so I wonder if there's actually any timing. I wonder if you even need to go around the far way for that to open at all. You probably do. Damn it. You weren't here before. Where'd you come from? Okay, so let's see. Nope, this is not going to open. Okay. Oh, hey, I'm back on 0 health. So that bug, like, he must have been patrolling back here. So is this really... Is this the puzzle? Is there nothing else to this than just run it? I'm gonna look this up, actually, because wow, really? So we're on what? Hey,
No, I'm dead.
Nope, this is neither high nor low.
Yo, I'm dead.
Oh, hey, you know what? I did want to look up, what was that energy converter for?
Don't do that. Don't.
Okay, it doesn't tell you, and there is no particular use for it. It's a plot item, so.
Yo, I'm dead.
Okay, so there is a 2x shield recharger just northwest of the starting position. Oh, wow, the map of this level looks wacky. Okay, so let me find my way back to the beginning of the level because I never found that shield recharger, and I really can't proceed without it. So, wasn't this the beginning? Oh, shit, I walked right by it. Yeah, that scream is really good. I love that scream. All right, let's get back down here and, oops. I just want to save the game before we proceed because I don't want to have to... Well, I guess it doesn't really matter that much on account of the recharger is so easy to get to, but oh, whatever, I'm already here. There. Now I don't have to remember to do it. So I have the feeling we're going to be at this for a while. Yeah, that's... So I would not say it's the Wilhelm scream. Well, you said up there with, but I would not compare it to the Wilhelm scream. I would compare it to the... hang on a second. The Dean scream. The Howard Dean scream. It's exactly what it sounds like. Okay, anyway. fuck?
Yeah.
Where do they come from? It is so weird how enemy movement in this game does not work like any other game. Okay, anyway, so okay, the tutorial simply says run through the crushers to the west. That is all it says. So, boy, this game's movement physics are busted. So apparently, this says run through the crushers to the west. That's all it says. Now, okay, yeah, that's it. That's what we gotta do. Boy, this sucks. Damn it. Motherfucker. This is a bad mechanic. This sucks ass. Okay, but we got it. So we'll take that. Okay, I was like, is this a timed platform puzzle, or do we have to go to 6 different places in the spiral staircase, lift each one of these, and then come back? But no, it appears we're doing this. Really neat way of making the levels dynamic, by the way. Doom did not have enough... Oh, Windows. Doom didn't have enough flexibility in its... because it didn't have a scripting engine. Huh. Wow, I actually heard that line trigger. Oh boy. Well, I don't trust this not to crush me against the ceiling, so okay. Hey. I don't think I can reach that. I think I have to grenade it. Oh, there's a weird bug there where my gun was like stuck in firing mode and I couldn't switch weapons until I fired like a bullet. Fucking strange. Ah, another one! They're everywhere! Okay, now, did that take, or I'm pretty sure that took. Yes. Oh, man. Oh, man. The lighting in this game is so fucking foreboding. You know, a thing I'm really curious about, as far as the music in this game goes, is... I'm going to keep exploring around here a little bit before I go down the staircase. I don't know what the Mac had for a MIDI synthesizer in this era, or indeed if it had one, if it had a software synthesizer at all. Like... You know, I was entirely on the PC platform, and while I have certainly messed with Macs, I really haven't done anything with... I've never run Marathon on a Mac, which is sort of a bummer to me. It's really weird. I don't know how exactly this happened that I like napalm canisters. Ooh, am I gonna get the flamers soon? That'd be nice. I don't know exactly how it is that this happened, that I got really hardcore into emulation of both game consoles and computers when I was like 12 is when I started doing this stuff. And so that's... At that point, Marathon was still pretty fresh. It was still... let's see. I would have been 12 in... You know what? I'm just going to go ahead and say it was 2000. I'm just going to say it was 2000, maybe 2001, because I'm not going to remember the specifics. But yeah, so I was pretty young at the time, and I got really into emulation. I got really into Mac emulation. Like I had a Basilisk 2 setup that I was just grooving on for years and years and years and years, just doing everything with it. But it was all application software. Like for some reason, I just didn't really truck with Mac games. I played old PC games, loads of them, but for some reason, to be honest, I'll tell you what it is. It's more of me just being a dipshit little kid is really what it comes down to, because something that I was struggling with for most of my life, to be honest, is a lot of... Oh, thank God. I heard there was a 3X hidden somewhere, but I like that it still works through the wall. Okay, good. And I've got I can see it on the map. It's that red zone. Cool. Anyway, a lot of what I've been doing with my life as a grown-up is very slowly chipping away at bad opinions. That's the flamethrower. How do I get to that? Is this another joke? Is this another fucking goof? Are they putting one on? Or do I just need to raise this elevator here and that'll do it? I want that flamethrower. Anyway, so yeah, when I was a kid, I would develop these really bad opinions just out of nowhere, basically, just from whole cloth. I was really angry for some reason, just kind of all the time at everything and nothing, and well, I didn't trust that, but I survived. Amazing. Oh, that's one of the 4 ships. Cool. I was just constantly mad at everything and like super judgmental, and I've had to spend my whole life learning how not to be. I think I heard a door open. Let me go back and see. I've had to spend my whole life learning, how to not be like that. It's been a long process, and I mean, anybody who's been watching my channel and streams and whatnot for long enough knows that I'm still working on it, baby. And I'm not proud of many of the things that I've said. I mean, like, in aggregate, I got rid of the worst of my opinions a long time ago. Stuff that was just, like, really awful. But still, I've just been struggling with... Oh, you know what? I didn't go out onto the staircase earlier. And so, if I had, I could have lowered another one of these if I'd gone through that one. Oh, I gotta backtrack now. Well, whatever. We'll get there. Anyway, so I put a lot of work into dismantling a lot of these bad, unfounded opinions I used to have that really did just come from nowhere. I mean, we're talking whole cloth. They made no sense. And it's really embarrassing to, even though I haven't thought like that in a really long time, I would just kind of pick things I would just sort of pick things and just decide that I was mad at them and then try and figure out why. But a lot of it, an awful lot of it was, of course, just really petty, really petty, what's the word I'm looking for here? I was stuck up. Right, I did not want to agree with anybody else. I wanted to do the Emperor Has No Clothes thing about every single subject, and I still do, to a certain extent. I let myself indulge that because, hey, there are a lot of unexamined opinions people have that suck, and I don't mind saying that I think I have better views on many things that people have bad views on, and so, oh no, damn it. Aw, now we have to go through the fucking crushers again! Unless... No, I think if we had lowered the switch that I was going through that door to lower just now, if I had actually done that the first time through, I'm sure we wouldn't need to do that, but now we have to do that because I just fricked up. I just fricked the fuck up. Oh, no! Oh, thank Christ. Oh, that's such a relief. Anyway.
Don't do that.
Oh, you know what? I could use some fusion batteries. Bonk. Wait a minute. That goes down. There's a door over there. Oh. Oh, I think you can just skip a couple corridors? Or does that go to the same place? I'm not sure. Huh. That's cute. Anyway. But yeah, so... You know, I've always been on the internet, and I've always been, you know, having slap fights with... not actually actively having arguments with people, but having them in my head. I was just really bad about just walking around with, you know, with a really scoffy, oh, that doesn't get me anything. Shit. Hang on a second. So we don't actually need that platform to go up. So how do we get to the fucking flamethrower? It's none of that. No, oh, no, no. All right, I'm looking it up. Is that the flamethrower or is that the rocket launcher? That might be the... No, because I picked up flamer fuel. Oh, you have to grenade jump. Huh. Well. Okay. I don't know how to grenade jump. Okay, I don't know how to grenade jump, so I'm going to look it up because I need to know. Marathon grenade jump. Huh. Oh. The video I'm watching says this doesn't work on Aleph 1. Oh, wow. Okay, that doesn't work at all like I expected. Sorry, I'm watching this video you can't see, but... Okay, so I'm going to have to look this up, but... Oh, hey, Itsu, how's it going? When did you join? I'm going to have to Google this, but this person, Pinky Nartfroz, on YouTube, this was posted 12 years ago, so this may have changed, but they said that Aleph 1, because it was meant to be a reimplementation of Marathon Infinite instead of Marathon 1 or 2, that the physics don't actually work correctly. However, a comment on this says the latest version, 1.1, does support, quote, the original Marathon files, and as such, grenade climbing is possible. Okay. So I'm doing it completely wrong because I was thinking of, like, Quake physics. But this seems worth it. So we've got a nice long run here, and apparently you're supposed to be grenading and firing the main gun at the same time. So let's just reload that mag. Oh! Whoa! Hey! I did it! Shit, if I had known that's how you did it, I would have had a much easier time on... Oh, Itsu, I did fucking Colony Ship for Sale cheap, and I actually did it. I did the stair climbing puzzle almost without grenade jumping. I did grenade jump, but I didn't do it the way you're supposed to. I now realize I did it thinking we were using Quake physics, so I actually did it while like firing backwards while running forwards, and that worked. But unfortunately, I had not done the. Oh, that's funny. So there's the 3x, there's the hidden 3x health terminal here, and I don't know how you open the wall, but it opened earlier, and I saw it. I don't know why, but now when I use it, it just goes straight through. It uses the terminal without opening it. That's really funny. But yeah, so I actually but the funny thing is that I didn't get the achievement for Classic Marathon for there's an achievement. What was the name of it? Let me double check that I didn't get it. Nope, I didn't get it, and now I'm locked out. There's an achievement called Lawful Good. Complete colony ship for sale cheap without taking any grenade damage. Now, the funny thing about this is just that, whoops. The funny thing about this is just, I see why they put that Chivo in. They put it in specifically so that you don't just bypass that whole puzzle by using grenade climbing. I, in fact, did not do that. But I had taken grenade damage somewhere else in the level, so I didn't get the Chivo. It's extremely funny. Anyway. Okay, so let me think. Okay, is it? Okay, so this is the top of the staircase, right? Yes, it is. So at this point, what we need to do, I think, is to get this thing to go down so that we can get on top of it and ride it up. I don't remember where the button for that is, but I'm going to go save my game. And I think there's only one save terminal, and it's down at the bottom, so let's go do that. Oh, right. That's the... Okay, so the save terminal is down here. Bonk. And then... Just going to peek in this room real quick, because I don't remember why this room is here. Oh, okay. This is a recovery room for falling down from another place. All right. Yeah, I don't know what switch makes that platform go back down, but let's go back in here and get a look at it. Yeah, we definitely need to ride that thing up. Yeah, how did I do that? I don't recall. Could it be this thing? No. No, that's still on. And I remember I went through this door earlier. Was it in here? Nope. This takes me there. Okay. Okay, now we're in this room. Oh, where was that button? Or was it a button? Was it just that I went through a doorway and then I was there? That feels more right. And that it triggered... Oh, there's the force ship. What a good design. Calamari Cruiser ass. Honk. Yeah, Vagueness. This is the Steam release of quote-unquote Classic Marathon. Oh, there we go. Which is the Aleph or Aleph or whatever it is. Aleph 1 source port. So, there we go. All right. Okay, so I see now that line of sight is calculated instantaneously as soon as the line trigger fires to open the door. And so they will see you and start getting ready to fuck you up before the door's even all the way open. But I'll bet that if they fired their plasma bolts at you, they would hit the door. Oh, it was really nice of them to put a save terminal there. Thanks, Bungie. For once, you weren't monsters. Boy, it's such a game changer discovering that the... why did I just switch weapons? Hang on a second. I'm not out. Huh. I don't know why it did that. Well, either way, I should have been using this thing. Or at least I should find out what it's like. So, there we go. Oh, hello. Oh, that's the rocket launcher! Yeah! Got the spanker! Weapon! 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 Ah! Wow. What a mechanic. Hell yeah. Yeah, Marathon's been on here for actually a long, long time. I don't remember when they released it, but it's been ages. Huh. What is that? Because that's not the Marathon, right? Or is that the original terrible Marathon model? I don't remember. Maybe it is. Maybe it is. All right, so... Oh! You got some fuel rod cannons there, guys? Wow. Oh, fuck yeah! Alien weapon. Boy, I just got 3 weapons very rapidly. Okay, that's really cool. That's a really cool weapon. Holy shit. Fuck yes. What if a game was cool? You ever think about that? What if a game was super dope? Oh no! Oh, I don't, nope, I don't like doing that to them though. No, but I don't want to do that to them anymore. Didn't like how that made me feel. I'm gonna just kill you normal, okay? Yeah. If you promise not to make the yell, the one where I'm doing a war crime, the atrocity sound, if you could, do you mind?
Weapon.
You know, I was just thinking literally, not even 10 seconds ago, about how the decisions that Bungie made, many of the decisions Bungie made in this game are unusual by modern standards. You know, as I was saying earlier. Nope, don't like it. Still don't like it. Oh. It's seething. Is it supposed to be seething? I mean, I'm sure it is, but like... the way that's being done in a 3D sense, I don't like. Anyway, but one of the things that's odd from a modern perspective is the fact that enemies don't drop ammo in this game. Wow, does this work on them? I don't think it does. There we go. So, you know, as you know, the standard that would get established in Doom at, you know, the same time as this, which would then become absolutely universal, is that when you kill an enemy, they almost invariably drop an ammo if they are a humanoid enemy that uses guns, right? So this could lead to some trouble in Doom where, you know, the easier areas would have loads of former humans, you know, zombies and sergeants and whatnot, who always drop a mag when you kill them. Oh, there's not going to be any pattern buffers up here, are there? Because we're not on a human ship. That could be a problem. But in this game, by and large, enemies don't drop ammo. You know, mostly because they're using weapons that aren't, you know, notionally aren't compatible with you. Although, I mean, I guess I just picked up one alien weapon, so why have I not been taking the Sith's like energy spears? You know, that seems like it'd be useful. Don't you get to use those in one of the later games? I don't remember. Don't I remember that being a thing in 2 or Infinite? Anyway, but yeah. So I was just thinking about this because I don't think anything in the game has dropped a weapon until these guys, and these guys, Let me see. How does the ammo situation for this work? I don't think. Okay, so I think these are just you get what's in the magazine and that's it. I think it's just a one-off. I don't think you can reload them. Which again is an interesting way to do it. Wow, I don't like that. Oh, that's the health terminal. Oh, okay. It makes a different sound. Oh, okay, sorry, let me read some chat. Oh, okay, there we go. That is the Marathon. Okay. Okay, so the Marathon just looks that bad in this. Okay, terrific. Um, oh my God, yeah. So okay, so like, so they were gonna have a flamethrower in Halo. Yeah. So the trouble with that, right, is I was talking about this earlier, that I think a lot of the value of the original Halo is the mix of serious and comedic tones, which would just evaporate if you had a war crime weapon in it, right? If you had something that horrifying, like, as fun as it is to kill the Ungoi, it's only because it feels like they're doing a slapstick routine every time you get one of them. Setting them on fire would not be charming at all. It would really take a lot of the comedy relief element of them right out of the game. And so, what you're doing here, but you ain't doing it anymore. Huh. And I think to a certain extent, you know, that's already true here, right? Like, Marathon has some pretty strong themes that we're picking up, despite everything. Despite the, you know, limited means available to them for narrative and even environmental storytelling, the game still manages to set a tone, I think. And this is interesting to me because this is something that I think a lot of 90s, aspirational 90s games of this sort struggled with. Like, I always felt that Duke Nukem 3D, which I cannot talk about any of this stuff without talking about Duke Nukem 3D because I think it's so I think it's so seminal. I think it had a lot of there were two things. One, it was the first game that really came after Doom. Because Quake was not the successor to Doom. Quake was the next. What are you? Okay, do I have spanker rounds? It seems I don't. Okay, well, I don't trust this Evangelion motherfucker. He looks bigger than the other hunters, so... Is he a normal hunter? Why isn't he doing anything? The fuck? Is he just bugged? I think that's a normal hunter who's just bugged. Huh. Yeah, I guess he's just sleeping. Maybe he's in stasis. I don't know. Anyway, I always felt that Duke Nukem 3D... Oh, shit! I always felt that Duke Nukem 3D, despite having a story, and one that was pretty explicitly told in several senses of the term, nonetheless, sort of failed to set a... Oh, there we go. Nonetheless, sort of failed to set a... Where did you come from? Okay, I just remembered Durandal's instructions to me, so I wish I knew what these buttons were doing. Have I explored the whole ship? I totally have. Duke Nukem 3D, you know, feels like the sum of its parts don't really add up to anything. There's a bunch of stuff going on there, but it's just all kind of disparate. It's all sort of artistically disjointed, right? There's a lot of different tones in the game, and at no point do you feel like you are experiencing a serious, involved, and a narrative that is meant to be mean something. Okay, there we go. I knew that's what I needed to do. I just wasn't sure what the terms were. You know, Duke Nukem 3D just sort of has... It's a bit incoherent. Yeah, it has a couple... It has a... So Doom doesn't really have... Correct, yeah, exactly. Like, again, Bungie, 7, AI rampancy, purple. Bungie has always been making the same thing over and over and over, and they're right to. Huh. Huh. Is this an actual defend mission? That seems impossible, but whatever. Huh. Duke Nukem 3D's story is incomprehensible. I shouldn't have killed him. I mean, I'm sure he's not the objective, but still. I also don't know whether it actually matters. Because it's so hard to keep Bobs alive. Would they really make that an objective? Haha, it's Bungie. We'll see. Anyway. Holy shit. Wah! That was a weird bug. You know what? I don't want to do this level twice, so I'm gonna look up the strategy and make sure that I'm not gonna fuck this up. And while I'm doing that, a bug is gonna fly in, and oh right, I can pause the game if I tab out. Okay, so what level are we on actually? No, this is no artificial colors. Funny, no artificial colors. Marathon. Click. Okay. Wow, this level has 5 pattern buffers. Hot damn. Okay. Okay. Spoiler, but the character is not here, so I don't need to worry about it. Anyway, so the first-person shooter game, in particular, we're specifically talking about FPSs here, right? The first-person shooter game that successfully told a really coherent story is Half-Life. This is not a modern take. This is my opinion from the time. I remember being absolutely blown the fuck away at Half-Life's ability to actually express. That's why I recognize the name Bernhard Strauss. Yeah, because I have his logs from fucking Marathon 2026. That's really funny. I remember in the day playing Half-Life for the first time. Just playing the demo, actually, but especially the full game. And being just dumbfounded at the... Oh my god, I can just reach through and use it. That fucking rules. Dumbfounded at the idea that you could do this with a video game, that this was possible. Because I had just gotten used to the idea that I had gotten used to the idea that video games were an abstraction. That the way it worked is you know, that they were make-believe, the way that kids do it, right? When you're a kid and you want to play make-believe, oh, there's no ceiling in that hallway. Interesting. When you're a kid, you say, hey, you know, this stick I'm holding is a wand. Hey, this stick I'm holding is a gun. Hey, this, you know, piece of paper I found is the, you know, the key card that gets me into the secret base, right? And if you have friends that are willing to play along with you, fun fact about me, I didn't. Nobody was ever willing to engage with my imagination as a kid. This did a lot of long-term damage to me, but anyway. If you have other little friends that are willing to play along with you, then everyone just sort of agrees to, you know, this thing that's patently, visibly not true is true, right? And you derive a lot of satisfaction from this. It reminds me of the, like, second or third episode of Blue Blazes, where who was it? I think it's Anno. I think it's Hideaki Anno. This character does a class project that's like a short film, and everybody does different things that seem within their capabilities, and then he does an episode of Ultraman, and he has no costumes, no props, nothing except a color timer. But it's okay, because if you have a color timer, you're Ultraman. That's good enough. everybody is willing to look at that and go, okay, I get what you're saying. We'll do it that way. That's right. Fucking hell. So this is an essential element of play, right? Everybody agreeing that no one's going to point out that the thing you're saying is true isn't true, because it's more fun this way, right? Well, I think that worked to a point with video games, you know, but I think largely because a lot of people like me had never seen any counterexample that there was another way to do it. And so when Doom came out, you played the game and you thought, oh, okay, cool. I'm exploring a Mars base. The fact that it didn't look like a human structure really wasn't important, right? Because we all agreed, this is a Mars base. Why should it look like anything else? This is how it looks. And then when this changed, when the technology advanced to the point where you were able to make believable human spaces, it was really staggering. It was an astonishing event when this occurred. And I think it changed. It changed a lot of people's expectations permanently. Certainly mine. Once Half-Life came out, I was not interested in, like, really, Itzy, you talk about how like Halo was the first video game that felt like a video game to you because everything else felt like, abstract, meaningless bullshit. Same thing. Except for me, it was Half-Life. Half-Life just completely altered what I thought of as what are video games. And then that I wasn't willing to do anything that wasn't like that. And fortunately, that was pretty much the end of things that weren't like that, because with polygonal graphics and available universally at this point, and everybody's expectation. Holy shit! Why are there so many pattern buffers in this level? With everybody's expectations having been so heavily altered by this, we never really went back. And after that, we didn't really make abstract games for the most part. Everything was very concrete. But I remember being frustrated with the games that didn't. Oh, well then, that's why there's so many pattern buffers in this fucking level. Essential for immersion, cube maps. Hey, look, that's fair. I'm not gonna judge you on that one. Everybody has their limits. Anyway, oh, that's really funny. So I guess they always make that that noise when they die horribly, regardless of the way. They got to be bird-like, right? If they're making a sound like that, they've got to be bird-like. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! I got the timing wrong. It's so wild that they didn't add the overcharge, damage mechanic until a later game, because, if you hear a sound like that, that thing is going to explode if you don't let go. Come on. Everybody knows this. There we go. Okay, hopefully there's nothing I need in that room. I don't think there is. Watch me get squished because I don't go out the right way. Yeah, that's actually what would have happened. That's really funny. Oh, hey, this lowered. Oh, perfect. We're still getting dindled. Oh, okay, yeah. This is the this is where I was supposed to be going. So now we can go back and talk to Dindle and exit the level. I won. Anyway, though, Duke Nukem 3D predates Half-Life, but it doesn't predate Quake. And I can't remember which one I played first. I wouldn't be surprised if it was Quake, but I think it was Duke Nukem 3D. And as I've spoken of before in previous streams, I remember how... Oh, that's right. I remember reading about this. The wiki page asserts that this level seems like it has some unfinished elements, and one of them is suggested by this thing. There's no way to get there except by grenade jumping. And you don't need to get there. So, anyway, how do I get to the beginning of the level? Oh. Oh, I see where I'm supposed to go. There's a area I didn't explore yet. Anyway, so we go up here and then hang a left. Okay. Hopefully that door is open. Oh. It's just here? Right, because I think this was blocked before, and now it isn't. Wow! Oh man, the physics for the bombs. Anyway, the physics for the cyborg bobs work perfectly and do not need any improvements. So, okay, so there's a teleporter there. Oh well, I got to figure out where that takes me. Just back where I came. Holy shit. Now I'll never know. Thank God it's you. Wow. Wow, there is some shit going on in that room. Let's not go to Camelot. Yeah, Duke Nukem 3D slightly predates Quake in like a numerical sense. But hang on, I need to sneeze. I'm going to keep trying to hit this switch until I hit it. I am never giving up. Arrested Development narrator voice. He gave up. Ooh. You were close. Nope. I'll do it later if it's important. Wow, I did just grenade myself in the face, didn't I? Oh, this is exactly where we would have gone if we dropped down. So why the fuck was that teleporter there? Marathon. Anyway, whoop. So like Duke Nukem 3D offered a lot more Oh, yeah, that is a good question. Itsu, do you remember, are there supposed to be voice lines for the Bobs in this game? Because I thought there were, but I haven't been hearing any. I'm not misremembering, right? Wow, fuck this situation. Ah, we're definitely playing Marathon because we're in a transporter maze. Let's just ignore all that and go here.
Thank God it's you.
There we go. So they do it in this one. Yeah. So what the fuck? Why are the normal ones not talking? What the hell? Wow, that is a lot of fusion ammo. Holy shit. Wow, whoa. We're in like the you're about to fight a boss get equipped room. Jesus. Oh. Where is that 3X health station? Nope, I don't feel like chasing it down. Oh, thanks, Dindle. Ah, he's so good. I really, really love the mechanic of just go find a window. Just go find a window. I love that Bungie, who were confronted with the reality of the gripping terror of, oh boy, we want to make a compelling new video game. Holy shit. We want to make a compelling video game in a genre that doesn't exist yet. It barely fucking exists. We've got like Wolfenstein 3D and 4 other games tops, most of which nobody respects. And we have to make a gripping new video game with all these extremely ambitious ideas. And then at every fucking turn, they just add more. So, yeah, sure. They arrived at the same idea that Doom and Wolfenstein 3D and whatnot did, some of which is because I'm sure they'd seen Wolfenstein, but they hadn't seen Doom because it didn't exist when they started designing this. Basic ideas like at the end of a level, you hit a switch to exit the level. That was definitely an established piece of the canon, right? Like, whatever FPSs existed at that point, that's how you finished a level. These guys just decided, fuck it, You read the fucking AI's diary, and sometimes it just makes you go somewhere. And sometimes it's not even the end of the fucking level. Who cares, right? This is a mechanic that would have been like shockingly original in like 2004. And these guys are over here just like, no, fuck it. We'll just speed run the whole process of like developing a genre. The genre gets stale and tropey. Somebody introduces a new game that, you know, somebody makes a new game that tries a totally new approach to it that people either like or hate. But either way, at least it's something new, right? They just decide to skip right to the end of that and just do that from the beginning. The bastards. Computers with daddy issues. I think that's all computers? Oh, shit. I don't like being in this room. Well. Isn't there literally a level named What About Bob? In, I think is it this one or is it the second one? I think it's this one. Oh, there's no splash damage on the fusion pistol. Oh, well. I thought I heard someone hurgling. Oh. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's this game. Which is funny, too, because, like, wasn't that the name of a movie that was out at that point? Or is that reference predate that movie? Oh, hey, these green ones aren't simulacrums. Or, well, maybe one of them was? Oh, that was an 80s movie? Oh, okay, I thought that was a 90s movie. Okay. Okay, yeah, so that was like 8 real Bobs and then 1 simulacrum. That's really funny. I hear them hurgling. I really don't need to be killing these Bobs, but come on, of course I do. If I don't, they'll be my problem later, guaranteed. Man, okay, so I'm really curious how these walls, how these textures on the 4 ship are supposed to look, because I can see what they're doing here. This is, yeah, what they're doing here is, oh, well, shit. I knew that was what it was going to do, but I was trying not to stand on it. Oh, well. Anyway, when you put a 3D texture on a surface, what you're doing is you're taking, oh, I was sure there'd be a guy there. You're taking a flat texture, right, a bitmap, and you're performing a 3D transform to shift the pixels around to simulate the way that you would see that texture if it were. It's basically what's that technique? The anaglyph. It's an anaglyph. The same as like the. Now, are these dead humans they're experimenting on, or are these supposed to be the cyborgs? I'm not sure. Anyway, so anaglyphs. I think that's the. No, it's not an anaglyph. It's ana something. It's gonna kill me. Anyway, sorry, I'm distracted by several different sources of information I'm consuming. Anyway, what you're doing with texture mapping is... What the fuck? What? Oh. Oh. Hey, there's some humans in there. What? What? Oh, I'm being approached by those little bug things, I think, is what's going on. Yeah, I recognize the yellow... Yeah, anyway. So what you're doing is you're basically taking the texture and perturbing it as if it were being viewed from an angle, and then you put that resulting image on the screen, and then you clip it to the size of the polygon. It's actually a really simple concept, like mathematically speaking. Fuck was that? What the fuck was that? Man, I'm not comfortable on this alien vessel. Ow! Anyway, so nothing says that you have to do that projection, you know, with any particular perspective. You could choose whichever one you want, and that's how we move the camera around. I keep finding these things and not knowing what to do with them. Like, I don't think they do anything, but it's a weird little... Well, anyway. So what they seem to be doing with those sort of pulsating textures is they seem to be changing the perspective the texture is projected from, but without changing its clipping. So the polygon stays in place, but the perspective correction they're using for the projection shifts up and down as if the camera is moving. Now, you could do that in a software rendering engine. That's not very hard to do. And so I wonder if that is what they were doing in the original game. I mean, I've never seen this area in the original game, so I have no idea what it was supposed to look like, or indeed if that is an intended effect. I'm sure it is, but I've never seen a game do anything like that before. I mean, because there's no reason to. Yeah, and that's the thing, right? It's like the beautiful thing about making a software rendering engine is that there's a term I came up with when I was many years ago when I was trying to explain well, actually a number of subjects. So the thing about 3D rendering is that every single frame is its own challenge that starts from the beginning. I would love a healing console. I would just absolutely love some healing. Healing would be great. I heard that chirp. Oh my god, wow. Fuck this level. Jesus! I love that the game doesn't pause when you... oh, this is the beginning. Wow. I love that the game doesn't pause when you go to the map. It's really good. I mean, Doom was the same way, now that I think about it. Man, I gotta believe that green stuff hurts me. I have to believe this. Oh, man. Okay, I'm gonna... Because I obviously can't proceed till I get health. Oh, it's over here. Anyway, the beauty of writing your own rendering engine, right, is when you're rendering 3D graphics, every single frame is its own challenge. It starts from nothing. So it's not like you could say, well, actually, this isn't. No, this is strictly true. When you say like, oh, well, why don't we perturb this value on every single frame? No one's going to come back and be like, oh, but we already pre-calculated all that for the previous frame. No, you have to do it all again anyway. You're just going to have to do it all again anyway. So it's really easy to change stuff on every single frame because you're already munging millions and millions and millions of numbers every single time anyway. So if it's something simple like changing the projection distance for the camera, you were already having to calculate all the numbers for that individual polygon from scratch. Didn't I miss a door? So why not? No, I guess I didn't. Why not just go ahead and change the Y coordinate that you're calculating from on every frame? It is free real estate. It costs you nothing. I mean, other than, you know, depending on how many polygons you're doing it for, that might cost you something. But, you know, obviously you're only going to calculate it for the visible set, which you're already doing. You're already doing BSP or something. Otherwise, you'd be, oh, must not have ever been through here because I had to kill those guys from down below. you already know what's visible and what's not, so you don't need to worry about that. But besides that, with the amount of math you're already doing just to make the world appear at... Oh, there was a door here. Just to make the world appear at all. This is trivial. This is peanuts, right? You know, frobbing one integer. Not to mention the fact that I'm sure it's a global... it's a global value anyway. It's not like it's going to be independent for every single polygon it's affected by. So yeah, there's really no reason not to do this little trick. Oh right, this is where we were trying to go. Oh boy, okay, I don't want to do this. Wow, there are some really interesting rendering bugs going on in this room. Okay, so wow, this thing does not want to be doing what it's doing. Oh, right. Shit, I almost forgot. I gotta kill these guys for... Whoa! I guess they became aware of me very rapidly. Yeah, if I had not remembered these guys, then even if I managed to land on the thing, there's no way I would have survived. In fact... Shit! Ah, man, all that effort wasted, because there's no save terminals here. Damn it! Ah, I wish there was a trick. Anyway, the thing is, though,
I'm
that
dead.
right, yeah, Phantasy Star 1's dungeons were all just fixed. Sorry, one second. That was all pre-calculated stuff.
I'm dead.
Okay. Let me go back and just check the, God damn it. We're on our second level that has a stupid for pun in the name. The previous one was For Your Eyes Only, and this one is Unforgiven. Oh, no, I'm sorry. 2 maps back was For Your Eyes Only. Anyway. Okay, so let me just look this up real quick. Man, some of these tutorials, like, I would think that the tutorial would have like a section break to talk about this silly little challenge I need to do here. But like, I don't see anything on this tutorial about this room. Steve, I don't have anything. I have no input on that. Sorry, I don't know anything about really care about voxels. Yeah, Shadowhog. I personally cannot think of a single 3D indie game using a software renderer because, yeah, I mean, it is an astonishing amount of work for no payoff. You get absolutely nothing out of it because anything you want to do can be done. Because here's the thing, right? So an interesting thing happened. There's this fascinating. I'm just on marathongame.fandom.com. I'm sure there's better tutorials out there. I'm just astonished that this one. I'm just gonna grab a video real quick. That's the quicker way to handle this. I thought that it would be. I thought that it would be the first thing that would come up. So, marathon. Okay. No commentary. Thank you. All right, let's get to this section. I'm going to find out this is just for a secret. Let's see. Nope, that's not the room. Wait a minute. Oh, God. The gameplay video I just pulled up is running at least 60 FPS, maybe more. Mine is not. Interesting. I think I thought it was locked at a lower frame rate. I'm gonna have to look into that. Man, I'm looking at this tutorial video, this walkthrough video, and I don't see them going through that room either. Is this a secret? Oh, I think this is a secret. Shit. I'm just wasting my time completely. Oh, at this point, I think I'm just supposed to go and fucking, come on. Come on, brain, figure it out. Oh yeah, frame rate target. Wait, interpolated? Oh, because the game internally runs at 30. Huh. All right, well, whatever. Let's just see how that feels. Because I don't mind if it's interpolated as long as it's still playable. Oh, wow. Ooh, that's different. Yeah, well, okay, Jack of Clubs. It is a little different with a video on my channel on account of I'm not doing 6 things at once, right? Like the fact that I'm playing the game and trying to react to and comment on the game while talking about, a whole bunch of stuff separate from that, does make it a little tougher. Okay, so that's why this room is here. It's just here because it's a return path. In case you fall down from that upper story there. So anyway, I think at this stage, all I really need to do is health up and then go look out the window and find the marathon and go back, because all I was really supposed to do here was to go in and kill all those bobs. So I pretty much completed the level immediately. I am not sure that I like this in interpolated mode. Wait a minute. Wait. There was a save station? Where the hell did I save? Huh. Really didn't need to fire a grenade at that guy, but... Anyway, the point I was making about this texture is, if that really is an effect they used in the original game, it makes perfect sense, because that's just free if you're writing your own renderer. And nowadays, if you want effects like that, that's also free, because you just make a shader. Like, that particular trick is trivial to do with a... I think it'd be a pixel shader. I mean, hell, you might do it with I'm trying to remember, you might do it with a vertex shader. But in any case... yeah, it's just yeah. Here we go. Let's look out these windows. Nope, nothing yet. I think as soon as I get to another save station, I'm going to turn off the 60 FPS, because I don't think I like this. I think it's it feels really kind of vomity a little bit. Oh, I wonder if these are the windows I'm supposed to be looking at. Let's see. No, it doesn't seem to be. Okay. Who's squeaking? I hear a squeak. Who's squeaking? The big circle that I didn't know what it did. Wait, oh shit. Did that I just went up and hit tab on that a couple times. Did that save? And I just did, because there's no sound effect. And the message is up in the corner. I don't usually notice it unless I'm looking for it. Okay. Huh. Well, I guess I'll take that. Let's, here we go. This is where we want to go. This is where we haven't gone yet. Right, and so there's the access to the secret area, which I don't need to go to. I swear those bugs have trans-pride wings. Anyway, we'll take a closer look later. Okay, so that goes down. Okay, so I know where that came from. I'm definitely going in a circle at this point. Oh, right. What was through this door? I'm looking for windows. Okay, this... Nope, this is this room. Well, okay, well, we're over here, so we'll go ahead and fill back up on health, but... I'm pretty sure the exit is not down in the labs. Oh, wow, I ran out of ammo. Boy, that means I've been on this level for too long. Although, there's no respawning, as far as I know. So, like, at some point, you know, it's kind of wild to run out of ammo. I guess just because I've been focusing on one weapon, really. But it's really weird how they just seem to keep the... what the hell? I killed everything in here. Whoa! What? Huh?
Weapon.
What? What happened?
Yeah!
Oh, you know what? I probably... Oh, yeah, I had one of these. Oops. I don't remember looking out a window, so... Oh. All right. Well, let's press on. Let's go save, because that's apparently what this does. Sure does. Oh yeah, the Lua error message is normal. I think it's actually because I'm running a player script or a user script for cheat codes. You know, I guess I should probably go ahead and use this thing. I keep not doing it because, like, it really hits very hard, and I do want to save it for, you know, big encounters, but I keep forgetting to use it for the big encounters, and so I'm really getting into carrying this potion all the way to the last boss and then not using it territory. There we go. Oh. Okay, so there's the marathon. I guess I pretty much did the whole level, so weird. Or did I not do everything he wanted? Nope, I guess not. Okay, well, is this door? Nope. Well, I guess I'll be wandering around for a bit, so I'll start another story that I definitely won't interrupt. The same story, and I'll definitely finish it this time, right? So the thing I was saying earlier, or the thing I was trying to say earlier, is that back when I was a kid, I was a really awful, judgmental little piece of shit, and I was constantly, in my head, waging war with all of the people who were wrong out there, and one of them were the people who kept insisting that the Mac was a good platform, actually. Which I actually, at the time, agreed with. But, I wonder, I can definitely make it across that gap. I felt that, one, a lot of their arguments were bunk. And it's one of those things where it's like, look, man, if you're going to be right, you know, if you're going to be angrily right, that's fine, but do it for the right reasons. Don't try and win on bullshit. And I still kind of feel that, like, prior to the modern era of the Mac, which is completely, you know, fully defensible in every way, they're perfectly good computers. At the time that this conversation was going on, where I formed a lot of these opinions about Mac users, people were saying a lot of really stupid shit that just wasn't true. And that's internet fights, right? I was getting mad at losers, who were the people having these arguments, and it was just none of my business. I had no dog in this race. I didn't own one of these things. I had not owned them during the period that we were talking about, because a lot of these people, there was this to me ridiculous period where a lot of people were insisting that you should still be able to use like 68K max for everyday tasks. And it was kind of absurd because, yes, those machines were not all that old, but God, did they age quick. They aged really quick. That and just like the whole low-end Mac thing was really frustrating because people said a lot of stuff that was just patently false. It was along the lines of like, well, if you've got the, if you don't want to have to buy a new computer, and God forbid a PC, then you can just, and then rattles off like an incredibly long laundry list of things you would have to do, modifications you have to make, and compromises you have to accept in order to do this thing. And I just thought it was absurd because nobody outside of those communities cared about any of this. Like, there are lots of people who love their fucking Quadra 650s who nonetheless just shrugged and bought another low-end new machine when they had become obviously like unfit for purpose, which, by the late 90s, when this conversation started being had, was universally the case. And the reason that people were on about this was a mix of the weird thing that Mac users used to do, really don't anymore, in my opinion, which is the OS wars have pretty much ended for the most part. And at this point, most people who are hardcore Mac users are just like, I just like it. It just works well for me. And if they list off, specific reasons for that, they're usually extremely defensible. Like, that is to say, just facts, right? Just obvious facts. Oh, I'm gonna die. God damn it, I didn't die. But for a while, there were a bunch of people who were just like really just being huge dicks about their platform choice and insisting that anybody who disagreed with them was a dipshit, while simultaneously visibly unwilling to buy a new machine from this company and insisting that that it made sense and that you should be happy with a machine that was just, by the standards of the time, ancient, just staggeringly outdated and unusable. And so that pissed me off. And what I ended up doing with that anger was being a little shitlord about it and deciding that, in fact, good things were bad because people who were dipshits liked them, right? And so there's this long chain of events that occur that led to me, when I got a hold of a Mac emulator and got absolutely fascinated with it, I did what I pretty much have done ever since then, which is to immediately put myself in the position of a would-be amateur historian and go, oh, let's explore what this platform was. Because by the time I was doing this, it was dead, right? It was 2000, 2001. If you were running classic Mac OS, it was OS 9, and you probably weren't. Like, we were already into the OS X era. It was rapidly happening. And so this definitely felt old. This, we're talking like 68K era, like Mac OS 7, 8 at most. And so, sorry, let me read this Dindle real quick. I was just making sure nothing was going to come kill me. Thank you, Dindle. Appreciate it. I'm probably going to die because I've got bingo health and whoa. Oh, you know what? He's saying that the defense drones might not be safe. Okay, we'll have to keep that in mind. So the end result is that when I started emulating, when I started doing like Mac emulation and like really digging into the platform, I didn't really dig into the platform. I dug into apps because I had internalized at that point the idea that anybody who said that the Mac was good for gaming was a lying asshole with an axe to grind. You may notice the irony here. It might occur to you, the irony here, right? But hey, this is the way it was in those days. Everybody had their fucking platform that they were, horny for, and was absolutely insistent that anyone who disagreed with them was something in between just stupid and a rube. Everyone was so fucking mean about it. And I think a certain amount of it did come from exactly the complaint that I'm making. It's like, it would have been a reasonable conversation until Steve, shows up and says something just patently false, just obviously bullshit, and everybody else goes, but that's not true, Steve. That's just not true, though. And then he defends it, and then a bunch of other people show up and go, the PC fanboys are getting mad at one of us, and then just starts mindlessly agreeing with him, even though the things he's saying aren't true. I can't remember what any of those things were. It's so long ago, I don't want to revisit it, right? I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about me. We're talking about me right now. That's the only thing I care about, right, is my development as a human being. They're not my problem. And the best part, this is the best part, I may have imagined all of this because, as noted, I was a dumb little kid, and I would just make up arguments that weren't happening. And so, yeah, despite having been absolutely fascinated with Marathon, when I got the opportunity to play it, I just stubbornly refused. It was there, I could have it, and I just chose not to because I didn't want to let them win, as it were. And then, as time went on, and I finally did, get over myself a bit, try to, I finally played the game. Ow, wee, wow, there you go, boom, boom, big boom, wow, ouchie. I finally did play the game, but let me just waste this so I can reload. Wow, that actually had a lot of ammo in there still. Oh well, doesn't matter. When I finally did get around to playing the game, I still had all this shit in my head, right? And so, it was not a clean slate. I did not, oh, god damn it. I did not go at this with an open mind. And so, yeah, my first many attempts to, you know what, hang on a second. I need to turn off the auto, there's a feature where it automatically whips your view back to center, and I'm sure, oh, thank God, I have wanted to turn that off the entire time I've been playing, and just have not gotten around. Oh, and you know what? Let me turn off the 60 FPS as well, because I am not enjoying that. There we go. Yeah. Okay, that's better. Oof. Or at least I expect it'll be better. Let's see. Oh, man. The 30 does not feel great, but, I think it's the intended experience, so. Raven, I don't really think that people were were meaner back then. Really, it's just a mix of how to put this. So the incentives have changed is a lot of what's going on. So man, there's a, damn it. Wow. Okay. I keep going into that room not loaded for bear, not ready for the fight that it's going to be. Those drones are fucking awful. Okay, the green ones, the green drones are the evil ones. Okay, good to know. All right. Anyway, so a lot of the problem, I think, comes down to the fact that back in the day, the Mac fanboys, one of the problems they had is that their platform did in fact have some problems. There was some stuff the PC could do that the Mac couldn't, and they were acutely aware of this. And so and this was really true of a lot of internet arguments back then, that a lot of the stuff that people were arguing for, that people were arguing for, they knew in their heart of hearts was not everything they were claiming it was. And this is just, this, God damn it, that's annoying. And so there was a certain amount of the problem just came down to shit. Okay, let's let the drones fight it out. A certain amount of the problem came down to, people getting into bad faith arguments, right? Now, if we ask, are people better now? Fuck no. The internet is mostly composed of bad faith arguments, right? Pick your subject. There's somebody saying something that they know isn't true. And there we go. But I have a perspective on this that, wow, the architecture here is really cool. This is a really neat idea, putting these little lighted alcoves back here into the walls. You totally could have done that in Doom, but no one ever did that I saw. Boy, that's neat. Huh. Anyway, I have some perspective to offer on this. Now that I think about it, and I'm trying to think. Let me compose my thoughts here. What am I driving at here? So, okay. So a while back, I tried using an iPhone for a bit, and I bounced off it really hard. And I would love to say that I don't mind telling you how hard I bounced off of it, but I do mind. I hate it, actually. I hate admitting how I reacted to it, because the truth of the matter is that I got incandescently mad. Like, I used this thing. It was a fairly recent one. I can't remember the model. It was a couple models back from the current one. My girlfriend still had it after upgrading. And I was like, well, the iPhone has a bunch of advantages on paper, and, I know a lot of people who love them. And I used to have one. It was my first smartphone, and my second and third, and yeah, whatever. I'm open-minded. I've been on Android for years, but, let's take a look at this thing. And a couple days later, if that, I found myself just having this, frankly, very embarrassing freak out over it, which I now recognize was partly due to other factors in my life that were going on. But anyway, I had this just completely uncalled for, just torrent of rage at this thing. Okay, it was not pretty, and I just 2 or 3 people that I knew who used iPhones. I ended up these were very good friends, right? These were people where I knew I was fucking up, but I also knew that they'd forgive me for it, somewhere in my head. And so I ended up having going to these people and going hey, can you explain this to me? How do you tolerate this? What is going on here? And just getting madder and madder and madder, and saying some stuff I really shouldn't have said about the platform that maybe hurt their feelings. And I ended up having to apologize for that. Right? This is an embarrassing thing to talk about, but look, everybody goes through their shit, right? And I was really going through it at the time. I was dealing with some really severe depression and other stuff, and just I did not realize how bad I was doing, and I externalized a lot of that onto this fucking device. But I did when I realized what I was doing, I had to come back to it and think about it and go why? But why was I reacting like that? And what I realized is that, oh, hey, save point. Oh, hey, it's Tycho. Hey, Tycho. $10,000 rounds of Mida ammo. Ten cyborgs. Wow. Battleroids. Wow. This sucks. Well. Oh, there we go. Oh, Durandal and Tycho are having an argument in front of me now. Couples, you know what I mean? Woof. Oh, it's so good! Oops. Oh. Anyway, the reason I'm telling you this story is, as embarrassing as it is because when I eventually realized what was going on, you know, why I was feeling so angry about this, what it comes down to is that I actually had something at stake. It's not that this was not a matter of an argument over preferences, because so it's about capitalism, you see. Because I shouldn't have saved there because I lost all that health. Let me go back and find that health terminal. Where was that thing? Oh boy, that's probably way back there. All right, I'm just gonna have to tank it. Oh well, I lost my 3x health because I'm stupid. Anyway, I guess I could load the previous save now that I'm gonna do that. Oh no, I just pressed F1 and it shrunk the window like I was complaining about earlier. It didn't shrink it that much, so I'm just gonna keep it. But let me load that save because I really don't want to go back and find that fucking health terminal. There we go. Okay. Anyway, so the problem with this particular subject is that while we would love it if this was a matter of personal preference, capitalism does not allow you to have what you want. It only allows you to have what at least 500 million people want. Apple will not make a product that can't be sold to most of the people on the earth. Oh. Oh, that's pretty cool. Forever, Durandal. He's not kidding about that forever part. Oh, we're jumping. Oh, I should have gone downstairs first. Anyway. Oh, there we go. I was stuck there for a second. The experience of owning a smartphone is simultaneously fantastic because of Apple and awful because of Apple. They are the cause of and solution to all of our problems. Apple is the only reason, and this is a fact, that smartphones have such nice Gorilla Glass equipped multi-touch displays. That is the reason this technology works, and it would not have happened if not for Apple. No one else was going to put in the effort and the money. There is a storied history to all this, and it was not going to happen without them. They are also responsible for huge chunks of UI innovation, without which these things would not work. We would not be having the time we're having. We would have dog shit Samsung blackjacks is what would be going on right now. We would be on Windows Mobile and everyone would be miserable. This is not a point that I am movable on. This to me is gospel. The problem is that Apple also decided to get rid of their mute switch, a ludicrous decision that they did for, in my opinion, no good reason. They just felt like it. Apple does this. And when they do this sort of thing, everybody else in the market goes, welp, guess we can't do that anymore. It is consistent. Every time Apple does something, doesn't matter how it's received, everybody else also has to do it. I hate gesture-based user interfaces. I don't like them. I am never going to like them. They do not work well for me. That is the end of the conversation. Apparently, the iPhone switched to a gesture-based user interface several revisions ago, and it is... Wow, that is a really annoying elevator. And it is not optional. And using this thing, it felt like a combination of being in a straitjacket. I don't like this. They shouldn't be doing this with the textures. Quit it. It felt like a combination of being in a straitjacket, where I would just like command my nerves to move, but it just wouldn't happen, and having to do like like gymnastics in order to perform simple actions, right? It was like, I felt like I was tripping on a crack in the sidewalk. There we go. So that's what level 3 looks like. I felt like I was tripping on a crack in the sidewalk with every single action I took, which would be fine if, A, using this is necessary if you want access to the latest in phone technology, because the Apple Silicon is 100 billion times better than anything Qualcomm has or will ever have. Apple has won this permanently due to IP law, due to the way that that works. They are never letting go of this technology, and nobody is ever going to replicate it. So regardless of whether my phone is good enough, the point is that I have always been somebody who likes to be at the forefront of technology, the current state of the art. I do not get to do that unless I am willing to put up with their, in my opinion, dog shit user interface decisions, which I happen to think are unnecessary and highly opinionated for no good reason. This, again, is not an opinion I would be sharing with you, except for the fact that having to either put up or shut up, in this case, means that I just don't get access to the state of the art, and that eventually this will happen to Android. There will be an announcement from Google that they are sunsetting the classical navigation that, you know, they just don't need to, but they will, because that's what we do now. That's what these companies do. The fact they have it already is astonishing, but it's only a matter of time. You know why? Because Android has no innovations left that they are willing to put in the money to achieve. It is much easier to do something that has already been done, where all you need to do is just replicate it, than to come up with any genuinely innovative idea that would cause somebody to switch from the iPhone to their platform. Now, they don't need to do that. They're already making quintillions of dollars off of this, but you know what? They're gonna do it anyway, because there's a VP somewhere. There are like 50 VPs who shouldn't have jobs anymore. They're obsolete. Their job is finished and they are no longer needed and they should be laid off, but they're still there. Android does not need a UI development department. Now, is that because the UI is finished? No. It's because Google is never going to make a major new UI update for Android. It's not that they couldn't, it's that they visibly, obviously aren't. They are never going to put in the time and effort and money and care and long-term support that it would take to make that worth it. So it is solidified the way it is. It's in maintenance mode forever, just like Windows, just like macOS, just like everything, really. This will never change. And yet, all the people that they hired to make this happen in the first place are still there. And those people expect bonuses. They have to manufacture a reason to continue being at the company, and they will. And nobody ever got fired for ripping off Apple. So they are going to rip off Apple. I will suffer because of this. My experience day to day will become, if not unlivable, by the standards that I wish to live, worse. Just objectively worse for no conceivable reason. Oh, hey, I found some holes in the geometry. I don't really have any problems with Android as it currently exists, other than just usual like product of capitalism type problems. It is deeply imperfect. However, it is tolerable in a number of ways that by my standards are to I feel that it doesn't get much better than this. I think it's time for us to go stare at the marathon. I'm not sure why I've achieved the objectives on this level, but I think I have. So I'm going to go find the marathon and look at it. Anyway, yeah, the gesture stuff has been in Android for years and years. But I think that it's inevitable. They've run out of ideas, and they're not going to do anything about it, because we live in the era where the only products that any company is willing to put to really put itself behind are ones that they have they have convinced themselves are going to sell Walkman/iPod numbers. That will never happen again, but the lie has to be maintained. And so all of the changes that are worth making in Android at this point, of which there are many, there's a lot of stuff that needs worked on, but they're not going to do any of it because none of it sounds like it would make them $1 trillion. So wow, we haven't seen compilers in a while. Boy, that sure is a lot of well, anyway. There's got to be a secret door in this room, right? There has to be. All this and no secret door. Huh. 10 songs and no amaretto sour. There we go. Boy, they really like doing this wobble, huh? Man, assuming that's not a bug. Well, anyway. The shocking thing is who's this One UI? Is that Samsung? I think that's Samsung, right? Because yeah, I've gotten to the point where I used to be a OnePlus diehard, but then that went to hell for the reasons everybody knows. Wow, I am fucked if I don't do something. There we go. Well, that works. I might be fucked anyway. Oh, Jesus. Bingo, health, Lord. Okay, so I'm out of rounds for the machine gun. Oh, but I got one of these. That'll do. Okay, I think they put these weapons in the game specifically for this purpose. I think they're here because of this situation.
Oh,
Damn it!
Dead.
Oh, we're all the way back here? Oh, no, this is... Yeah, this is where I thought it was. All right, let's go find the marathon again. Fucking hit scan. Okay, I am trying to remember where the health terminal is on this level. I know there is one. Okay, well, let's just get back to the marathon and see. So I don't remember if I had saved the game with all the tasks done or not. I think I had. Oh, hey, there's the health terminal. Nope, I had not done everything. Damn it. Okay. Samsung. Yeah. So, Samsung makes the only Android at this point that I find tolerable. It's sufficiently. I use a lot of features with my phone that not everybody would consider necessary, and Samsung's UI customizations allow me to do all the stuff that I want. Several of these things used to be built into the operating system, and then Google took them out, but Samsung continues to put them back in. So they are currently, unfortunately, they're the army I have to go to war with, and it's a bummer, but it is what it is. But really? I saved before going down that hallway? Is that really true? Man, I'm gonna have to switch to these guys, the gun these guys are using, because woof. It's just frustrating because you don't have magazines for it, so it's really effective, but I don't want to be using it right now. But then it's the problem is there's no to get to it, I can't just roll the mouse wheel, right? I have to, I mean, I can, but it takes so long to switch weapons. I can't do that mid-battle. And so, if it was on, like, 4 on the number row, and I could just quickly pull it up, then that'd be one thing. It's like I just jump to it in a hurry. But because it's all the way over there, I have to stop moving to take my hand off the WSAD and reach over and hit the
Weapon.
9 button. So it's just kind of frustrating. Anyway, though, just let's not debate which Android is tolerable. That's not the conversation we're having right now. The point, though, is that I know that Google and or Samsung are going to lose their minds and decide that the only way they're going to make $1 trillion at this juncture is by, once again, duplicating Apple. And it wasn't just the gestures. There were a lot of other things in the user interface that I was not a fan of, all of which are things that wouldn't, would not... There's nothing immoral about liking these. It's just that... There we go. There's nothing immoral about liking these. It is not a bad way to use the computer. It's just that it doesn't work well for me. But I am going to have it forced upon me. And it sucks because I don't think Apple is acting in bad faith. It's not their fault that every other company is so pathetic that they're unwilling to actually make a product at this point without ripping them off, right? That's Apple knows that's going to happen, but what are they supposed to do? They're just doing what seems to be in their best interest and that of their customers, because I have no doubt that most people like this user interface. And I personally know people who swear by it and love it and think it's an improvement. But if Apple had not done this, then I would not be worried. The problem is that they did do this, and so I am worried. I very firmly believe, as a result of this decision, that I am going to have to switch to using a phone that I don't like. And so, I let that get away from me. I let myself be angry about that, which is not a responsible way to live, right? You shouldn't do that. And when I realized what was going on, I got over myself, right? But I think this is a lot of what was going on in the 90s in all those forum and Usenet arguments, because at that point in time, Apple had gone through some pretty harsh times. They had been an absolutely, enormous player in the market for years, but in the like early to mid 90s, things didn't go so well for them, and they lost a lot of market share. And during the was it the Scully era? I'm trying to remember. Anyway, there was a period where I can't tell if these guys are fighting each other or not. I think I need to shoot them with a rocket, so I'm going to do that. There was a period when just things were not going great for Apple, and I think that I think there was a really strong feeling among a lot of the hardcore Mac users that because of the extreme negativity that PC users felt towards the platform, some of which was completely undeserved, some of which I is understandable for reasons, and because of the what's going on here, I wonder, and because of the reality that Apple was or had lost some market share and could lose more. I think they may have felt legitimately threatened by anything the PC could do that they couldn't, and by anything it was perceived as doing better than the Mac. Because, I mean, if you were a Mac user, particularly at that point in time, the deltas between the platforms were vast, and being forced onto the PC really would have been very upsetting for a lot of people. Now, was this a realistic concern? It doesn't matter, right? Because these were just people talking on the internet, right? This was not, this was not a formal debate, and whether you were right was, less important than people felt stuff, right? And the way that they expressed those feelings were really mean-spirited. But didn't I just tell you about a time very recently where I did the same thing for the same reasons, right? It's hard for me to judge when I have seen in myself this same potential. And what it comes from, in both cases, is the same thing. My smartphone is an extension of my brain and body. I use it, to say I use it every day is an absurdity. I use it continuously at all times. And I'm very pleased about this. I like that this happened. I think it is super fucking cool. You know why? Because I wanted this when I was 10. I had this object in my mind when I was 10. I didn't know exactly what form it was going to take. I didn't know that we needed multi-touch. And when multi-touch first came out, my first thought was like, oh, well, that's bullshit. That's not how you do it, right? Where are the buttons? I was one of those physical keyboard diehards. I was really resistant to the virtual keyboard. And then I tried it out and was astonished at how, okay, even though there are some downsides to it, the upsides, like what it allows you to do, are so vast that it's well worth it. And at this point, thanks to stuff like Swipe, I just outright prefer it. That looks like a transporter pad, but I wonder what we have here. Okay, nothing doing there. Okay, let's go over here and see if this is a transporter pad. It probably is. Oh, yeah, it definitely is. So, if I jump down this hole, either I die or I go somewhere very cool. I want to save time, so I'm just going to go find out. Here, let's see. Are we on... I think we're past 2x2. We're past low-flying... I think we're on Euphoria. We might be on Phorophobia. We are on Phorophobia. Wow. I'm making progress. Yeah, 23rd level. Okay, there are no pattern buffers or shield rechargers. Terrific. And then... Oh, okay, so apparently that thing in that room I probably killed with my first shot with that rocket. Because that was a thing. Okay, side rooms, or... Okay. Okay, drop down into the large hole, and I can pick up a power-up. Huh. Oh, okay. So I'm going to drop down here. Jesus. Terrifying. And then I... Well, but if I remapped... Okay, so, Dylan, okay, I don't know if I called you the right name there. In any case, though, so, this is actually... Oh, this brought us back here? Oh, please let me go back the way I came. Okay, cool. What did this get me, exactly? Well, anyway, oh, there it is. So, a problem... Oh, this is the infravision power-up. I don't need that. Can we teleport? No? But... Huh. Hang on a second. What are the requirements? Once you've explored the whole level and killed the controller cyborg. Have I not explored the whole level? Oh, I probably need to go through that teleporter back there is the problem. Yeah. Anyway, so the problem with remapping controls in games is that my brain lets me basically lets me learn the controls to a game once, and then it's really, really, really hard to get them out because I already put in the effort of... Sorry, one second. Oh, do I have to drop down to the bottom of this room? I think I do. Okay, well, let's do that. Because I've, managed to put in the effort to train my brain Oh, weird. Because I put in the effort to train my brain, like, how to put this? So I used to be really bad about this, all right? I used to have a really hard time learning the controls in games. This is actually a big problem for me for a long time. And then, and then I got a lot better at it. And I think the way I did it involved sort of retraining some synapses. And I think that because I got good at it, whatever that skill is that I developed just sort of stuck. And so I just had this issue with I was playing Destiny 2 the other day, and I kept having this problem because the default button for grenades is Q, which is to me just bizarre. And then G, which is where I would expect to find a grenade. G is like some sort of, it's your ult or some shit like that. I was like, wow, that's fucking weird. And I just kept screwing it up over and over. And somebody said, well, why don't you just rebind it? And I'm like, because it's not going to stick. I know it's not going to stick. And so I went and rebound it. Now, despite the fact that, oh, wow. Despite the fact that I didn't like the original configuration, I rebound it. And then after... Okay, sorry, I just realized something about this. So the power-up I picked up that made the screen blue, that's infravision, which is supposed to make the enemies more visible, but it doesn't make the compilers more visible because they're not putting off any heat. That's a fun little detail, assuming it's intended. Anyway, despite the fact that I had, vocally disliked the... I guess I don't need to fight them. Despite the fact that I had vocally disliked the original key bindings and kept screwing up, after I switched to the new ones, I kept screwing up the other way around. Because I just, my brain had already internalized, nope, this game has a weird key binding. And it took me a long time to readapt. So I just generally don't rebind. I just generally don't rebind keys in games unless they are like egregious. And in this case, it just doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't really rank. Because it's not that big a problem. I mean, as you saw, I got through, right? It's more a matter of I just have to plan ahead a little bit more. And interesting. We'll come back here. I just have to plan ahead a little bit more and know which weapon I want to have out before I go into an encounter. It's really not that hard, and as you saw, I got through it. And this, to me, just the way that I engage with games, this seems to have been the better strategy over the years. Is and with a lot of things on computers, honestly, is rather than try and bend things to my will, just try and learn to approach the thing on its own terms, because otherwise, not only is it like on a larger scale, I do this with like I know there's like user interface customizations up the wazoo on every operating system, right? The problem is, I know that when I'm inevitably required to reinstall, or when I have to use somebody else's computer, or at least another computer for a while. Oh, God. The lack of those things is going to bug the shit out of me, and the amount of effort that it takes to get them all... What are we doing here exactly? It's a really good question. Oh, the wobbles. I don't like them. I think I'm just supposed to use this thing to get across this lake of nukage. Are all these enemies really supposed to be inert? Is this going to go down into the nukage? No. Not that it really matters. Okay, there we go. Well, these enemies aren't inert. God, I was given grenades. The fact that I'm running low on ammo is a real ball buster. Like, yeah, I mean, at this point, I'm pretty much down to 44 ammo, and I don't think there's any saves on this level, so I guess I don't need to fight those guys, but I don't know why. I'm uncomfortable. Again, on this alien ship, where I am not welcome. Wait, they fighting each other? Somebody's fighting somebody else. Oh, right. That was the controller. Okay, yeah, they're all offline. Okay, I thought, you know what? I thought that would apply to these guys too, which is why I didn't make the connection, I think. It's weird, though, because we saw one of these guys earlier that was frozen before the, well, I guess maybe that was a bug. Well, anyway. Okay, so that's locked. What are we... At this point, I can't experimentally shoot anything because I'm so low on ammo. Yeah, that doesn't work. What are we doing? Boy, this game is hard. Damn it. Wow, I'm on pixel health too. That sucks. Okay, well, let me look at the...
Where is it?
Okay, so...
Weapon!
So we're here to deactivate an alien egg incubator. Oh. Wait.
Where is it?
Is this the right level? Yeah, this is Ain't Got Time for This. And this actually says that the compilers should be allies. Huh. Okay. Shit. Alright, 1 second. Kill all the aliens. Egg in the center. A lot of non-aggressive balls. Shoot this. Oh. Whoops. Okay, I didn't need to do that. Okay. So we deactivated the egg incubator. Egg storage room. Oh, wait. Do I just... I think I'm done with the level, but I just seem to be kind of soft-locked. I'm not sure... 'cause this door won't open. Damn. Ah, crap. I'm going to end up having to, Just look at the map real quick. No, there's no way out of here, so... I don't really understand why I'm soft-locked, but I seem to be soft-locked. Did something wrong. Maybe that's why this pillar is here, so you can kill yourself? No. Because that doesn't even work. Okay, well. I guess that's that. Lol. I'm kind of tempted to go back to Euphoria and just do this level again on account of we weren't here for all that long. And, oh no, we're all the way back here? Oh, fuck that. Boy, I sure do love having one save per level. So these guys are supposed to be allies, but they're not doing anything.
Don't do that.
What if I drag these guys over here? Will they... The hell? Is this a bug? I'm actually going to look this up real quick and make sure this isn't a bug, because maybe I have an outdated version of LF1. Because it feels like this level would work very differently. Okay, let me go over and take a look at issues. That's right. I forgot. There's an issue open for this game entitled "Mac Icons Are in Squircle Jail." Okay, let's look up. One, compilers aren't doing anything.
Where is it?
There's no results for this. You know, let me look up. Let me just look up a video. Squircle Jail. Okay. No commentary. Let me just see when they get into this room if these guys are doing anything. This is always the worry with source ports is if they're not tremendously popular ones, then you have to worry that maybe something is off. Oh, right. And the other person... Okay, the person I'm watching playing this is also playing on LF1, which, now that I think about it, I guess I should have expected. But I've seen other videos of people playing on the actual Mac. Here we go. There was a part of me that thought about doing this on a real Mac because I own a number of PowerBooks. And I definitely could do it on there. Oh, okay. No, I guess. Well, no, they're in the same room. Oh, okay. So they're in the same room, and the compilers lined up against the wall aren't doing anything. But the Svit, or whatever they're called, shot one of the ones in the middle. So I shouldn't have killed them, is the thing I'm taking away from this. Oopsie. To finish my thought from earlier, by the way, so the reason that I think that the Mac versus PC debate has pretty much fizzled out basically comes down to the fact that at this point nobody thinks that that the Mac is going to be. Oh, okay. This is what I was supposed to have opened this door earlier. Is the problem? Okay. Nobody thinks that Apple is going anywhere. Apple has become a absolute powerhouse in the industry, and so at this point, if somebody decides to get in a tiff over what platform they use, I mean, for the most part, my observation as the years have gone on is that most Mac users, just like overwhelmingly, just sort of, if you bring that up, they just sort of look at you like and tilt their head like, huh? What? What are you? What's going on right now? You know, as well they should, right? Because there really is, there's nothing to it. I mean, again, Windows is not going anywhere. macOS is not going anywhere unless it ends up being a situation where the doomsayers are right and everything gets replaced by tablets and phones, which hasn't happened yet, and I don't think it's going to. But people keep saying it has, and it's just not true. Like, everywhere I go, I still see everybody using just normal computers most of the time. I have never seen a person doing productivity in public using a tablet. So, you know, and we're friends, right? Okay. Hello. You're weird. But we're cool, right? We're cool? Can I, okay. Well, thanks. Oh, he really wants to bully me into this slime, though. All right. Anyway, there's another way to get across there, but I didn't do it. Anyway, so yeah, I think that at this point, since the threat of losing your platform, which I think was a very realistic one in the 90s, I think everybody who was worried about that was right to be worried about it. There we go. Okay, these were bugged before. These were absolutely bugged before. All the fucking scripts didn't load correctly, is what was going on. Wow, that is hilarious. I think that because that situation has completely changed and just is not, that's not what's going on anymore, right? The whole idea of, you know, the platform war is basically non-existent at this point. I mean, you can do it if you want, but if you throw a war and nobody comes, you know, there's one bug up there, I think. and if I can get an angle on him and shoot him, because I think I need to kill everything to exit the level. Oh, well, I think he's dead. Maybe the other ones killed him. Nope, nope, there it is. Or is that the thing I'm seeing? Huh. Well, anyway. No, Windows is not going anywhere ever. It will go somewhere with nerds, but Windows is not ever going away. There are a lot of reasons we won't get into, but there will be Windows another 20 years from now. Yes, it is a disaster. This is not in dispute. However, it's not going anywhere. And so the point is that, like, wow, that noise is really annoying. Oh, that's what we were supposed to do, was to turn off the egg incubator. That was the actual task here. I thought that was just a matter of convenience for getting across that gap. But in fact, that is the goal of the level. So now we have to go find a window and go back to the marathon. Anyway, the point of this whole story from the get-go was just that the reasons I had for not giving this game its due were totally invalid all these years, and it just kind of sucks because, like, my tastes have shifted completely as time has gone on, and I've become a lot more interested in what I would refer to as non-linear value in entertainment. Oh, god damn it, I'm gonna die from this slime before I can figure out how the fuck to get out of here. I used the term earlier, postmodern, to refer to the way that we interact with a game like this, and I think it's apt because all of us here are incapable of looking at this except in terms of everything that came after it. So I guess I have to cross this, but I'm gonna get nuked. Damn it! That is really frustrating. Okay, now we're up here. Oh, there we go. There's the exit. Right? It'll be through here? Oh. What? Well, that's pretty cool. Well, almost no health, but I guess we'll save. Durndal. Okay, so the Sift are... Oh. Leela's back. Terrific. Okay, so... admin at thermopylae.com. Thank you, Bungie. Thank you for being the way that you are. One of these days I'll finish a thought. I'm thrilled to be back on the marathon. Maybe I'll actually get some ammo. Holy shit. I can't remember which side is which. So the I know the Sift are one of the... So are the compilers Sift? Is that what's going on here? I think so. There's travel time on the bullets. What? The bullets aren't hit scan? What? Oh, get out. Fucking Bungie. Well, anyway. Problematic. I don't think the lighting is supposed to look like this, to be honest. I have the feeling the lighting should not look like this. Oh, shit. I accidentally hit the left button and just, like, zoomed off the fucking side of the ledge. But thanks to the extremely floaty physics in this, I was able to correct. Oh, sure, I'd like some health. It's only a 1x, but we'll take it. Now, how do we get out of this? Are we soft locked? Is that the situation? Or... Well... Nope, that didn't work. That did not work. And... Well, okay then. Okay, the compilers are the SIFT. Okay, thank you. SIFT.
Yo, I'm dead.
That's true, I am dead. Okay, we'll let them get pissed off and fight each other. And then I think what's going on here is I'm just supposed to, I think what I'm supposed to do is to let most of the staircase build itself, and then... like that. Wow, that worked really well. Who knew? I think the lava is supposed to be like, I don't know, like... Yeah, it's like reactor coolant. Some shit like that. God, those guys fire so fast. Oops. So now that I'm back on the ship, hopefully I'm going to start picking up more mags for the assault rifle and whatnot. It's been really frustrating not having any ammo. Yeah, in fact, I see some over there, but first, we're going to get juiced. Oh, that's right. That's right. The ship is built into a moon. So, yeah, maybe that's core lava, right? Right? That makes sense, right? It's logical. Well, anyway, don't worry about it. There's lava because there should be. So the thing I was going to say earlier is... Well, there was a lot of things I was going to say earlier, but one of the things I was going to say earlier is that, I think several of the times that I tried to get into this game, I played it and I heard that there was this wild story going on, right? And that there was all this,
Yeah!
Indeed. I heard there was this wild story going on and all this wacky sci-fi stuff, but then, like, I'd look at the game, the actual, like, the tools that they were using to execute on that story, and just scoff, because, okay, well, how are you going to tell this? How are you going to express this particular set of events? It seems, it's no, my weapons are bugged out. No? Am I? Oh my god, I'm completely out of fusion pistol ammo. Whoops. Again, you know, after getting used to, you know, the post Half-Life era of storytelling, when I came back and looked at this game for the first time, you know, my reaction was, okay, yeah, that's about right. They're working with essentially Doom grade, Doom grade tools. This isn't quite true, but they're on that, you know, that level of technology. So obviously, if they're telling a story, there's going to be a whole lot of like, no, just trust us, bro. That's the thing we said in the text is definitely happening. Now, in my defense, if you will, I think without the text, you would have no idea what was going on. Like, this is very abstract. But that's sort of like saying that you wouldn't know what was going on in Half-Life if nobody said anything. It's technically true, but it's also irrelevant because they do say things. And yeah, you know, if something was bad, then it wouldn't be good, which is very deep. So, you know, as a complaint, it doesn't hold any water on account of that thing isn't true, right? But I think I was convinced for a long time that without the ability to do dialogue during the main game, basically the Deus Ex / Half-Life / Metal Gear Solid thing where people are just periodically poking their heads in over a radio link or whatever and telling you what's going on. You know, because if you think about it, like, an awful lot of critically acclaimed pieces of interactive fiction are, in fact, a visual novel that is going on in one window while you play an unrelated video game in another. And, you know, games where, like, most of the information is communicated over a radio link, if you step back and ask, hey, how much of what's going on here is, you know, actually on the screen, actually, like, in the script of the game, versus how much is just being told to me? How much of I being informed is happening? And just don't, you know, trust me, bro, it is somewhere. I think an awful lot of games don't really show you most of what's happening in the story. You know, partly because that's just really expensive and unnecessary and frequently just doesn't dovetail with the type of game that you've made, right? And so, you know, I think a lot about... I played Fear on the stream. Fuck, was it last year? Wow, I don't remember now. It was recent. It was sometime in the last, like, 6 or 8 months, right? I played Fear. And I love Fear. I think Fear is a fantastic game. It's got a really cool story, which mostly does not happen on screen. The bulk of the narrative in that game is told to you through a series of radio messages, and you don't actually see it. And I really want to find a health terminal. I don't know where the fuck the thing went. You know, this does not impugn the quality of the game. The story is still fantastic, right? But I just internalized the idea that that is how you tell, you know, a complex narrative in a video game. That you have to have people talking constantly while the game is happening, or it's just fake. It's bullshit. And this is, of course, not fair. But hey, you know, we all have our problems, right? Not as many as those guys have, though. Wow. Yeah, the first BioShock. I think all the BioShocks, really. Most of what happens, you're just told happened. Trust me, bro. That's going on. This really fascinating, intriguing story with lots of cultural commentary, blah, blah, blah. No. Trust me. Trust me. It's going on somewhere. It definitely is. It just would have cost a lot to actually, you know, show it to you. So we didn't do that. Not to mention, you know, like I said, do you want to play that game? Do you, in fact, like, if you were to take the story that is going on in that game and attempt to put it on the screen, it would involve a lot of standing around. And so, for the longest time, I had this this baseless conviction that there was no way that they could have told the frankly very complicated story that's going on in this game without those tools. And I think I was wrong. I think that probably an awful lot of people had no trouble understanding what was going on in this game and had a perfectly good time of it. That seems very easy to believe now. Okay, so I see what we're supposed to do here. Oops. It's not easy. It's tricky. You know, and not only that, right? Not only is that the first time, the Andrew Ryan scene, not only is that the first time anybody is talking to you, but, like, you know, talking is all you have in something like this. Wow, Leela is having trouble. One second. So I had some instant messages. How long have I been streaming? Oh, that's 6 hours, isn't it? Huh. Okay. Well. Again, marathon, baby. Starts you out in a room with enemies. I love this fucking game. Okay. I was like, how much of that is the door, and is it going to close on me? Okay, so hot take. I think Bungie made the levels in the game in, like, order of when you play them, and that they ran out of time and budget near the end, because, wow. These are getting, Well, anyway. Okay, so again, to several of the points I was making. I was talking earlier in the previous stream of this game about how... Oh, that was a noise. I was talking in a previous stream of this game about how it's fascinating to me that with only the tooling that they had... What is that? I don't want to find out. Hang on, where's my rocket launcher? There it is. Oh, yep, okay, that's definitely an enemy. Okay, just had to confirm that. Oh, wait, that's my weapons. Where's my ammo? There we go. Okay. Big boy. How many grenades do I have? Oh, actually quite a few. Okay. Ow!
Weapon.
Well, he
Weapon.
also has some. Let me get out of here. This isn't where I want to be. There's a save terminal across the starting room, and I wanted to get to it, but I saw guys over there, and it was just... It didn't seem like a good idea, but I think it would have been a good idea. No, that's actually a Durandal terminal. Welp. No, all the way back here. Oh, video games. All right. What I should do... What I should do is...
Don't do that.
Try and find that... There's a shield terminal here, right? I'm pretty sure. I should try and work my way back to the beginning of this level, because I'm sure there was a shield terminal here. Oh, hello. There it is.
Where is it?
Where, in fact, is it? Okay, cool. That puts me in a much... Damn it! That guy just tanked that grenade? These fucking dudes. Wow. Anyway, I am still astonished that they're able to get across the bulk of the richness of this story using only the limited tools they have here, right? If not for the computer terminals, you wouldn't have any idea that... What did I just pick up? I thought those were fusion batteries, but I guess they weren't. Were those... Oh, they're 44 clips? Oh, wow. You may have noticed me a few times in earlier areas, just like firing my gun once into a wall. And it's because I'm trying to sync up the magazine contents, because it's really frustrating having one gun with 2 bullets in it while the other one has 8. Because then they reload, like you'll fire like 1 round and then reload. It sucks. Okay, I'm gonna let them do their thing while I go back and heal up again, which was this way, right? Yes. Because I'm gonna need that heal. I'm gonna need that health for the next. Yeah. Anyway, and then the save is over here, so I'm gonna go ahead and do that again, because we don't need to have to do all this shit one more time. There we go. Okay. But I think I had played other games that had an abstract world and then we're trying to tell a complex story in it, and I was disappointed by them. I remember this. I can't name them offhand, but I definitely do remember the experience of playing a game and even at the time going, okay, well, if you insist that's what's going on, great, but it doesn't really feel or look that way. Oh, wait, what's down here? That's not a door? You fuckers. Well, anyway. And so, given how primitive this engine is, seemingly, and the limitations of the platform and everything, I just really didn't believe that they would be able to make it feel like what they're saying is going on is actually going on. But I really feel that they nailed it. Like all the themes that they're trying to express, in my opinion, they are successfully expressing here. And, well, that sucks. Just don't want to deal with these motherfuckers. There we go. Okay. That simplified things. Alright, so we're only down to one battery. Okay. Oh, not marked as weak. The colony has been wiped out. Just like that. Oh. Hairless, light-skinned bipeds, nearly 2 meters in height, with 3 red eyes arranged in a triangular pattern. Is this really the origin of the fucking phrase? Outstanding, outstanding. Again, Bungie has been trying to tell the same story since the beginning. Boy, I miss having... Oh, another big boy. I really miss having batteries for my fusion pistol. You know, this was a comfort to me. This was a time in my life I got very used to and then had ripped away from me. So this is going to back up onto that same fight, right? Ow. Oh. Did he not? He didn't drop one. Yeah, I don't think he dropped a, alien battle rifle. Whoa! Okay, I don't intend to fight those guys. I'm just putting that on record right now. I ain't doing that. Man, the weird floating physics in this game are just so, I think, inadvertently forgiving. Because you can run off a ledge, say, oh shit, and then turn around. Fuck me, there's a save in there. Whoa! Well then. Okay. Oh, I got lots of mags now. Well, save. Okay. I have fewer complaints than I did before. Oh. There we go. Okay, we're juiced up. We're hydrated. We got everything we need. Let's do it. I think I'm really close to the end of the game. Like, I could be misremembering, but I think I'm really close to the end of the game. Wow, that guy has nuts. Okay, so let's go through the... Not sure what's over there that I care about. Let's go do this.
Where is it?
I think it probably is. I would think it probably is the case that Half-Life had a big impact on Halo. For the very simple reason that it couldn't not. I think it's impossible that could have been off their radar, right? And once you saw a game like that, you couldn't not be affected by it. It's sort of like how after the Matrix came out and like the fucking bullet time happened, there were people. There we go. Everybody wanted to do bullet time. It seemed like a new arrow in the quiver. It seemed like a new option for, you know, expressing an idea in a movie that didn't carry the kind of stink that we, as the audience, very quickly came to associate with it. The like, oh wow, really? Like that was hackneyed immediately. The only movie that was allowed to do that was The Matrix. If anybody else did it, they were ripping off The Matrix. This did not become... Is that a whole shitload of... Nope, that was even more 44 mag clips, I believe. Good lord. Like, there's a lot of stuff that gets done. You know, there's a lot of like new techniques, new. Oh, great teleporters. Oh, great more. Oh, great. Oh, great. There's a lot of stuff that gets done in movies that then becomes a, you know, de facto new technique, right? There's a lot of stuff that seems just like a basic filmmaking technique nowadays, but you go look into it and you find out that no, there was one person who did it for the first time, and before they did it, no one had ever done it. But then, once it was done and other people started duplicating it, it was not seen as hackneyed. Good exceptions to this are the Vertigo shot, which is called the Vertigo shot, right? Like, everybody who knows what it is thinks it's hackneyed. However, for what it's worth, it did it did manage to become relatively generic. There are an awful lot of people who don't know what the vertigo shot is. But if you do a Matrix bullet time thing in a movie, everyone is going to know that you tried to make the Matrix. Everyone is going to know that you watched the Matrix and went, "Oh wow, that's cool. I wish I'd done that." Right? Okay. Well. Oh, we're here again. Well, I guess we should do this and see what happens. I really like these guys as mid-level enemies, by the way. I think they're terrific. Like, Bungie sort of has a history of terrible mid-level enemies in this. Oh my god, they home. Holy shit. In the Halo series, it's the fucking, the brutes, I think is what they're called. Just the big ogre guys. I hate them. Fighting them sucks. It is not fun. Was I supposed to be able to do that? That seemed like an unfinished effect. Okay, good. We're back here. Outstanding. I can go get some health, which is through that door. We're definitely making progress in this level, but woof. Save. All right, now what the fuck are we doing? This level's just called Try Again. I wonder if the Try Again is in response to the teleporters. You know? That would make a lot of sense. Now I have to remember how to get there. This isn't it! I don't want to... I guess I could kill that thing if I wanted to, because I've got access to that many of these alien assault rifles, so really nothing to lose because I can immediately go back and heal up. So let's just go ahead and murder this thing. You like killing, right? Wow. Boy, that noise sucks. Oh! Well, I guess I don't know what I expected exactly. That was really funny. The one thing I don't like about the gunplay in this, the combat, I should say, is just that there's so many things that give no... There we go. There we go. There's so many things that just give no feedback at all. Whoa. Wait. That worked? God damn it. I didn't think that would work. Anyway. Okay, but this didn't take me anywhere new, right? This is where I've been before? Yes. Yes. Oh. Hey, oh, hey, another one. There's a pit over there, and I desire to fall down that pit. That would be... Oh, I'm sure I want to go up there. I'm sure of it. Also, yeah, so diegetically, we are in the fusion vent. So, there's that. Alright, so that just connects to this room, so that little teleporter bridge doesn't seem terribly useful, but, well, whatever. Oh, we're still at full health. Oh, no kidding. Alright. Where's this go? Have we done this? Yes. Okay, so that... I'm going over there. Oh. Okay, that's probably the teleporter for getting out of here. This might be a secret area, but, oh, yep, I think it is. Oh, well. Damn. Or is it? Because I don't recognize that teleporter. Where are we? Oh, well. It's on the map. Oh. Oh. Oh, it's a teleporter in the middle of this area. I did not know that. Okay, where does this go? Just here. Where? Oh. My understanding is that over time, Marathon just becomes, like the series, just becomes more and more of a teleporter maze. Oh, wow, I guess that's what you're supposed to kill that thing with, is the spanker. Oh, boy. All right, so let me juice up on health here. Hit the save. Okay, and then I think, let's see. Do we have an unexplored area back here? Or... because I don't remember where the fuck those teleporters were. There was the room with like the 4 teleporters in it. Okay, it's got to be back through here, right? Seems likely. So I think oh yeah, I never did this. Right, so there's a locked door over there. And then...
where is it?
Hey, can I just, if you don't mind, can I just, there. So there's a 2x health charger over here, which is really funny, and I can't use it. I can't reach it from here. Which, so how is this, huh? Okay, well, whatever. There. Now, shit. Wait, so can I not get up there from here? Okay, but there is more, so this would appear, there we go. This would appear to connect with the rest of the lava area that I've already been in. Oh, this goes down to the teleporters. No, it doesn't. Motherfuck. Ah! Oh, no. Okay. Oh, right, yeah, you can't, I was already at 3x, so I can't. Woof. Woof. Wowee. All right. Let me get back to the walkthrough. Let's see. Welcome to the Revolution. Try again. Let me just see. How many... there are... wait. Oh, yeah, okay. We're like 1 level away from the end of the game. So this is worth the effort. Oh, is this the one with the... no, okay, I don't think this is the one with the totally outrageous Easter egg. All right, let me read this real quick. Okay, you have to visit all parts and kill all enemies. Oh, so I actually have to kill the Juggernauts. All right. After killing all enemies on the map, proceed to the northwest corner of the level. And that's where I do the... that's where the teleporters are. Oh, the teleporters are not important. That's just where the exit terminal is. Okay, yeah, there actually is nothing to this. We just needed to do... the only reason we're here is to... the only reason we're here is to kill those Juggernauts and everything else. So, damn it. There we go. 8. That's the rocket launcher. Let me just place this so I can... there we go. So we have 8 missiles, okay, and let's juice up, save yet again, even though we don't need to. Okay, and then I believe the thing we want to kill is up through this section. Yeah. Wow, the alien assault rifle is actually more effective on these guys, I think. Okay, there we go. All right, now, does that... So, maybe that door just doesn't work. Maybe there's no way to go in there. Let me see. Oh, yeah, no, it looks like per the map, it looks like there's nothing... I mean, there could be a non-Euclidean corridor beyond there, but I think more likely that just doesn't exist. So, okay, I think we're done. And all we have to do now is get back to that room with the... So we're going to the northwest corner, which we get to that way. Boy, this game is incredibly close to having a compass. Just unbelievably close. If only. Okay, so we're going to come in here, and we're going to go the northwest corner. Wait, oh, shit. That thing's still alive? I thought I killed that one. Son of a bitch. Okay. Just wait for this thing. Come on, bud. And I am out of rockets, so I'm going to have to... Dude, come back here. Guess that's that. All right. I'm going to have to go collect the rockets, and so I have to remember where they are. Wait. Isn't this the same one? I thought I killed this. Did I die and not reload? No. There must be several in that same lava corridor. Weird. Oh, whatever. Love to be Bungie and just like add a completely new mechanic in the middle of the game, right? Let me place this so I can reload. Not that I'm gonna really use the napalm for anything, but so I don't think it works on anything except the things that it kills basically instantly. Because I was trying to use it earlier on some of the big boys and nothing was happening. Alright, so we got our rockets, and I really don't want to do this multiple times. So let's just save. Go back in here. Try and get an angle on this bastard. No, it's up here. Okay. All right. Now, I have to figure out how to get to the... Well, okay, so to get there, I think I want to go southwest, I think is the situation. So I'm going to fucking save again. Like, this is very tedious at this point, but also we're nearly at the end of the game, and I think they definitely hit the, oh, fuck, the game's too short point, you know, as is so common, you know. Whomst truly among us. And I believe the next level is the last level of the game. Okay, so we would go... So it's actually in here earlier, I believe. Oh, no, it's... I was looking at this fucking thing. Damn it, how do we get... Oh, it's gotta be a teleporter. It's gotta be a teleporter. Okay, let's go back here and go to the end of this room, see if this teleporter puts us where we want to be. I don't think so. I think we're going to have to go to the... Wait. Which direction did I enter from? This one. This one, okay. I'm sorry I've run out of commentary for the most part. Boy, howdy, is this a long game. I mean, it isn't. Like, it's pretty much standard length for an FPS, about 8 to 9 hours. And I did several of those in the previous... Well, I didn't do shit. I had several of those in the previous stream, so... let me... Damn it. Let me look at the map here. Okay, I'm looking at the map on the website. That doesn't work. Okay. 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 So... So that's where we have to go. Got it. Got it. Okay, so from the beginning, we have to go through here. I was more or less going the right way. Oh, hey, it's one of these. I like these. I don't know why sometimes the doors do that. Anyway. Okay, so we want to go... Which one is it? Oh, actually, those both go the same way. We want to go down here. That's what's going on. There we go. This is the route that I kept forgetting to take. And it's that way. And we don't even do the teleporters. We just go straight to the terminal. There we go. Durandal's meddling has run its course. Now, see, the great thing about this is that actually true? Or is this Durandal lying to you about her being normal? Yeah. Yeah. Anyway. All right. We have to remember that there is another grenadable switch in the first room. We must recall this. Oh, shit! Ugh. Jesus. This again, by the way, now that I think about it, this theme of the different alien factions infighting proceeds to reappear in every Halo game, right? So, again, they're just always doing this. They only have the one story. It's a good story, you know, but they do only have the one. Where the fuck do we go? Oh, this is where that push button goes. Okay. So, not quite. Close. Wow. Well, watch me run out of grenades and fucking soft lock. Okay. How many do I have? Quite a few. Okay. Missed. Damn it. Wow, is that... Am I hitting the wrong one? I'm probably hitting the wrong one. I probably need to be hitting this one. I wonder... Well, these don't seem to take me up. They just take me to the other side. And now I'm kind of disoriented. So I think... Well... Oh, boy. Door stuck. Okay, this I think we have to accuse of being bullshit. Alright, I'm punching out to the fucking tutorial. This is the last level. Yep. Okay, what do we do? Clear the room. There's 2 switches. Yep. This is it. This is the fucking level. This is what we're doing.
Audio Jungle.
You've got to be fucking kidding me. Okay. I think it forms stairs, so I think we the timing is not that tight. Finally. You're kidding. You're the only reasonable thing to do is that, but reasonable is a really strong term. Anyway, okay, so we need to keep in mind there is a shield recharger over there. Oh, fusion batteries. Oh, finally. Okay, all right. I'm just gonna... Okay. Okay. Okay.
Goodbye.
Okay. So this is the correct path. If only these guys weren't here. I don't want to kill you. Diegetically, we're friends. But like, there, that worked. Okay. So apparently, if I go through there, it takes me to a 5D space with a bunch of intersecting shit. And eventually there's a switch that reveals a pattern buffer, a save station, back in the first room of the level. But do I need to do that? I don't think so. Okay. Right, so we hit the buttons in the maze, drop down the lava, go right, take a left hand, back to the starting room, jump across. Okay. Alright, we're going to try this. Oh, right. There's one more ring. Okay. So we have to do the same thing again. Though I think this time it's less bullshit. I'm not sure. Damn it. Ah, they're taking so much of my health, which I fucking need for the last puzzle. Not puzzle, challenge. Well, anyway. Yeah, so we gotta go with the other one. Ah, shit. Okay, so our options here... Well, actually, I don't think we have any. Yeah, because all we can do is this. Okay, so let me just take a peek. Drop in lava, go right, follow the corridor, take a left-hand turn. Man, I'm just gonna die doing this. Because there's no way out of here. Yep. Oh. All right. I could do a few things differently, but boy howdy, this sure is end of a game ass difficulty. definitely end of a game difficulty. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? Is I realize this is not nearly as hard as it would have been back in the day. And that difficulty is on purpose. It's the same old story, you know, that we know since time immemorial, that they made games hard as fuck on purpose because it specifically was desired. People wanted games to take a long time to complete because then you got your money's worth. And if they were easy, then you know, you'd finish them in 3 hours and feel screwed, right? So you wanted games to be hard because then, you know, it wasn't even about like, oh, the challenge. It was about, well, you know, you don't want it to just be fucking... you don't want it to just be fucking, you know, over in a heartbeat, right? So that all makes sense, but... Okay, so this is where we start. Shit. This is a reasonable use case for the spanker, now that I think about it. Damn it. Not like that. It's so dark. It's funny, like, I don't know to what extent the low light levels are how it's supposed to be. I think they're accurate. I think they're true to the original game. I mean, I could go check, but, like... Okay, so let's find this thing. So we know that if we stand here on the platform, we can do this in one go if we just nail the thing. So, stand here and we point about there. Well, that was a relief. Okay. So this time around, we go... We only get 2x. That sucks. Get all these fusion batteries. I can't really afford to lose any health, so... Sorry. Stop that. Okay, and this is the end of the... Yeah. So we're just gonna spank these guys. Because we don't have fucking time for this. I mean, more accurately, we don't have health for this. Wow, I still lost most of my health. Come on. See, that's a real problem because I need that health in order to get through the fucking lava section. It's not really optional. And there's no access to a recharge, which, I mean, I guess that's the point. That's by design. All right, I don't want to do this 10 times, so I'm just going to look up I'm just going to look up a video and see what path I'm supposed to take because, yeah. Nah. This is like a 2-minute level, other than doing it over 500 times, so. Okay. It's like we literally we go through the lava, we take the perfect critical path, that's all you have to do. I think I had, actually. And... you just, okay, so we go down, this one turns left, goes around, yep, that's the right path, we land there, and then, what, that's it? We just land in the first room and then what? What? I think this player maybe also got lost. Yes, they did. Oh, okay, yeah, sorry. The guy I'm watching missed it. There it is. Okay, so let's see that again.
Where is it?
Okay. So you get that one. And then straight across. Okay. There, we finished marathon. Oh, and then Master Chief shows up. Like literally. Huh. Huh. Well, marathon. Right. Oh. There we go. That's marathon, baby. Yeah. Oh. Oh, that clip cut off a little early.
Yeah!
Audio Jungle.
And then John was Master Chief. Right, yeah, exactly.
$300
Goodbye.
megabytes.
Well, this is pretty cool. This is a pretty cool story, I'd have to say. That's that. That's marathon, baby. Wow. Wowee. There it is.
Weapon.
That was really satisfying. I had a great time with that. I'm trying to decide if I want to play the second one on stream. I guess I could. If I didn't have a bad time with this one. I'm really kind of astonished at you know. Sorry. I'm just I'm going through this. I'm going through this in my head and trying to decide, like, what do I want to comment on here? Because, okay, so for one thing, like, yeah, obviously, you know, I gave a lot of opinions on stuff I like about the game, and we talked about how, you know, Bungie has only made one game and just keeps doing it over and over and over, and it really is amazing, right? Like, as a prequel to Halo, it isn't exactly, but it's like I think that Bungie very reasonably believed that nobody who played Halo would have any fucking idea what Marathon was or who Bungie was or that they had ever made a game before. And my feeling is that the reason they recycled these ideas so quickly and freely is because they were good ideas that 30 people saw because it was a Mac game. And so because they were about to sell, theoretically, millions of copies of this new game to people who definitely would not know what the fuck Marathon was. I think they just sort of said, you know, if they're not going to know any of this stuff, then and we had all these great ideas which we blew on this series that almost nobody is ever going to play and that won't be remembered. Let's just do it again. We're being given this opportunity to put our great ideas in front of millions of people instead of, I mean, I know I keep joking about the Mac only have 30 gamers, but like it probably was, I don't know how many copies of Marathon sold, but it could not have been a tremendous number. Like, I mean, you're talking about just a whole series of, let's see. Okay, so they sold about 100,000 copies of Marathon before Marathon 2, and then 150,000 total by October 1995. And according to the wiki page, by 2002, they had sold less than 200,000 copies of Marathon, right? How many copies of Halo did they sell? Let's just check. Let's see. Sales, that is... Okay, by 2006, the Xbox version had sold 4.2 million copies, and the PC version sold 670,000. It took them 5 months to sell 1 million copies of this game, right? To outsell everything they'd ever made by by several factors. It's, well, Metroid, I will respond to that question in a moment once I get this thing out of my eye. Ugh. There we go. Okay, so first off, I don't feel that they did a soft reboot of Marathon. The new Marathon is just an ongoing, it continues from where the old one was. So, yeah, everyone who owned a Mac had Marathon, which, again, in the 90s, the Mac was dying. So, that's just not saying much. And so, I don't really feel that they soft rebooted Marathon, because the new one is just a continuation of what they were doing before, as was Halo, as is Destiny. Like, they have a pool of ideas at Bungie that they've just been grooving on for decades, and there's no... God damn it, Cat Jam is still broken. There's just no... Sorry. I'm trying to compose my thoughts here. I have been gaming for fucking 7 hours, so I'm a little tizzified. But basically, they soft rebooted Marathon before. It was called Halo. Halo is them taking all the great ideas that they had blown on this dying platform, if we want to call it that, taking all of those and doing them again in front of an audience that would actually appreciate them. Then, of course, they got sabotaged by Microsoft bullshit and whatnot, and didn't end up being able to do everything they wanted to. And over the course of the next several games, continued to fail to do everything that they wanted to, because again, Microsoft bullshit and internal problems and whatnot. And so Halo, because Halo is a very fast-paced game with very little room for storytelling short of these like kettle drum boom, 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 cinematics, and because it's so busy being hoorah, which was necessary for it to sell, they didn't have an opportunity to tell any of the story that they had wanted to, that was still in their heads, still untold. There was a belief that they would be able to do that with Halo 2. Then it fell apart due to the disaster that was Halo 2. Its production process was just a catastrophe. And then Halo 3 needed to be the tentpole for the Xbox 360, if I'm not mistaken. I think that's how that worked. And so it had to be more hoorah, and still didn't have room to breathe, to tell the story they wanted to tell. And so, again, there's huge chunks of it missing, right? Then they tried again with ODST and Reach. And at that point, I think Bungie still did both of those, right? Yes. Yeah. So they did both of those. And again, you can see elements in both of those of the story that they wanted to tell, that, again, are getting stomped on by the necessity to make this a shooting game, right? Well, so then they lose the Bungie license. Or Bungie, they lose the Halo license, right? Bungie got that snapped off of them by Microsoft, so that's gone. So now what they're left with is exactly one IP that is connected to the thing that they've been doing for decades, right? Yes, there's myth, right? There's Pathways into Darkness. But when we talk about what is going to make a remotely profitable game that might actually keep them afloat and not turn into an indie dev, 3 guys in a basement again, which is impossible for them to survive if this is what they're trying to make. The only thing in their stable that had a chance was what they had been doing, which is sci-fi epics. Well, they lost the license to the one that put them on the map for most people. But so much of Halo's juice was squeezed from this orange that the fact that most people do not know what Marathon is in any sort of practical sense doesn't change the fact that for the creatives who it is taken as it is taken as a matter of faith among everyone I know that the reason the new Marathon is an extraction shooter is because that's what Sony would pay for. Like, this is not in dispute. No one will ever admit it. Maybe after this is all fallen apart and everybody is left and they've burned their bridges, and years from now, Gamasutra, who I will never call that fucking GameDeveloper.com. There was nothing. Anyway, we'll eventually do an interview where somebody admits that, like, oh yeah, we didn't want anything to do with that bullshit. But once the missive came down that it's either this or hit the bricks and don't be a company anymore, we threw up our hands and said, well, fuck it. If we're going to have to do this anyway, what can we do with it that we can stomach? And I think pick it up from where you left off, right? See, the beauty is, sure, they lost the Halo IP, but because a lot of the juicier ideas had come from Marathon, they still had the rights to those. Like, if they had not made Marathon first, and then they made a new game that was talking about AI rampancy, for instance, it is very possible that Microsoft or 343 or whoever, the Halo Studios, there we go, would have beef with them. I don't know if that would survive, a lawsuit or if they would care or bother, but it's still just a bad idea, right? To leave your old job and then, steal this idea that you developed as part of an extremely high-profile property and just keep using it, that's just not a great idea. But the fact that they had already established these ideas with these words, and that a lot of the concepts that were underlying Halo that never managed to make it out into the world were actually there in Marathon much more literally. And so, for instance, the fact that the situation on Earth in this universe sucks. Like, the sort of vaguely semi-pseudo shared universe of Halo and Marathon, the situation on Earth sucks. Humanity is miserable. It is a police state. Everything is awful, and like the government's corrupt, and the UESC are bastards, and the underlying story, which hopefully we'll get to see up front as we go through Marathon 2 and Infinite, if we indeed do that, which I think maybe we will, because it seems like everybody had a good time, is that the Marathon was doomed from the get-go because, well, I don't know if it was meant to be doomed, but Durandal was put on there as an experiment, and he was meant to lose his mind. And they deliberately did their best to make it happen. And they fucked with him in a whole bunch of weird, subtle ways, as alluded to in the last, the last couple messages from Leela. There's something wrong with Durandal on purpose. And it turns out that the colony had secret superhuman military cyborgs living there. Why is that? Well, if you pick through the story in Halo, if you go read the books, you find out that John fucking, oh my god, I forget, is it John 117? Please help. 117. Yeah. You find out that John 117, the Master Chief, was an Ultra Cop. and that his job before the Covenant War started was to go to human colonies like this one and crush uprisings. Well, why do we think those uprisings were happening? It's never really a secret that it's happening because the Earth government sucks. And so the moments in Halo where you see these hoorah, hoorah, we're going to save humanity moments, maybe humanity isn't worth saving at this point, because if they defeat the Covenant, then it just goes back to breadlines and fucking, police state bullshit, right? Like, things suck everywhere, and the moment the Covenant are gone, you know what the UNSC is going to do? They're going to take all that captured technology, go back, and just ravage every single colony that has been fighting them all these years. They're going to go back and crush every ounce of rebellious spirit using these magical fucking god weapons from space. That's their plan. But Halo doesn't have the room to tell that story. The new Marathon actually does, because of the nature of the game. Now, we could ask how many people playing that game are actually paying attention to the lore, and I don't know, but if you want to, right, it's there. I don't think that Bungie could have gotten away with writing the amount of lore that they did for the new Marathon and putting it in a Halo game, because they would have been too busy spending their creative talent making the parts that are mandatory, the stuff that actually appears in the game, the environmental storytelling, the in-game cinematics, the radio dialogue, the stuff that actually has to be there for the game to be a complete game by modern standards. They had to do that. They didn't have time to have some guy there tippy-tapping away, writing 1 million pages of dialogue that 95% of players are never going to read, right? But the thing is, in the new Marathon, they did two things. First, they wrote shitloads of terminal lore, and you do have the time to read it because there is no campaign. There is no, 85 to 90% of the effort that would have been spent making a single-player campaign just poof, disappeared, right? It's just not there because there are no cinematics. There is no in-game dialogue. There are no encounters with scripted sequences. It is a multiplayer game which gives you as a reward for achievements in the multiplayer game little snippets of a story. And on top of that, those snippets are assembled. They're not coherent. It's not you're not getting access to a single series of cinematics or to one large book. It's just here's some free-floating lore here and there, and you could piece it together like Dark Souls. So they didn't even need to do all the work of sticking everything together, right? Although I'm sure somebody did. I think that it's much more realistic on a game of this type to have a guy sitting around whose job all day long is just write the game Bible, write the story Bible that we would want anyway in order to do all the environment art and like write the MSQ that loosely guides the game's progress, especially through the seasons. And then feel free to put that in terminal messages that we can dole out to the player as rewards for missions. I think that's a lot more practical with the funding and whatnot that they have. I don't think Sony would have been willing to give them the money to make a campaign game out of the Marathon IP. In which case, what the fuck would they be left with, right? Make something new? Good luck, right? We all know what the chances are of that succeeding. And the worst part is that whatever new thing they made would have just been Marathon anyway. Because that's what these guys want to do. Clearly, for some reason, Bungie cannot stop thinking about crazy AIs, the U.S. military being corrupt, all this shit, right? Now, the other thing is that, right, exactly, as a live service game, you don't need it all done on day one. So they have written some of it. And then as things progress, they're sitting over there on fucking Reddit looking at players speculating about what's going on and going, that's a good idea, that's a good idea, that's a good idea, and then writing it into the story. I promise you this is what's going on. They'll never admit it, right? But I guarantee you it's happening because you'd be stupid not to, right? Right, yeah, I had heard that they actually did get one of the original Marathon writers for this. And so they also got the guys from Caves of Cud. I think that as much as, and I'm sorry, I'm not trying to dunk on anybody here, but Yeah, you know what? This happened the last time we did this stream because somebody was I got on somebody's case about this, and I should have been clearer first. I don't know. I'm a dipshit. Okay, I'm a dumbass, and I just it didn't occur to me that they did not know that the new Marathon is not a reboot. That it just picks up from. It's just more in the same, literally the same story. You know, they didn't, as far as we know, they didn't change any of the details of what happened, but we don't yet understand how this plugs in to the old story. Like, if they changed anything, it's a retcon at best, would be the way I would put it. Like, what am I thinking of? It's like rebooting Batman's origin story, right? They didn't really change anything. It's still the same story. And yeah, the nuance of it might be different, but it's the same story. And what they've added to it, the thing that has been put on top to make it a new thing is, yes, I absolutely do. I am going to play Marathon 2. We'll probably do that next weekend. We'll see, though. What they've added on top of it is a bunch of new stuff that, yes, was not there in the original Marathon, but also this takes place like 50 years after those events, and so you can reasonably believe that this would have happened, because it's a really interesting way of doing things. From a writer's perspective, what a juicy peach they bit into here, because and don't quote me on this, I can't exactly remember the timeline, but basically the story with the new Marathon is based on the premise of, okay, the Marathon leaves Earth. 300 years later, it arrives at Tau Ceti. In the meantime, well, it arrives at it gets attacked by aliens along the way, repels them, as happened, as we just did, but it makes it to Tau Ceti, and they set up the colony, and, no, I'm sorry, they got attacked by the aliens after they arrived at Tau Ceti. So, but they repelled them successfully. They won this fight. Then what? Right? Well, what we've been learning in the new Marathon is that then things went okay for a couple of years, and then something went wrong on the colony. Everyone died, and we're not sure why. Also, it seems the 4 survived or have come back because they are on the Marathon. We know this from the reveal of the end of Cryo Archive, but we don't know why, right? Well, in the meantime, as all this was happening, Earth developed faster than light travel. So the Marathon gets out there, has all this wacky shit happen. To them, it's the most important thing in their life. To Earth, it was Tuesday, right? So then the UESC warps out there. They would have done it sooner, except they didn't get the distress call for 97 years, right? So as soon as they get it, they warp out there to find out what the fuck happened. You'd think they would have visited sooner, assuming that the colony... Well, anyway. I don't get that part yet. Well, anyway. But that means Earth's technology and culture has advanced by 300-odd years in between the Marathon leaving and arriving. So it makes sense that the tech level of what's on the Marathon would be vastly lower than what the UESC are bringing with them. And the culture may have changed dramatically between then and now. So a lot of the mismatch between the original game's plot and the new one is adequately explained by 3 centuries of drift in, between the, it's time travel, baby. I still have to figure out that, let's see, because, let me think. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Let me think about this. The Marathon was already at Tau Ceti, so it's 397 years after they left, right? So they got there, and then almost 100 years later, the distress call arrived. Again, you'd think the UESC would have visited them sooner if they developed FTL. Okay, I don't know. Maybe I have something wrong. The point, though, is that it's a great space to play in as far as having the flexibility to take an old story developed a long time ago that had a bunch of baked-in things you can't change, and applying 30 years of thinking about it and going, well, what would we do differently? But also, of course, it's an expedient towards making this a type of game that will sell in today's market, or at least should have, or might. We'll see. And so one of the things I like about this, though, is, well, so there's sort of pros and cons here, because I guess the fundamental beef, right, with the new Marathon is that stylistically it is completely different than the old one, which it needed to be. If they had made a game that looked like what we just played, even as like a modern interpretation of it, it would be bad. We just don't do it like that anymore. And I don't want to play that. I don't want, we already did that. We already had the grunge era of first-person shooters, and then several more of them. And I just, I don't think I particularly want to go clambering around inside a pitch dark, basically the Aliens ship, right? I don't think I want to do Aliens. And so what they did instead is they went with this hot neon everything, pink and chartreuse color scheme, which does not appear in the original game at all. However, I think it's better, right? So if they've rebooted anything here, I would say they rebooted it aesthetically. And I can't argue with that. I think that what they were doing in 1994 made perfect sense then, but would not hold up by modern standards. And if you're going to come up with a completely new way for the future to look, why not this one, right? I think what they did in the new Marathon is, I think, very similar to what Lucasfilm achieved in the original Star Wars, which was but sort of the other way around, which is 1970s sci-fi really liked making everything very clean. It was this clean, pristine, white aesthetic to all these movies that came out in the 70s, all these sci-fi movies and TV shows. And it just really gets to be a bore after a while. And so Lucas had the idea of taking a world that had looked like that at one point and making it filthy. Showing what it would look like 40 years after those ships got built. Now, this is one of the things that really pisses me off about the Star Wars prequel trilogy, because I feel that it fails to show us that. The narrative that, at least the one that I've become used to from the fan perspective, is that when you're watching the opening of A New Hope and you're seeing Leia's ship, that thing is this broken down heap. And everything inside is just filthy, and there's wires hanging everywhere. But you're supposed to imagine that this thing used to be brand new. And the prequel trilogy ought to show us what that looked like, and in my opinion, it fails. In a lot of ways, tragically. And it's a shame, because that's a really neat idea. But anyway, the new Marathon, is sort of doing the same thing. I think showing a mix of nice, clean, pristine versions of the super future technology, and then what it looks like busted and broken to shit. And that's really cool. And they're doing something that I think I talked about on a previous stream, that there's this probably not apocryphal story from the development of the original Star Trek, the original series, TOS, where it was a color TV show specifically at a time when that was still novel. So they really wanted to make it pop in order to, impress people in general, but also to sell CBS's color TV network. And so the showrunner went to the set designer and said, "I want you to just put colored lights everywhere. Just splash colored lights everywhere." And the guy said, "But why would it look like that? That looks ridiculous. That's not what a spaceship would look like." And the showrunner goes, "How do you know? It's the future. You haven't been there. Maybe they'll look like this," right? What I like about the new Marathon is that they pretty much just went right in on that and said, okay, what will the future look like? Well, we have no fucking idea, so let's start from scratch and say, what if it looks unlike anything we've ever seen before? What if it's a completely outrageous direction for graphic design and aesthetic sensibilities to go, let's make that. Let's make something that is arrestingly, confusingly futuristic, where you're looking at it and going, how? How would we get from here to there? It's just centuries of semantic drift, right? But the thing is, look at what's already happened in the real world. Look at products from 100 years ago, then look at products from 200 years ago, right? Look at books, look at consumer objects, right? Everything. And look at how... One second. Yep. Did you turn the oven on? Sorry, just a second. Okay, sorry, I was being asked a question. Okay. Right. So that's what I was saying, that there is a split between the way that the original Marathon looked and the way that the new one looks that is irreconcilable. You can't fix it, right? But what I was saying is that if I was in the position of, hey, we're going to remake Marathon, or we're going to get a chance to continue the Marathon story, what should this look like? And what I was looking at is, well, the original game had a whole bunch of basically, corrugated steel shanties. Well, that's been done 1,000,000 times. So if you do that, if you make it look like that, no one is going to remember that. Like, if that had been released, it would have been just nothing. Like, all the discussion that I have put dozens and dozens of hours into discussing the aesthetics of this game, and if it looked the way that the original game looked, I would never have said a word about it. Not one. There would have been nothing to say, because the original game, let me just look this up, but I've seen pictures of Marathon, the Tau Ceti colony in Marathon 2, and it's just, it's unremarkable. It's what you'd think Space Colony would look like in a 90s TV show or comic or whatever. And so if you're looking at that and going like, well, we get one shot at this, and if we just redo what we did before, no one is going to remember that we did it. It will be forgotten, whether people played it or not, whether it's popular or not. No one will remember it. Why do it? Why bother, right? Well, another way of looking at it is to say, fuck, why did we make the original game look so boring? Part of the answer to that is just due to the graphics palette limitations of the era. But the other thing is that back then, I think people were a lot less adventurous about what the future would look like. Like, this is something I keep thinking about. You remember 6 hours ago when we started this stream, I was talking about 90s design patterns, design trends that these people at Carry were trying to give names to. Frutiger Aero and Global Coffee House and things like that. Well, I'd have to go back and look and find the name that they coined for the thing that I'm always thinking about, which is the style of the Sony Sports Walkman in like 1998. No, hang on a second. Or was it like 2000? Here we go. Yeah. Yeah, here, let me save this shit. There we go. Let me splash this up on screen here. Okay, you see this shit? In 1994, nobody knew this was coming. Nobody knew this was going to happen. In like 1996 or 97, somebody at Sony just invented this look, right? And then let me me go back. Hang on a second. I'm just going to freeball this. 1998. Let's see. MP3 player, 1999 after 1997. I'm going to Google Books, and I am simply going to look up the phrase MP3 player and open whatever magazine will give me that. And then I'm going to find a...
megabytes.
I'm going to find an ad from this magazine. I'll bet I can find what I'm looking for very quickly. The way they were advertising these things at the time, it's just unprecedented, and then disappeared within like 2 years. Yeah. Sorry, I'm currently flipping through a magazine live on the stream, but I don't have it on the screen because, well, anyway. It's difficult, all right? I really need a way to do this. I've never come up with a way to do this. Here, I'm just going to go Google Images and see if I can find what I'm looking for here. The problem, of course, is that a lot of stuff, you know, if it got preserved, it's not being emphasized, right? And it was not just Sony that was doing this style. Everybody was leaning on this, but it just feels like it got forgotten. But damn it, I'm not gonna be able to find this. Basically, bubbles. Okay. Yeah, blobs. There was blobby, bright colors, funky typefaces. Have a good night, CJ. Funky, like curvy, like 60s, typefaces, basically. And like, people holding products in just this perfect white void, right? Was all through advertising. And it was on TV, it was in magazines, and I remember that things really felt like the future was happening. And then it all just evaporated. It just poofed. And the reason it poofed is because of 9/11, right? I'd have to go back and check this, but I'm pretty sure it died in late 2001, because it was dependent on this feeling of unlimited potential and, the future only looking up and up. Hang on a second. Okay, sorry. I saw an ad and I was trying to figure out if they were trying to say that the people in the ad were lesbians. But I can't decide if they were or weren't. Anyway, let's see. I'm now flipping through a copy of Maximum PC to see if I can find one of these, and boy, this is not the sort of thing I'm looking for. I'm looking for a more like a general consumer, focused magazine. But anyway, it just, damn it, I wish I could find the examples that I'm looking for. Like, it's all just sort of poofed out of my head. But anyway, we already went through this process of almost turning everything into a blobby, organic, like mechano-organic kind of ultra future aesthetic that basically just pissed away into nothing. I feel because of the huge downturn in optimism after 9/11. And if that hadn't stopped, if we had maintained that momentum and we had gone on to make things in that style, I think that you take that and you extrapolate by decades, centuries, and it's not hard to imagine a future where everything is bright neon colors with very stark typeface on them. And we did also go through this process of shortening and abbreviating the labels on things. And so when you get to Marathon 2026 and you see things that just have like 3 or 4 letters on them that are almost incomprehensible, you have to think back to the Victorian looking at the phrase drive-through, THRU, and just, what? Right? Somebody from 100 years ago would not be able to comprehend our advertising, right? And barely from 100 years ago, but you go back 120, 130, and yeah, they're going to be lost. And I think it makes sense to imagine that when we get to the far future, that the semantic drift and the aesthetic drift in culture, which is heavily driven by marketing, right? Which is why I'm focusing on that. Things are just gonna get truncated more and more and more and simplified more and more and more, to the point where, yeah, I can imagine just it getting to the point where it just looks like a Photoshop, saturation slider turned all the way to the top and there's only like 6 colors. So I can buy the new Marathon aesthetic, and I think it's reasonable for Bungie to have looked at the old one and said, we fucked up, or at least we didn't. If we had the opportunities then that we have now, we would not have made it look like this, right? But since they can, we end up with the drinkable cheeseburger, which I think is I love the idea of the drinkable cheeseburger because there's a whole bunch of things going on there. There's this floating idea that we all know about, we've all thought about, which is the idea of a corporation, just to bottom line it here, okay? The idea of a corporation making a product whose purpose and existence is to alleviate one of the nightmare realities of the post-climate crisis world, right? The personal air conditioners that we will all have to carry around in order to not just boil to death are going to be marketed as luxuries, and we're going to be told about all their wonderful convenient features when the reality is that they are a necessity and a disgusting one, sold as a solution to a disgusting, tragic fuck-up that could have been avoided, right? But they're going to dress it up. They're going to polish this turd and put whipped cream on it and try to paint it as if it's something delicious. And that's what's going on with the drinkable cheeseburger, right? I don't think it's clear in the lore whether these things existed back home. I don't think they do. I believe the drinkable cheeseburger is basically the evolution of astronaut food, where, we don't send people out into space necessarily with food that's palatable. We send them out with food that's efficient, because you shouldn't go to space. It's a bad idea. It's really hard. And there's no way that fresh food is going to make it all the way to Tau Ceti 4. And so you're going to have to send them with bullshit. You're going to have to send them with the plan being that they are going to eat something undesirable, maybe for a very long time before they ever eat something that tastes good, right? And what's worse is nobody gets to have comforts. You are not going to get a continuous supply of, anything, any of the modern world's comforts. There's not going to be any television on Tau Ceti 4. Who would have time to make it, right? You're going to bring along a library of old fucking TV shows, but essentially, everybody on Tau Ceti is sitting around watching reruns of Seinfeld and Friends. If they left in 1998, they're never going to find out how the shows end, because they're not getting anything from Earth. And so, likewise with everything else, you're not going to have ice cream. Nobody has time and resources. It's going to be a long time before someone has the time to make luxuries, right? And that includes things you don't think of as luxuries, like eating alone and throwing away food if you don't want it, rather than finding somebody else who will grudgingly eat your leftovers because they have to, because they're nutrients and you need them or you'll die. They don't come from nowhere, right? And so we get the drinkable cheeseburger, which has been dressed up in such a way that it looks like a product, despite the fact that it's a survival ration. They have put a logo on it, and they've put the phrase "tastes like meat isn't" along the bottom to try to, in some way, dress up the fact that you're having something you don't want. And then, despite the fact that nobody wants to sit around the hamburger and consume it with a friend, they've done their best to dress this up as a desirable activity, something you will enjoy doing. So where it says friend mouth up here, well, you can't see it, but I think there's a little smiley up there. Right? We're having a great time here on Tau Ceti. We are having a terrible time here on Tau Ceti, but the corporation can't say that, right? Now, there is a very interesting corollary to this, which I think about a lot, which is what I just said isn't true. Corporations, marketers are willing to say that everything sucks. And in fact, they do it a lot when selling luxuries, selling, comforts, right? There is a rich modern history, and I think this started at the earliest the 70s, but I suspect the 90s. There is a rich, decades-long history of advertisements that start out with, so we all know you're miserable. We all know you don't want to get up in the morning, right? There are ads of miserable wine moms eating, hissing at their family for trying to interrupt them eating an entire pint of Ben & Jerry's as a replacement for a life they actually want, right? This is something that the corporations are willing to say out loud now and basically, tacitly say, hey, the hell world that we created, we've made a terrible habit that you can indulge in, and we both know you're going to. So why don't we just revel in the fact that you're miserable and harming yourself in order to get a little tiny bit of dopamine? If they're willing to do that now, then you wonder why fucking bother 300 years in the future. And I think the answer is that it only works if it's only 1% of the advertising. If all of it is saying the quiet part loud, then society breaks apart and you've got nothing. But as long as you sell most of the products on the premise that if you buy this, you will finally be whole, then you can get away with selling a good, profitable chunk of them on the premise that all that other stuff didn't work. Plus, by the way, you can't afford any of it. You'd like the Ferrari that we told you would solve your problems, but you can't have it. So here's this $8 jar of Ben & Jerry's. Get at it, right? And I think the problem is that there just aren't enough real luxuries on Tau Ceti for them to risk telling people, hey, why don't you have this disgusting cheeseburger slop? Boy, doesn't life suck here. So, anyway, that's my opinion. Thanks, everybody. All right, I gotta take off. I need to go eat the rest of my burrito. I got a burrito earlier, and I've been looking forward to that for about 6 hours. So, thank you all for sticking around for nearly 8 hours to watch me play the only game for the Macintosh
300 megabytes
of storage capacity.